Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another explosive, exciting edition of the Voice of the Colin Nation Radio Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tonight you have Reverend Colin tonight. I'm at my pulpit and I'm going to deliver my Sunday night sermon. So you can call me Reverend Collar, you can call me Pastor Collar, Evangelist Collar, you can call me Priest Collar, you can call me Rabbi Collar, you can call me anything you want. But tonight, the College Genesis is delivering his Sunday night sermon. Okay. And it's a sermon you do not want to miss. And if necessary, I have to lay hands on you later on and pray for you, you wretched chocolate covered coons, so I can get to pray the devil out of you. So we're gonna have a good show tonight as you rock with Pastor Collar, Pastor Collar. Pastor Collar always has the word of God in him and the love of Jesus in his heart, delivering a message to the masses of Negroes out there. So we're gonna get down tonight, because Reverend Collar got a beautiful sermon for you tonight. Now, when you have topics like to everything there's a season to hate. When you have topics like that, when you have topics like the Pan African Report Card, when you have topics like the myth of Jim Crow, it's gonna go down in Colin. You know it's gonna be a slugfest. You know it's gonna be knocked down, drag out. You know how it gets down in Colin. So stop what you're doing. Go get some popcorn, peanuts, and ice cream, whatever the hell you want to get tonight. And like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, tell somebody, because you don't want to keep this action away just to yourself. Come on, you want to do it. Don't be selfish. Like, share, and subscribe. Stop what you're doing and like, share, and subscribe. So we're gonna get down tonight, and what I'm saying, we're gonna get down. We're gonna get down tonight. We're gonna get right down. We're gonna get down tonight. Hello, Jeffrey Okake. I think I know you. Reverend Collar. Yes, it's Reverend Collar tonight. So I'm delivering my Sunday night sermon, and tonight's topic is to everything there's a season. There's a season for joy. There's a season for love. There's a season for peace. There's a season for war. There's a season for love. There's a season for anger. And there's also a season to hate, right? People say, Carla, how can you talk about hate? Let me tell you something, because the reason why I'm talking about hate is because I want to make you a complete human being. You cannot be a human being if you suppress one of your fundamental emotions that makes you a human being. Human beings are capable of love. They say animals love and everything like that. Animals hate, but that's not really. It's about instinct and survival and stuff like that. But I don't think animals take anything personally, like hatred. Like there's no evidence of like hatred. People say lions and hyenas hate each other, but I don't know if that's over food or territory or whatever like that. I don't know. Just say, look at that lion and be like, look at them niggas over there. Let's go fuck them up. Only human beings, I believe, are capable of hatred. And I think only human beings are capable of love, right? They say, well, doesn't a killer whale love his young? Yeah, it does what is natural instinct to them, which is to raise their young. Just like a wasp goes and hunts down a spider, stings it, puts it in a hole, and leaves it, lays an egg on it, and the larvae hatches and eats the spider. When the wasp never sees this happen, but he's long gone. But so why do they put themselves at risk to hunting down a large spider just to feed its young? It's love. It's not love. It's instinct. They're driven to do that. Instinct. But human beings, we go to work every day to put food on the table for our youth and our children out of love. So therefore, like I said, you have an instinct to love, anger, have hope, joy. These are all human emotions, right? And one of the human emotions that people try to ignore is hate. Hate is necessary in this world. Anybody tells you it's not necessary to hate or have hatred in their heart is a fool. That's not a real person. That's somebody that withdraws from the world and lets things happen and just says, "Oh, I can't do nothing," turns his back on the world and himself and everything else. Hatred will get you involved. Hatred will cause you to vote a certain way. Hatred will cause you to call the police. Hatred will cause you to work harder. Hatred will cause you to distance yourself from certain people. Hatred is definitely a survival mechanism, right? And I want to teach people where to hate. Now, the white man's hate is based on him hating a group of people because he feels that his skin color makes it. I'm not talking about that sort of hate, right? What I'm talking about is the hatred for evil. We're supposed to hate evil. God hates evil. We're supposed to hate wickedness. We're supposed to hate materialism. We're supposed to hate violence. We're supposed to hate stealing. And the reason why we hate those things because in our culture, we understand that since we hate that, our culture basically says that this stuff is not only bad, but it's now illegal. We're going to punish you for it. Now, if you just love everything, then there's no right or wrong. When you have hatred for what's wrong or injustice, you tend to stand up and do something about it. You understand? You tend to get involved and say, "No, I draw the line. I'm not going to do that." Say, "Well, you see this guy out there? He's out there molesting little girls. I don't hate him. I don't hate what he's doing because I can't possibly hate. Hate is a bad thing." No. Hatred will cause you to stop him. Hatred will cause you to make sure that that girl gets home safe and he gets arrested and put in jail and get what's coming to him. When you hate things, the main thing is to hate wrong. But when you hate righteousness, that's a problem. When you hate the weak or the people who can't defend themselves or the people you exploit, that's another thing. But when you hate injustice or people bullying somebody, people exploiting somebody, that's righteous hatred. And I want to teach our people how to have that right. I don't think our people really know the difference. They're so happy-go-lucky and everything. People come in our community to say anything about, and I think black people are learning how to hate. Because we tolerated so much disrespect from everybody else because we refuse to hate. We refuse to put our foot down. You know what hatred had done? All these groups of people that are complaining that black people, they're complaining that black people aren't doing enough for the Hispanics and we're like, no, you guys created a system of hate. You guys been telling us for years how much you hate us, how much our parents tell us to stay with. So that hatred is now being reciprocated among black people, and we didn't go out there and attack Hispanics. We're just saying, look, we choose to look the other way, and I realize that's hatred. That's what they just like when they said the Nation of Islam was the hate that hate produced. You can't hate somebody and do something to somebody without that human instincts to want to strike back and get revenge on you. It just doesn't work. Some people think that black people can love their way into the hearts and minds of everybody. No, it doesn't work like that. Sometimes hatred is a necessary a part of the human experience. Both sides can learn from it and move forward, right? But if one side thinks that no matter what I do to this group of people, they're going to still love me and everything like that, that is dangerous. Because then there's no respect, there's no checking that person. If he feels, well, no matter what I do, whatever I say, where we could slander these groups of people, and they're like, that's what they really thought. After this election, they thought we were going to come out in droves for the LGBTQ. We thought we would come out for all these other groups and everything, and black people said no. No, we don't care. We don't care anymore. And they're actually shocked. You mean like, what are you telling me? Black people are actually human? Yeah, we're fucking human. We heard all the shit you was saying about us. Same thing with the black immigrants right now. We heard all the shit you was saying about us for years and whatnot. Now it's like the ball is dropping on all the black immigrant community. They said Trump just basically banned 19 African countries, third world countries, and whatnot. Do you see black people rioting? No. A couple of generations ago, that would have basically brought people out by the millions protesting because black people have learned to hate. You know, black people's hearts have hardened in America. We don't care about anybody. Uh, for example, when Donald Trump put the troops into uh, DC and these places like that, and people are like, you had all these white people like they thought black people were going to riot and whatnot. They're like, oh, he's targeting the black neighborhood, the black leadership, and the white people are like, oh, see, like this. Do you know what the average black person said? Good. I freaking hate those little YNs. The hatred for the YNs is why black people stood silent while Donald Trump did his thing. Because they're like, look, we're sick of these dudes tearing our community up and whatnot. Yo, look, look, hatred. When you get to the point where you're sick and tired of Pookie, Boomquisha, Ray Ray tearing the community up and whatnot, generation after generation, you can't have a nice black neighborhood without them moving in or some buying a house in your neighborhood with Section 8. You should be able to have a homeowner association neighborhood. Somebody come in, we're going to take buy this property up, usually white people, and we're going to rent it out Section 8. They make sure they don't put those Section 8 housing in their neighborhood, right? Because they know they are going to get a backlash. But they know we're so loving and forgiving and accepting that we'll take criminals and degenerates in our culture and everything because we refuse to hate. We refuse to hate anything that goes against our well-being. You have a right to live in a nice neighborhood like the white people do. You have a right to hate and discriminate against people who you feel that's going to bring down your property and all stuff like that, or damage the quality of life, you know? The reason why I thought of this topic today, there was this video I'm going to show you about this this family. They basically raped there's 4 boys, teenage boys. They lured a girl to a house on the pretense of a party. And what gets me is they showed the mother. She was a 59-year-old Gen Xer or whatnot, you know. And they said the police said they've been to this house several times, gang activity and stuff like that, right? And so therefore the house is like a nuisance, right? So they lured the girl in there, and the women and the aunties held the girl down while the boys raped her. So my point I'm trying to make is this: how are these people comfortable in our community? Then what makes me have hatred, right, is when they locked the boys up that did that, somebody in the comment section says them babies need to be released. Tell the black people who think like this, I hate them. I really do. I hate them. I'll do anything to destroy them. That's how I feel about it. Now, if you like these type of black degenerate black people that's destroying our culture and destroying our community, when that, more power to you. I'm on record. I hate them. If the cop rolls up on these people and shoots the house up, kill everybody, I would not lose any fucking sleep. Not saying I would let that happen, but I would not cry over it. That's a level of hatred I have for these Negroes that deliberately goes out there and make hell and destroy everything we got. It's bad enough that we live in a racist country, but you tell me we can't have peaceful, nice black communities because of a few people? Yeah, I fucking mean it, Rico. I mean it. Our back is against the wall. You said you didn't want an Afghanistan, right? You said you didn't want an Afghanistan, you know? What about the kids? I don't consider teenagers kids. If you rape a girl like that, held her down and whatnot, a cop should have came in there and freaking took her out. They should have took everybody out. They arrested everybody, but if something happened, and let's say they picked up a gun and the cop said, well, self-defense, we had to open fire, I wouldn't lose no sleep. Take the fucking trash out. That's the way you have to think if you want to survive in the future. We're too friggin' nice, you know? No, I'm like this. We're jail or death, whatever the hell happens, you know. But it was not even that. It's the fact that I see people in there talking about, well, blah blah blah. The black people who defend this shit, you know. Why do we gotta be and live around people like this? What made certain segments of black people destroy our freaking community from within? You know, so the bottom line, I'm just telling you how it is. If you want to survive in this country and whatnot, we got to get tough. Now, if you do not basically, if you don't start getting tough, and we're not going to survive. You said you don't want to go to Africa. You said you don't go to Afghanistan. So we're supposed to live in area. We're supposed to either be pushed into white neighborhoods or basically let little YNs destroy the quality of life in our community, where you got elderly goddamn black women who are getting shot up in the street, older black men and women working their ass off, getting hit by stray bullets and whatnot. Yeah, it's a time to hate. When you get that hatred burning in your heart, we're gonna act. Then one day we're gonna act on it. No, because the bottom line is this: once you get that hatred, enough black people get that hatred in their hearts and whatnot. You know, you can't fight that because you walk around thinking the hood niggas are victims. We gotta love them. We gotta reach out to them and all this kind of stupid shit like that. When you learn to hate, you know, hate your enemies, you know, then you could deal with them. Our community is a fucking war zone. And that's what people, the FBA people tell me that I gotta be proud of. I'm a foundational black America. We got it popping over here. What the fuck we got popping over here? Every black community, even once nice black communities, are now a war zone because we don't know how to put our foot down. There's a season for all things. Now it's a season to hate. I saw a video where these black women are talking about going to white men, white racists talk about, please exterminate black men. Did you put in one in the chat room if you heard that video? Put in one in the chat room if you heard that video that's going around where these black women are actually talking about unaliving and mass extermination of black men. We do this because we tolerate this crap. We want to understand the sisters. No, we have to show the hatred, you know. I'm about to block 1776 for fucking ever. Keep it at 1776. You're on thin ground. I'm ready to block you forever. I don't want to see you ever again. You know, keep it up. You think I'm playing with you? That, my folks, is the dumbest fucking motherfucker that ever got on my show. So what I'm saying is, it's a time to hate. We got black people walking around now, going in front of white people, telling us that we were better off when we were segregated. It's a time to hate. It's a time to hate. Our ancestors want to be free. Our ancestors fought for us to be part of this fucking this society. You know, if we're gonna live here, let's be part. Like I said, I tell the FBA this: if you guys want to be part of America, you say you don't want Africa, that's fine. I'm with you, regardless. I'm where my people want to be, right? But something has to give. Where you cannot have dysfunctional crime rating communities when that's compared where it's okay for, I keep saying, videos of black people stealing in stores, black people acting a fool, raiding. So yeah, look, hatred has to come. We can't be so tolerant and loving of every damn thing that goes on. One of the reasons why I wanted an Afghanistan, because I said we had our own land, you know, we could straighten people out. Because the only thing keeping like this Cola said, a lot of black people are scared of hood. Yeah, we are. Imagine if we had our own nation. We could deal with that element if they ever came over there. We could exterminate them. But America is going to make sure that that element is always basically doing what they got to do, because that's how they keep black neighborhoods impoverished. That's how they keep black neighborhoods under control, but keep it in a constant state of chaos. If you hate chaos, you're sick of chaos and the chaotic situation in the black America, you join me. Because I think a lot of us are just tired of it. We're tired of it. People, you made your point. You want to be American, right? But what do you have here? What do you have here? We don't have nothing for ourselves. So the future of America is we gotta be in white areas. We gotta mix with white people. We can't have black men and black women loving each other once again, building families and whatnot. That is that the future of black America? I be seeing young white men, was overweight, chubby, and everything like that. But he got a house. He's 30 years old. He got a house with halfway looking decent babe, like 3 kids, 3 daughters, and a son, whatever like that. And he's basically out there doing this thing, playing with his kids in the yard. What it takes for an average black man before you could get a house, everything, in a black couple, you're well in your damn 50s before you could settle down, have a wife, and everything like that. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on in our culture? No, I don't like this shit. He just said we got to work harder, but we got to create a we first, Marcus. There's got to be a we, I don't know what 1776 is. He's just a freaking buffoon. He's a freaking buffoon, We have to build our community up. I hope you do find that black man, Marishai. I feel sorry for our sisters, because really the pickings are slim in black America as far as men. I really feel bad for our sisters, I really do, And I wish there were African men were an alternative, but a lot of them Negroes ain't no good either, So I really feel sorry for our sisters out here, man. We really let them down. We really did. But you have to basically understand what I'm talking about tonight, right? We are too tolerant of degeneracy and dysfunction. It's almost like we love degeneracy and dysfunction. When you get to the point where you hate somebody like a Sexy Red, they'll disappear. When you hate something like a Suki Duki Hama, they'll disappear. When you hate something like Glorilla, and all these stupid rappers on stage and whatnot, embarrassing the hell out of us, when they feel that hatred in our hearts and whatnot, they will go away or change what they're doing, because we refuse to hate. We refuse to have hatred. We refuse to let that one instinct that basically God gave us to protect us for what's right and wrong. Hatred allows you to basically be a filter for people to disrupt the tranquil spirit. If you know something is wrong and something goes against your values, you begin to hate that. And when you hate that, right, whatever that is cannot harm you. So whatever you get, whatever you did, whatever you have cannot harm you, because you created a barrier, Interesting story. I don't know if I'd ever told this story, right? I never forget 2003. It was like the summer of 2003, right? I had to go to New York to my cousin Ali was murdered in Poughkeepsie, New York, right? So I had to go up there for his funeral and everything like that. But I took the the bus up there, right? And I was in the port. Never forget, I was in the Port Authority, waiting to do the changeover to upstate New York. And I was sitting in this one bar in the Port Authority, right? I was sitting there. It's a nice bar, you know. A lot of executives hang out there and stuff like that, you know. And this one white guy comes up to me, obviously like either Anglo-Saxon, Dutch, he had blonde hair or whatever like that. Obviously has money because he had his shorts, his flip flops on and whatnot. When you see New Yorkers walking around with flops, that means they got a lot of money. Yeah, you know, they're rich, super rich, uber rich. You know, he's out in the middle of the afternoon and whatnot, you know, at the bar. And he just comes up to me, puts his hand on my shoulder. Brother, man, I am so sorry. I go, well, sir, what are you talking about? I got to buy you a drink, man. Let me have you hold. I said, sorry, it's not necessary. Brother, man, he goes, man, what our people did to you, the whole thing, man. See, and he's sitting here trying to ignore, you know, it's all right to say you're angry or what happened to us or whatnot. And I was sitting there like, no, I'm good. I'm good. He said, you shouldn't be. You should be angry right now, you know, about what my ancestors did to yours. That's what he was saying to me. He goes, I don't know how you people are so loving and forgiving and stuff like that. And that's when I started thinking, yeah, why are we so loving and forgiving? But I was like, no, it's good. When it's good. When he said, yeah, you're a nice guy and everything. But the bottom line is, he was kind of drunk too. It's like, I can't imagine if I went through what your people went through, what I would be like, you know? And so a lot of white people, they know, you know. I don't know if he was a liberal or not. The guy, like, obviously he was rich. He had money, you know. One of those rich New Yorker white guys, you know. Wasn't Jewish, nothing like that, but because he had blonde hair, he might have been like a descendant of the Dutch, you know, early Dutch people, you know. Some of these families in New York, you know, got money that go back to hundreds of years, you know. But he was just like, man, I tell you what, you know, it's he goes, what you people went through and that, and all I gotta say is, I am so sorry. I am so sorry, man. Will you ever forgive me? I said, sir, you didn't do nothing to me, you know. Said, he goes, you gotta stop that. Y'all people gotta stop that, you know. We did a lot to you people and whatnot. I can't, you know, like the stuff I know that we did and stuff like that, you know, and what we did to you. Because he's like, because that's, you know, they wouldn't be where they are unless they did what their ancestors did to what they did to our ancestors. You know, they know that. But he was just like, I just don't understand why you people are just so forgiving, you know? It's what he was saying to me. Why are you so forgiving? You know, why are you so forgiving? Why are you people so forgiving? You know, y'all gotta start learning how to stand up for yourself. And ever since then, that's when I was on this quest, man. I said maybe we should look at things because I was like, oh yeah, man, that was back then. This is now and not. And he was like, nah, man. He said, look, you guys owed a lot, man. He goes, you guys owed a lot. Here comes Baruti talking about diaspora Africans, U.S. We're not diaspora Africans, Baruti. I don't go by that freaking term, diaspora Africans, you know. I'm not no damn diaspora African. I'm African American, you know. I'm not no damn diaspora African. What the fuck is that, you know? My identity is Black America, bro. Period, point and blank. That's just another way of colonizing Black America. Call us diaspora and Africans, you know? So they could colonize us, take our money and our talent and our history and everything like that for themselves. So yeah, that's what we're talking about tonight, you know? And like I said, I want to play that video I was telling you guys about. I'm going to tell you about, I think I shared it. Hold up. Give me a second, folks. I don't know if I shared it or not, you know? Let me see.
So just pulling up.
No, let me see. Oh, yeah, here we go.
Free that. What in the ham sandwich is going on down in Dallas, Georgia? I'm going to call this the Menace House because there were 7 people, even some underage people there, and they all being charged as adults, okay? But there were 7 people ranging.
All right, this is what I'm talking. This is what really got me triggered. I'm an African American, bro. I am not a diasporan African. I'm not the same as a Haitian. I'm not the same as an African friggin' immigrant. Do you get that, you thickhead? I'm not the same as a friggin' Nigerian, an African immigrant. Well, I'm African American. That's it. You know, I'm not an African diasporan. You know, somebody coming from off the plane from Africa and me are not the same people. I don't have the same history. You know, I have a different history. Just to erase my history and call me an African diaspora, man, get out of here. You know, Bree, you're not going nowhere with your ideology. You trying to erase who the hell my identity. You know, want to erase my identity when I on this term African diaspora. Get out of here. Eddie Thorne said, "We have been conditioned to love our enemies. You know, racists terrorize our people. The whole scripture teaches us to forgive. Yeah, but they teach to forgive, but don't mean forget. That's the whole thing. It says forgive. I can forgive anybody, but that don't mean I'm gonna forget. That don't mean I'm gonna freaking keep going, let the person keep doing the same thing over and over to me. You know, that's the difference. And I think you can forgive somebody and still hate them. You know." Let's see. All right, watch this video. This is what really got me triggered when I saw this today. I don't know why I actually delete TikTok, man, because TikTok, all it does is make me angry all the time, you know? Listen to this video. Watch this. Okay, it's in there, folks. Let's watch the video.
In Dallas, Georgia. I'm going to call this the menace house because there were 7 people, even some underage people there, and they all being charged as adults. Okay. But there were 7 people ranging from the ages of 13 to 59. And they all have been arrested for SA of a girl that came over there, and everybody was in there drinking, doing stuff they were not supposed to be doing. So what I'm finding out is a young girl came over there. She was a guest. She came over to this party or whatever they were doing. They were just hanging out. And then it turned from everybody drinking and doing things they weren't supposed to be doing to SA and this girl. So Jelani and Renasia, however you say that name, they put their hands on this girl. And then these 2 boys, they began to SA this girl. They said that this is not the first run-in with law enforcement. SWAT team has been there to this house 4 different times. And they said everybody in that house is involved in gang activity, ag assaults, battery, all kinds of stuff. They just menaces. You got young menaces and you got old menaces. You got Sarah Miles. She's charged with maintaining a disorderly house. Then you got Keisha Scott maintaining a disorderly house and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. All them minors in there. Probably been doing this forever. Then you got Noah Brooks, same charge, contributing to a minor. Then you got Deontay Parker. Deontay, SA, participation in gang activity, all kinds of charges. Jabari Scott, same thing. SA of this young girl. And the same thing with Jelani Daniel. He's the juvenile. He's being charged as an adult. And Renasia White, same thing. SA and all kinds of gang activity, menaces. It sounds like to me, y'all set this young girl up to come over there to put your hands on her and do other things. Y'all set this girl up. Now you're getting 3 hots in a cot. And before y'all come about Miss Miles talking about, she can't control this. No, forget that. Because the police have been there 4 different times. They've been, look, you need to shut this down. Nope, you didn't shut it down. You letting them run the house. And she knew what was going on in the house, along with Keisha Scott and Noah Brooks. We got to do better, man. I mean, for real, go get you a job, something, man, some kind of mentoring program. And I saw the comments, people up there talking about free my baby and all that. Said, no, your baby getting 3 hots in a cot. You should have did a better job raising your baby. Free that.
Yeah, this video really had me really amped up. I mean, really angry today, Yeah, Tariq will say these are African immigrants. That's what they say. Oh, These are tethers and whatnot, tethers. These are Nigerians, names like Keisha Scott. Oh, yeah, those are freaking real Gambian immigrants, they're from the Gambia, oh, they're from the Congo, whatever like that, so it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't want to hear nothing about no damn immigrant anymore, We got this trash running out. To me, the number one thing bothering me right now is the amount of black trash in Black America, you know? Because I'm fucking stuck between a rock and a hard place. You want to build this black. Every time you look around, just the other day in Alabama homecoming, right? South Carolina homecoming. South Carolina, Alabama had like a month ago. The other day, look at the homecoming in South Carolina. 4 girls were shot in the head at a homecoming event, a college homecoming event. I'm not allowed to hate this stuff. I'm not allowed to hate a culture and a music that friggin' that promotes this stuff. I'm not allowed to point fingers at people who condone this, who prop this out, whatnot, make this as normal. No, I'm not allowed to hate the people who bring this culture and make it affects everybody. And the other day, it was another place, I forgot where it was. Downtown someplace, right? 2 people got shot by 2 dudes were fighting, arguing, and they were shooting at each other, and several people got hit by stray bullets. We're not supposed to hate this shit, you know? I don't know. I'm seeing you look, Andrew. I'm sick and tired of, but look, I'm holding Negroes responsible. I'm sick and tired of hearing about the white man, the man. I was like, we have a free will like anybody else. If a white man could put drugs in there, guns, all shit like that, the bottom line, but that don't mean we got to pick it up. That don't mean we got to sell each other poison. That don't mean we have to shoot each other up and whatnot. I'm so sick and tired of hearing that. It was a white man, he tempted me and whatnot. I'm like, this is why, so folks, I am so angry tonight. This is why I say it's a season to hate. To everything is easy, burn, burn, burn. There's a season, and well, I know the words. To everything there's a season, Turn to everything. To everything there's a season, folks. I think this is a season to hate. These Negroes did a good job at basically stifling the Pan African movement, the Black nationalist movement, and whatnot. Now we're stuck with this in America, right? But this is what we got to deal with. Look, I'm sorry, Baruti. Emotions, hatred is another part of human emotion. I don't want to hear that. Right now, I am full of hatred. I'm watching my people die. And I'm the people that's destroying my community. I hate them. So yeah, I am full of hatred. The friggin' mentality that murdered 3 of my cousins and whatnot in cold blood, I hate it. So people tell, oh, don't hate Colin. Get the fuck out of here. The bottom line is this. You have to hate. What's a teachable moment? What's a teachable moment? The bottom line is this. I look at that situation, right? The mother, the grandmother, the mother, whoever it is, had the house and whatnot. That's what all too common. One family like that, right, that would gang bang and all stupid. And why are we letting these people around us? I would love to know the neighborhood they live in, right? Because What it is because you're taught to love, whatever like that. The people that could have dealt with these people, drove them out of the neighborhood or got this right. They're silenced by this is deafening. Oh, you gotta love, and also no, it's time to hate. It's time to fucking hate. It's time to hate people that's trying to destroy, undermine us. It's time to hate people that freaking don't want to do right. Hatred. When they feel that hatred and whatnot, they're gonna be like, something? I'm hated in my community, right? My community hates me, right? They know if something goes down, right? We're not gonna be down in the courthouse acting the fool, trying to get you out and whatnot. I don't know about the diaspora. The bottom line is this: I don't know about a diaspora homeland. I don't know what the hell a diaspora homeland is, right? I realize that most of these people in the so-called diaspora don't fuck with us. How can I build something with somebody if you can't get along with me in America? Why the hell would I want to be with you in Africa? Simple as that. The so-called diaspora include black immigrants that come over here who don't like my people, Brody. That's another thing I'm starting to dislike. People come here and they freaking got all foul shit to say about us and whatnot. And bottom line is, and I'm telling people, no, you don't have to like that shit anymore. You don't have to let people abuse you and disrespect you just because you're black American and whatnot. They don't embrace your heritage or your identity. So I don't know about a so-called diaspora settlement. If we can't even build communities here with us or not, how the hell are you gonna build something overseas with us? It is what it is. To everything, there's a season. It goes like that too. Like I was watching this thing. I was talking on Nigeria, talking about Nigeria open defecation problem, right? That's because of not enough Nigerians hate that shit. When you start hating that shit, open deprecation and all stuff like that, things will change. I think Nigerians getting tired of the open deprecation in their country. I want to play a video, but I know people get upset over this video I'm about to play, but we'll see. No, I don't think African American disrespect. Look, some black people disrespect themselves. I don't disrespect myself. I'm by all means African American, not so called. I am African American. So the bottom line is this: until you realize that, Bernie, I don't know how far you're going to get. You're trying to change us into something we're not. We're not going to call ourselves African diasporans. It's not going to happen, bro. Oh, that's fine. African American. Look, people get married all the time. My wife's Liberian. What does that got to do with anything? I'm talking about the fact that there's a lot of stuff going on in our culture. There's a lot of stuff going on in Africa we're not being tolerated because we have never learned to hate. You can't be so freaking tolerant or whatnot. Be like, that doesn't define the relationship between Black America and Kenya. One person getting married to a Kenyan doesn't define the relationship overall between Black America and Kenya. As simple as that. Wish them a lot of luck. It's probably a beautiful thing. To everything, there's a season of hate. But talking about last night's show, we basically proved last night that without a shot of a doubt, it shouldn't even be a debate, that what you call black people, by entering the mainstream America, are now in a position to help Africa, to link out with the rest of the world and everything like that. We needed this. We needed to get to the mainstream because that's where all the access to the globe and the power was. So I'm not gonna ever say we were better off as segregated. That's that white supremacy talking points. No, they were better off as segregation. They were better off. They use these ad hominem red herrings. See, we had less crime, we had less teen. Yeah, sure. Sure, we probably did, but that don't mean we were on a whole better off. When African parents tell children to follow the footsteps of wild kids in America, not to follow wild kids in America. Let me ask you a question, right? Do they understand if they really believe that? Then why do most African parents send their kids to black colleges? That's what I understand. Why is it that Africans always dress like and hang around in Black American spots? You know, or they duplicate Black American spots and create the same thing. They do the same. They end up doing the same thing, doing the same thing that they could consider bad in Black America. They end up doing the same thing. They're involved in scams like that. The Nigerian parents teach them about how to scam. That's one article where this guy scammed a university, I think in Houston, out of $49,000 worth of scholarship by using fake documents and fake underwriting degrees. He's afforded the grad school out. He's facing like 10 years in prison. Nigerian. Did the people was it? And first, the parents tell him about that. What about the number of fake nursing degrees that a lot of Africans have? They constantly find it. They busted a whole clinic up in Maryland of Africans with degrees that were fake, diplomas and degrees that were fake. Is that what you people do? So people always come over here, and that's what's fueling a lot of hatred. People come over here judging Black America, and they come over there with high horse and whatnot, and we're tired of it. Come over here judging us and everything. It's like when I say something about, oh wow, Black America is $1 trillion. Right away, Africans, that includes us. That includes us. When I say record numbers of Black people who graduate college, that's us. That's us. It's us too. When you talk about anything good, homeownership among Black people, that's us. That's us. Then when we talk about the problems in the Black community, right, that were attributed to Black community, suddenly the immigrants, no, that's not us. That's not us. That's not us. That's not us. It's ridiculous, Everybody wants to come over here and make themselves feel better than what they actually are. You guys, you immigrants come over here with the same damn issues, problems, probably even worse than we have them, Ain't nobody fucking innocent in all this shit. Immigrants got their shit with them. We got our shit with us. Everybody got their problems. But they always sit back and make it seem like, oh, we got no problems. Black America's all the problems. And you know for a fact that that's a lie. That's what people are angry about. That's what people are starting to hate. Yep. So, with that being said, before you get this into the show, if this is season to hate, let the Reverend Caller know. Oh, what am I doing? Let the season to hate. Let the Caller Genesis know. Step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up. As you talk to the Reverend Caller Genesis, there's a season for all things. There's a season of love. I think we are in the season of hate. I think hatred is a good thing sometimes because it does basically Hatred checks the foolish spirit. You know what I'm saying? You have an angry spirit, you have an evil spirit, and everybody has a foolish spirit, which you can be made to fool, which makes you gullible, weak, and whatever, indecisive, Hatred basically checks the foolish spirit in everybody. That's what it does. Hatred checks foolishness. Yeah, step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. Step right up, folks. Step right up. Now, who will be the first to step up? Well, like I said, hatred. When you see such shit like these stuff like that, and you say, you know something, I'm gonna, uh, I'm gonna run for mayor. I want to go and get my certificate to be a. I want one day to be a police captain. You basically do that because it was something you saw in your life that you hated. You know, there's something in your life you saw that you hated. You know, what the hell? There's something in your life that triggered you to do something. And so I look broody. Why? What is it about? Look, the bottom line is this. Look. As a group, Black people in America, for the most part, some of us identify as being part of Africa. Some of us don't. I came to that conclusion. And some people, broody, a good portion of us, don't want anything to do with Africa. Some people just don't care about Africa. I accepted that. Well, people like you tend to freaking always beef with the people who actually have something that want to have something to do with Africa. You still want it your way. That's the problem I have. If you can't even convince me, how you gonna convince all these other fucking people who really don't want to do with Africa? I know Black America is a big prize. That's why people don't get these so-called African diasporan groups and whatnot. Where they basically do not basically mess with a group of Black people. You can't tell no Haitian about Africa. It's like, man, see this poverty I'm around. This is my Africa. You can't go to Jamaica. What the hell is Jamaican? I'm talking about Africa for, man. He got his own Africa right there. Poor sanitation and all shit like that. You can't have people coming from bad conditions talking about Africa, man. Come on. Africa has to do with something like that. And who do we have? Okay, I think this guy Steve on. Let's Steve. All right, Steve. What's on your mind? Don't keep up here because you think I'm lonely. I'm not fucking lonely. What's on your mind?
Oh no. You said this is a season of hate. I mean, like I said, I grew up
I
in
said a season of hate,
right. No, that's what I was saying.
not the season of hate. I never said that.
Oh,
I
okay,
said
okay.
I
A
said
season of hate.
I said at some time there's a season for all things, and I said not defined by what a video played is. The stuff I'm looking at right now is a season of hate. That's what I said.
Um, as me growing up, in a Christian, as a Christian,
So
I
what?
was
Christians are human, right?
right. I understand that. I understand that. And
The
yet
bottom
sometimes
line, and look, God hates. God hates sin.
that's exactly the point I was about to make. Like we should hate the actions of the people, but not necessarily hate the
You know what?
people
Nobody,
themselves.
nobody ever said that you hate people like that. But the bottom line, if the actions of a people and them and their behavior come together, I gotta hate the people. You know, I can't just say, something, I love you. I hate when you fuck up or not. Like these guys who did that to that girl. I said, look, it's all right for me to hate you, because look what you did. Look what you're about.
Right.
I don't just go to nobody and say I hate you, right? You got to give me good reason to, you know.
Exactly. You mean that means you hate the actions of that person or the sin of
Yeah,
that
and the
person.
bottom line, and that basically means I don't like the person anymore. You know,
Uh,
I really hate the person. I don't buy that. Oh, I love the person, but I don't like is that no. If I know you mean me no good and you're about nothing, I just say, look, I don't have anything to do with you. As simple as that. So the bottom line, I don't believe in that. Oh, you can forgive somebody 20 times. Get the hell out of here. I said that's for God to do. God to forgive. I don't forgive. Yeah, I just tell people all the time. I say I think it's just time for us to learn how to hate. Because I think hatred is gonna make black people smart. I think hatred right now is the reason why black people are getting stronger in America because we're not falling for all this stupid stuff. Black people really hate white liberals. Black people in America are learning to hate illegal immigrants, Mexicans, and Somalis. All that's why we're basically standing down. We're saying the hell with that shit. Hatred of black people sick and tired and hate crime. They're sick and tired of hate these arrogant, cocky YNs on the street, right? That hatred basically is the reason why there's a deafening silence in Black America about the U.S. of the president sending National Guards into black areas. People like black people like something. I may not like Trump, but my hatred for these YNs and the destruction they do. I've seen this guy, this YN, just they have these what they call the blickety, the whatever they call it, the long clip, whatever. They're just out there just firing off rounds and rounds and rounds in the neighborhood or whatnot. And I'm saying these people got to get up and go to work every day. What the hell do they do to deserve living like around that shit? Nothing. So the bottom line is this: the reason why they tolerate it because there's not enough hatred. If there was enough hatred, they will react to it and try to do something about it. As simple as that. But we're told to love and forgive. I just dislike the action column, but love the person. No, I want this. I want to see the person destroyed. That doing that shit. That's hatred. I want to see the person that's doing that stuff. You out there throwing out rounds and hitting innocent bystanders. I think you ought to die. That's the way I see it. People don't want to agree with that. That's fine. But that's the way I see it. And I have that much hatred in my heart right now, for all this stuff. Because people say, something, Colin, the Afghanistan. So I'm saying, okay, I might have to put that on hold. Y'all made up your mind. Y'all don't want to do this shit. Y'all don't want to be a nation and whatnot. I can't find really good men at all this time. So I say, something, let's see what you guys are talking about. You guys say we're American and whatnot, but yet look what they're talking about. Fucking crime infested, poverty infested communities and whatnot. Lack of infrastructure, filth, disease, germs, rats, roaches, everything. That's the freaking black America you want for me? That's what you say that we should not build an Afghanistan for? No, I'm sorry. You know, I do have hatred, for people who think like that. That's what I'm saying. And hatred is a good thing. Somebody named Andre Morris said that shooting rounds here is done in America, maybe Jamaica too. They weren't, and I saw them. They weren't shooting in the air. They were shooting straight up. They were shooting straight. They weren't shooting in the air. They were just busting off stuff like that at each other, the ops, whatever, like that. These guys out there doing it like it's a fucking game. Yeah, the party, a lot of grown-ups don't know how to friggin' stop partying. Put the damn Old English down, Negroes. Put the damn Ciroc down. Put the damn the Crown Royal and whatever other you drink down and whatnot. Get your stinking ass off the damn dance floor and whatnot. And start raising your damn kids. You know? Fundi Baruti says, here's my thing. Kala has an occasion says he's a Pan-Africanist. I don't know what Pan-Africanism mean, right? Baruti, I would like to tell you, I define what is a Pan-African. I don't take the goofy ass people coming from the African Union and the continent or not, you know. Those are Pan-African parasites. I'm a Pan-Africanist, but these people are Pan-African parasites. All they want to do is leech off of Black America because Black America is strong. I know what's best for my people, you know. All these people want to leech off us and whatnot for everything. Dr. Arikana, who does she come to? Black America. All these people do is nothing but a bunch of friggin' parasites, and I hate them. Everywhere, I said the money's the way. So everywhere people don't have money. Well, I don't know where they're getting these bullets from. Then you look up in the streets, there's hundreds of bullet casings on the ground the next morning, and the community terrorized and whatnot. You know how many people I know that live in certain projects? When they say they already trained. When they start hearing the gunshots, they get under their bed. Kids growing up in that terror. What the fuck you need the Ku Klux Klan for? Don't tell me about no damn neo-Nazis. Don't tell me about no friggin' Aryan nations. Don't tell me about no damn Ku Klux Klan. Marshall said we want more successful, prosperous. Yeah. In order for you to have a successful, prosperous Black community, you gotta hate Black dysfunction. I mean, hate it. Not point it out. You have to literally hate it. If you do not hate Black dysfunction, you're part of the problem. Because you put the whole communities at risk. Black and one said Black culture has snitching or having police. Well, whatever. I don't like that freaking whatever dysfunctional culture. And like those are the freaking hood Black cultures, bro. Middle class Black communities, they do call the police, bro. Let me say it's hard to live in a house of cards. And well, it's about. Look, let me tell you something about that, Lala Brown. I don't give a damn, right? If something's built on a weak foundation, tear it the fuck down. Tear it the fuck down and let's start all over and build it up again. I'm thinking, oh, you know, Colin, you shouldn't throw stones. We live in a glass house. Tear the fucking glass house down and build one on a strong foundation. Stop living in a damn glass house and build a real house. Stop living in a house of cards. Stop living on shifting sand. That's the problem. Everything we build is basically weak and compromised. Andre, be honest with me, I don't want to. Head brood again. Colin, one of your chat says he doesn't care about Africa. Look, I'm like this, bro. Broody, I've changed my opinion, right? I care about Africa, right? I care about it, but I also care about Rico Miller. He's my blood. You understand that, Broody? That's my blood. He's been in this country for as long as my ancestors, 400 years. He comes first with me. He's my blood. Now, the fact that we don't have anything in Africa, do we have any African soil to call our own, Broody? No. So I am not gonna make anybody pledge allegiance to Africa until we have a state, a soil, a piece of territory of our own. When we get that, then I can go to Rico Miller and say, hey, look, you have a responsibility to your land over here. You guys left us with nothing. 400 years, we got nothing. And now you want our allegiance? Are you freaking insane? I think I'm the righteous voice of Black people, you know? As unfortunately, people think like that. They're like F Africa, you know? You guys had all this time to make it right with Black America. You never did. There's no African. There's no state where we have the Black people all, not just Black America, but all the millions of Black people in the diaspora don't have a homeland. But you got all these colonial states that still exist. that today Benin had a coup and whatnot. I think Nigeria was involved with. I don't know what the hell. Let me look it up.
It failed. It failed.
Or whatever. The fact that
Yeah.
that's 200 coups in Africa. 200 coups. Africa has the world's most number of coups. The whole continent unstable. So there's nothing you could tell anybody about damn Africa, bro. There's nothing you could tell them, And I'm not gonna force Africa on no one again. I'm in Africa. I go there. I'm a part of it. Hey, look, that's it is for me. But I'm not saying recommending it for anybody else. There's absolutely nothing wrong with owning guns. It's becoming continent still controlled by colonizers. No shit. I don't know if it's controlled by colonizers. It's controlled by people who want to be colonized, People in Africa want to be colonized. They want their little licks and crumbs that the colonizers bring. And we got my main man here. What's up, partner?
What's up, Kyle? How you doing?
What's going on, brother?
Nothing much. What's up, Steve?
What's going on, Jonathan?
What's poppin'? What we talking about, Kyle?
Well, I was
I
saying,
got you for like the last 5 minutes.
what you saying? I said
I heard what you said for the last 5 minutes. I don't know what the whole show is about, though.
I said to everything there's a season, right? There's a season for joy, the season for happiness, season for love, season for peace, season for war. And I said sometimes there's a season to hate. Because if we don't have some sort of hatred in us, right? How are we going to know how to defend what we love? You agree with that?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So, like I said, that 1776 clown last night going around talking about the civil rights movement was bad for us. That we were better off than the fucking Jim Crow. As this fool said. And he said Martin Luther King's disparaging thing. I said, look, I don't agree with everything Martin Luther King said, but we were definitely much better off than before the civil rights laws were created. We know after the civil rights laws were created, because I showed him. I said all the black billionaires and millionaires have in America. I have a friend of mine that's a retired Navy chief. Now he works as a contractor with the Navy, right? And he makes like $200K a year, plus pension and all that, right? You think that could have been done during the Jim Crow era? Of course not. So why are they coming up with this revisionist history that we were so better off under Jim Crow, Jonathan?
Because they're stupid. For me personally, I don't listen to anyone under the age of 80 about anything that happened during those time periods.
You
If
got
you
these
didn't
right
live during those time periods, you
the right
shouldn't
wing
make
right
you
wingers
shouldn't
are
make
running around
statements on
talking
it.
that. Right winger Charlie Kirk said that. Black people had better homes. All that. Yeah, because we were poor. We had no choice. Most black women only got married at 18 because it was how she was going to eat. Most of us
But
were poor.
Kyla, the thing is, the civil rights movement. You got what exactly did we get? The right to vote.
Yeah.
Went to the same school as other people. That wasn't fully all of that integration wasn't fully implemented until like the late 1990s. It didn't
Yeah.
happen immediately.
Yeah. It
So
was just
throughout the whole time period, what exactly happened? Because it wasn't integration that caused any of this stuff.
right. It
Bloods and
was.
Crips existed long before there was integration in Los
And
Angeles.
not only that, even when the civil rights war happened, a lot of black people took the time to start developing their own communities,
Yeah.
and basically using things like they couldn't use before, like public funds and voting voting based on getting contracts. We were all involved in all that and civics and stuff like that. We were not allowed to be in the civic leagues on that and the planning departments of communities and whatnot. All that changed. And a lot of us basically took all that and we started building. I'll show you black communities that emerged in the late 60s in Virginia, nice
Yeah.
black communities, So this idea that we want to integrate thing, that's what they do. His whole thing is, yeah, Carla, I know you just want to integrate to get with some white woman. No, I don't want to get with no fucking white woman. But I want to don't want to be segregated either, you know? And so that's why he just projected himself on everybody else. And so that's what they're telling them to say. The black men who want integration just want to be on white women or whatnot. No. We just want to be where the opportunity and the power is, And so right now, I would not be in a position right now if it was not integrated. If I didn't get an education I did and have the experience that I did, So much as before, I was like, nah, man, we don't like integration. Now I look at it now, like, damn, something. The reason why I can think the way I do, and I have this high expectation in life is because I was exposed to certain things,
Yeah. But one of the problems that we have is that a lot of times people, when they try to blame like immigration and shit, they generally don't look at the facts surrounding how integration actually worked. Because if you look at states that had early integration, a state like maybe Idaho or something like that, they were the first state to say, okay, you know what, blacks and white people, you'll be treated equally. You go to the same schools and all of that stuff. But black people in Idaho, they still maintain their own communities. They still maintain their own church. They have the highest marriage rate in mainland United States of America. They're the they're the wealth people in Idaho. So if it works in Idaho and it works in a couple of other states, we have to understand, well, why is it not working in other states? Because, well, in those states, black people weren't constantly being targeted by
Yeah,
white people or the white government. But all the other states in California and all the in southern states, black people were generally targeted every single time.
yeah.
So it's not like, yeah, integration happened. And then after that, we were just good. They still targeted you even after they say, okay, we'll pass integration.
People overestimated integrate. All black people wanted was access to the mainstream.
And
If
that was it.
that was it,
And
they didn't care about freaking moving next to a white person. We wanted what the white community had in our community. We was sick of being disenfranchised. In other words, we wanted traffic lights and street lights on our streets.
yeah,
We want paved streets and everything like that, sewer systems, everything like that, same way you have in the white areas. And so therefore that's what the black if we want to shop downtown, we don't want to be restricted. If I want to shop in the mall or something, remember something. By the late 60s, that's when a new thing called shopping malls opened up. Matter of fact, something. One of the shopping malls in Rhode Island was built back in 1800, and it's like it's still to this day like a state of the art, nice. But back at nationwide, people started opening these shopping malls, shopping centers, and whatnot. And black people just say, yo, I want to be a part of that. You will walk into a supermarket, the door automatically opens and it's got AC going, kicking and whatnot. You can go to the freezer aisle and all that. What are you supposed to do? Sit back in the hood and buy stale food, bread from Mr. Joe's, whatever. It was just elementary. So it wasn't like, we had a freaking choice. We really had no choice. You know, we didn't have
Hey,
really no choice. So that's what.
Jonathan, today your birthday, man.
oh yeah, nigga turned 37 today.
Oh man, happy
Oh,
birthday.
For
mine's
sure.
Tuesday.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Marie, too.
My birthday's Tuesday. So
All right.
all December.
Happy future related birthday to you.
I'll be working. I'll be on the. No, I don't think I'm gonna do a show Tuesday night. Me and my brother's going out. You know,
Well, happy birthday to you, man.
all right, well, I'll take it. Baby said there's a lot of dummies out there drawing, playing Jim Crow. So I'm sick of the black. I'm sticking with the black woman. That's good, brother. To each his own. Divorce rate is high in America. But look. The bottom line is this. I'm looking at the thing is like Jonathan. People have basically made it clear to me that I got to put the so-called Afghanistan on the back burner, right? Because they said this is our country, and they made a strong case, right? This is our country. We're American. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Okay, let's look at the America they want me to freaking be satisfied with. What? Uh, the other day, 4 girls got shot in the head in South Carolina at homecoming. You know, a week before that, I think it was in Alabama. 2 dudes got into an argument on the street. We're not in a busy downtown area somewhere, right? And next thing you know, bullets are flying. People got hit. A month ago in Alabama, same thing happened, right? Guns came out and like 14 people shot. In Chicago at a tree lighting site when the mayor was there, gunshot and whatnot. People running for their life. Somebody is unalived. That's the America they want me to be settled with. Settle with. Don't go to Africa, Collar. We got nothing in Africa, Collar. Forget about Africa. So okay, I guess you got it really figured out in America. So what do you think about that, Jonathan?
Well, Kyla, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm gonna look at it from both sides. All right. So in America, we have the gang shit, and we have people who do the shootings and shit, the crime, people who drive down property rates and all of that stuff. When you look at it, it sounds very horrible what happens in
It
my
is.
community. It's nice to be a part of that stupid shit. Forgive me, y'all. But at the same time, no, Kyla, you and I both know there's a huge possibility you live that lifestyle, you go to jail. Some police went to jail, I went to jail. We know that there's consequences in America. As much as we hate it, we see it on the news, we see it on what first 48, these niggas they get arrested, they go to jail, they snitching on each other in the first 10 minutes. They're all going down for life, whatever the case may be. Now in Africa, all right. Today I think I had like a rude awakening because I went on a long ass road trip, which I would never fucking do again. Okay.
Are you still on the continent? Or are you back?
Yeah, I'm in Nigeria. So I was in Cross River State. Me and wife got married, faithfulness. We got married in a Calabar, right? And then I spent some time looking at this stupid carnival bullshit. And then I had to get back to Benin. So there's no direct flights from Calabar to Benin. So the only way to get to Benin the same day would be for me to take the bus. And wait, hold on a second, get the alarm rolling. Yeah, so we rented a bus. We took a bus. Can you imagine, Colin? With a distance of, let's just say, if I was leaving the Bay Area and going to Fresno, that road trip took 13 hours, bro.
Damn, 13
13
hours.
hours. And I'm looking at it.
That's like going from New York to Texas, man.
I mean, 13 hours. I'm talking about the government talks about all of these infrastructure projects they're working on. Nigga, in Benin, they want to put up a bridge that people can drive over in the area where you really can't fit a bridge. And at the same time, the streets are bad. You focusing on a bridge and you don't even fix the streets first. That the bridge that you're going to
Yeah,
go over
that's
before you
what
can
I
get on the
said.
bridge.
I said to I said, look, we have expectations, right? And it's going to be hard for Black America to go any place when you have certain expectations. When I drive from New York to Virginia, right, 6 hours max, right? But you know something, I look at the same distance I took driving from Monrovia to Nimba County, right? Almost the same, not even freaking like a third of the distance, right? Took the same amount of time. And I'm saying to myself, whoa, we're used to basically knowing that do you drive across a bridge or road, the thing's not going to fall out because it's proper maintenance every year. I'm confident when I go across the George Washington Bridge or the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. I'm like, I know everybody did their job, whatever like that. It's like this chance of, this bridge collapsing or whatever like that, or the tunnel collapsing, whatever. It's slim and next to none. That's what a carpenter has. And I'm saying to myself, you go to other countries, third world developing countries, next thing you know, the bridge collapses and
The
whatnot.
bridge collapse, the road collapses.
Oh
How the
yeah,
hell? How you got the road collapsing?
the sinkhole. Like damn,
Like what the fuck?
because there's
Uh,
no,
It, it,
they don't build roads properly. They don't put.
they don't do anything properly. They don't do anything properly. So I could look at this from both sides. One, I mean, I had to really accept the fact that Africans, I love y'all, but it's kind of like you want to move forward, but then you want to hold on to shit that keeps you from moving forward. It
Yeah,
doesn't make any sense. You can't have a backwards ass mentality, celebrating a backwards ass culture, holding on to a backwards culture, wanting first world shit.
yeah,
It
and
doesn't work that way.
that's the problem I have. You know,
Everyone has had to give up something in order to have a
yeah, you
first
have to
world.
look in order for you to seek salvation. You have to lose something. You have to give something up.
You got to give it up.
You got to give something up. African black people in general, Africans particularly, don't want to give nothing up. We don't. Some things in our culture we have to give up. We want to get to the next level. We got to give certain things and certain people up in our culture.
You got to give it up. And then, in regards to crime, Black America will never have the crime that I've seen in the African continent. Don't matter where you at. It's not just Nigeria. It could be Kenya. It could be anywhere else. Except for Rwanda. Rwanda don't really have too much crime, but at the same time,
right.
look who they have in power. And I
Yeah.
would say this in regards to Black America. The problem that we have is, Kala, is that we don't control the country that we're in. Because I
Exactly.
can always point to the example that Liberia, they didn't have no damn gangs running around, did they, Kala?
No.
Exactly. Well, look who's in power in Liberia.
Right. And they
So
never had gangs.
our problem is that
They had the
we
civil
have
war.
the street problem, but we can't enforce anything about it because we don't run everything.
Right.
So
I try to
until we're in
tell
a
people that.
position
That's
to
why I
run
try to tell
everything,
Chupo.
we
I
have to
try.
deal with it.
I try to tell Chupo that. Right. In order for you to have anything, you have to have reward and punishment. You know. You got to be the one that have reward, and the people have to see you as in charge. The gang members only know that they have to deal with the popo, the police, the white man, the court system, whatnot. They know you in the community ain't gonna do shit because you're scared, you know, because you have nothing, you have no credibility with them, you have nothing to offer them, you have nothing on, and that's the thing when you live in a white man's country, majority country, right? The white man makes sure that you don't have the power to, like, there was once a time. Do you know people don't understand the Black Panther Party at one time was policing the black community? They were actually policing the black community. Shaking down drug dealers, everything. They were going street to street, cleaning up crime in the community and whatnot. The police said, "Hell no, hell no, you can't." So when they got rid of the Black Panther Party, who took over? The gangs. So that's more like it. So we basically, we're in a catch-22.
You know what, Kyle? I would actually argue that the gangs were actually. I would, and let me just go ahead and pretend to just have a weird ass way of thinking. I would think that the gangs were actually funded by the government. Because when I look back at history, if I look back at Oakland, Huey P. Newton gets killed by drug dealers.
Yeah.
The
So
Black Panther Party, they getting snitched on by drug dealers, killed by drug dealers. The person that had been
yeah,
the brother in Chicago taken down
I'll
was a
go even
freaking
further.
thug
I'll go
nigga.
even further, right? When if even it goes back to the Garvey times, right? If you have a pimp or a drug dealer or whatnot, and it happened in the '60s, so some people openly admit it, right? And you got a felon, you're facing 30 years, right? They'll say, you know something, I want you to go join Malcolm X's organization. Just and he's just gonna ask you what you heard in there and whatnot. All these black organizations so well implemented because the government feared these black organizations and they basically used propped up criminals. Because see, this is what happens when for government, the only thing they fear tells them it's okay, keep doing what you want to do. You know who they did that to also? Nikki Scarfer, Nicky Scarfa was a guy that basically mafia guy that basically hunted down the Klan and got the Klan to confess where those bodies were in Mississippi. But the thing is, they said Nicky Hoffa, basically the FBI turned a blind eye because this guy was a hitman. They knew about all his murders and everything like that. But he as long as he worked for them, he was okay. So the government's dirty like that. I know
Yeah.
for a fact of the matter is the government is letting a lot of these criminals and thugs out on the street when and they also, and I said the other night, I said, look, if you and me was in business together, right? Let's say we put somebody out on the street, right? He's going to be a rapper slash thing, but we know that he's taking the proceeds and he's selling dope out of the vehicles on the tour bus and everything like that. And we're giving him money and we're making money. He's giving our cuts and whatnot, right? In any other situation, if you're black, that's a RICO predicate, right? Because I knowingly giving him stuff, knowingly that he's going to sell drugs and want to push drugs, in the community, do kind of guns, everything like criminal activity, right? That's just guilt by association. When you are RICO thing, what they do is they look over all your records, right? I had a friend of mine that did 8 years because in a drug case because he was his merely the accountant. He's out now. My boy Rob, he's out now. He was an accountant. Him and his boys I work for at the club. They own the club, but they launder a lot of money through the club. That's why he got shut down, right? But just by him being associated with them, even though he was just doing legit business with them, he went down. So tell me hell, why these record labels, right, who are knowingly get involved with these people, hiding their money and whatnot, because a lot of that money is not made through record sales and made on the streets. Why not? How is it that you never see them take down these record company label executives? Because I know they basically are in cahoots together. To destructive, destructive, destructive. What you call? I got Honeyflower on now. This is a lady that loves to hate. What's up, Honeyflower?
Hey, I just saw you live, but I actually don't know what the topic is about. Could you
Well,
elaborate a little?
the topic is to everything. There's a season. There's a season to hate. Now, I would say I don't hate people for what they are, right? But what they do and what they are and what they're about could cause me to hate them. What their values are and what they believe in, can cause me to hate. And when I hate somebody, right, what I want to do is distance myself from them, right? I want to get rid of them and whatnot and try to discredit them and get rid of them so we can have a better world. I think hatred is necessary, in a world where you're basically trying to survive. I think God put that in us. Because let me give you an example. When you build, let's say we all found a town, right? You, me, Jonathan, Steve, we founded a town, right? And we say, okay, come here and live here, right? And there's some people will say, how do we know that if we come there or not? One Jonathan might not have all the power and he can get away with anything. His son will be able to get away with stuff, and my son goes to jail. How do I know he's not going to just basically go in there and do it? That it's simple the fact that because get this, there's going to be people in that community by human nature that's going to hate Jonathan, and that hatred is going to keep him in check for thinking he could do whatever he wants to do. You see what I mean? God put that in every human. How do you know that there's going to be justice? How do we know if this person commits murder that the people will try him because there's going to be someone in there and said, "Now it's my chance to bring him down." That's what hatred does. It's a balancer. If you don't have hatred, right there, there's some people, and you just love, 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 love. There's some people could escape justice. Some people could get away with murder, but hatred and whatnot, hatred, even just personal or whatever like that, or just somebody hates injustice, whatever like that, if somebody really feels something about this, makes is a thing that makes sure that humanity and society is balanced. There's got to be that hatred there. Why do prosecutions? Like you ask yourself, why do people become prosecutors? Because they hate crime. Why do people? Why certain police work in special victims unit rape allegations? Because they're probably raped when they was a kid, right? And they grow up hating rapists, right? So, but they say, I'm going to put rapists behind bars. You heard that before. I'm going to work my rest of my life, put rapists behind bars, right? Why? Not because you love the rape, because you hate them. You know, see what I mean? You know, so that's what I'm talking about tonight. I said sometimes hatred is a good thing. You know, I mentioned there. I said there's people out there. I played a video where these family they basically raped this girl, right? The teenage boy raped the girl. The mother and the aunties and everything stood by and held the girl down. And the house and the ladies were like in their 50s, you know. And I said to myself, now if you have a black neighborhood, right? Obviously, you probably live in a black neighborhood. Why does this one family exist?
My neighborhood is mixed. It's mainly Asians and white people.
What I'm talking about, if you live in a neighborhood and you got this one family, black family, right? And they're freaking causing all this ruckus and everything like that. Do
Yeah.
you love those people? Forgive them like Steve would do, or do you
Wait,
fucking hate
is
them?
Steve preaching to like forgive people when they do
Yeah,
wrong and
Steve
stuff?
always teaching about forgiving and loving.
That's not what I said, Kyla, but go on.
Well, what'd you say? What did you say?
Wow.
Forgiveness does not mean that people shouldn't be held accountable for their actions.
Okay, but should we love? Should we forgive and love people and whatnot? Yeah.
I agree with you,
That's
Kala.
true. That's true love is to hold somebody accountable for their actions.
Um, we need hate, we need disgust, and we need shame in order to have a proper
Yeah, that's another word. We
functioning.
need shame. We need to bring
That's
shame back.
why America is in shambles, especially towards women's behavior. That's one of the examples. Women have lost a lot of shame in this country, which it's causing a lot of issues for men. It's causing a lot of issues with society
Let
and
me ask you a question. As a man,
promoting
as a woman, let me ask you a
homosexuality.
question.
Hmm.
I know you talk to a lot of women out there, particularly black women. What makes them think that men find that attractive? What they getting that nowhere, sticking their nasty tongue out, shaking their ass in the middle of nowhere and whatnot? Why? Can you ask me a question? Why do they think that's freaking sexy? Do they think it's sexy, or they just trying to piss people off?
So I actually don't hang around with women. I
Yeah,
actually
but you
don't.
listen to them talk, right? Why do they do it?
So I used to mainly, like, obviously I was raised in a strict household, household, so I always had female friends. I didn't grow up hanging out with men, but I stopped hanging around with women. But the reason why women do the things that we do, or I don't do those things, but the reason why they do it is women do things that other women do, even if it's bad, because they want to fit in with women. They want to impress women. They want to look good for women. It's really not about men. Like, for
It's
example,
obvious because no man I know likes it. Even brothers like, man, I don't want to do freaking twerking in the middle of nowhere and just acting like no man really likes that shit, you know?
it's because they see Sexy Red doing it. They see these celebrities. They want to be like them. That's why women watch reality TV, because they want to see how other women live. They want to see how other women dress. They want to see how other women's lives are, and they want to copy. Women are copycatters. They don't really, not all women, there are women that have original thoughts, but a lot of women function almost like NPCs, like androids. Sometimes I don't know if a lot of them are like aware, they have an awareness, but they'll just copy women and they'll do destructive things, and men will tell them, we don't want you to do this. Like, for example, red pill, I don't necessarily agree with red pill, but men will make these videos and these podcasts. They'll say, we don't want these kind of women that do this, we don't want this kind of women that do that, but they
It
keep
goes in
doing
one
it.
ear and out the other.
They keep doing it because other women are doing it. It doesn't matter what a man wants or what a man says, because women are in competition to impress other women.
And you know what's happening? They have clubs right now. Men don't even show up anymore. Men don't even go out to
Yeah.
clubs anymore. The women like, there ain't no men in here. Did y'all get the message? Y'all, for the last decade, y'all drove the men away with the way you act, way y'all's acting.
And it's just so weird. It's like you would think that women would say, okay, yeah, I'm gonna lose weight, I'm gonna change. Maybe I'll be a little bit more feminine, cook. Maybe I'll shut my mouth a little bit for a man because I'm straight. I want a man. But maybe women could be like psychologically lesbian, or maybe there's
I
something.
see a lot of that out here nowadays. That stud culture is growing. It's growing like crazy. That stud culture, I see it all the time. And the girls doing that, getting younger and younger.
So it's the same thing with down low men. Like they'll bash women, but then they'll be like real cool with their homeboys, and they'll be like trying to impress other men. I think a lot of people are psychologically they're psychologically gay, and because it's like
I think people just gay. Some people just gay to begin with, and they still need to come out with it. It's called scumbag and true nature. So yeah, so I just think people are just screwed up. And my whole thing is this, right? The reason why it exists, like, do you remember that turkey place, that Turkey Lake place in Houston a few years ago? The dude just you remember that, right?
no, but I feel like it's about to be funny, so that's why I'm like,
Okay, this what happened was this guy, black guy, man, said, you know something, we're gonna have a nice place for black people to come, young professionals, whatnot. These women were out in there, freaking on the table, on stage, twerking. That he said, he stuck. He said, "Look, I'm sick of this. If you get the hell out." Some people were like, "Whoa, what's his problem?" He said, "That's not what I represent. You guys
mhm,
carry yourself like decent women and whatnot." And
mhm,
the comment section of some of these things were like, "Well, he's overreacting. Who is he? Whatnot. He said he don't
mhm,
want that women twerking. Standing on his table twerking when in a nice restaurant. Mari Shine knows what I'm talking about. Mari remembers that. She remembers what I'm talking about.
they did that for attention, because the thing is
But it
like
was
when
like
you
it was about a
twerk.
good 50 of them in there doing it.
Wow.
It was like a whole restaurant full of they just getting down and whatnot. He just said, I had a fucking enough. I'll shut this thing down. You know?
Mhm.
So the thing is, the reason why that happens because there's a lot of men who hate that behavior, right?
Yeah.
But we're not allowed to express our hatred. I'm giving black
You
men.
can express it, but they're not gonna listen.
No,
Women
I don't
don't
think
care.
men. I think men just put their head down, and the only time they express it when they get online.
Yeah.
They don't ever express that thing in public to these women and whatnot. They don't do it because they're too afraid. We're not allowed to hate. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something, honey flower.
Mhm.
Black men in America, there's certain things we're not entitled to. We're not entitled to our own opinions. We're not entitled to our own prejudices, right? And we're not entitled to our own what do we think is good? What do we like? What's the word I'm looking for?
Preferences.
Preferences. We're
Mhm.
not entitled to that, right? We only accept what is given to us, right? If we say,
Right.
something, we like our women like this, boom, slim, like that, right? This, no
Real
twerking.
hair and all that.
No fake hair running down their backs. That's looking natural. We don't want the those stupid looking eyelashes. You know what I'm talking about, right?
But the problem is their idols have those things.
Yeah. So
As long as
and
there's a Nicki
that's what's so
Minaj, a
frustrating
Beyonce,
about
you know.
being black in America right now. It's so frustrating because nobody gives a damn what the black man thinks, right? That's why the black man got to start putting bass in his voice and telling people shut the fuck up. This is what I say.
But you have liberalism though. It's like you have to be, tiptoe around
You gotta be
feelings and
tolerant. You gotta
yeah,
love
don't
everybody. You gotta
judge.
accept everything. Get the hell out of here. You know. So I don't know who this person is. I'm taking a chance. Acha, if you come up here, you turn the camera on, show me what you look like. Show me what you look like. You know. test. It's like a test. Anybody come up on the show?
But Carla, you know there's gonna be a backlash to all of this. No shame, no blaming, no judging. Love is love, and you can
Yeah, I
identify
heard.
as
You know what they
whatever.
started back about 20 years ago? That's slut shaming, Kala.
Yeah, that's slut shaming.
Oh my
Mm-mm.
God, that's fat shaming, Kala. Well, it should be. If you keep eating
Those things
and
should
growing
be
up, well, now you
shamed.
should be shamed. You know. You
Yeah,
know.
but Carla, we do have to admit, I don't, black woman, I'm not about to fully blame them for the stuff that goes on, because in the very same instance, it's black men that promoted the whole booty shaking, the booty twerking thing.
Yeah, I look.
If you
I
don't have
will
the
say that.
men, if you don't have the men saying do this and do that, the woman wasn't
Yeah,
doing it.
but hold on.
If you look
It's like,
back in Black
hold on.
American history,
Can
women didn't
we
twerk.
agree? Can we
They
agree?
never danced like that before.
First off, can we
That shit
agree
didn't start
that was
happening until the
certain?
'90s, and black men was the one pushing it.
Yeah, that was certain black men that did that. You know, the Luke Campbells and all kind of stupid shit like that. You know. But the bottom line, there was a number of black
It
men.
specifically was black men from other countries. It wasn't even us.
Yeah, yeah, there was that booty shaking shit.
It's not the twerking and the dance moves that are inherently bad. It's also the lyric. It's the whole image. You know what I'm saying? Because twerking in and of itself
And also,
is
look,
Afro.
if you're gonna be at a club where adults, whatever, that's fine. But why would you basically in the middle of a restaurant, right, where people are eating and everything like that?
Carla, can I say this real quick? How I feel about it? Everything don't need to be seen in the open. It shouldn't be, for everybody to see. That's how I feel about it.
And
Yeah, I
Go
also,
agree
ahead.
with
not
that.
only that, why do you need to put it online? What's the point of that? You know,
Absolutely. Some things need to stay behind closed
Because
doors.
I don't
you get
understand. The most
viral with
dangerous thing they
that.
gave to black women was the freaking internet. You know, the most
Women
dangerous freaking thing. You
women
know,
in general. But the thing is, when you twerk, when you show your body, when you're sexual and stuff on the internet, you get viral. Like I seen a page yesterday. It was
that's
like
sad.
it was an AI page. It wasn't even a real human, and it was this midget girl. She was a midget, and she was like dancing, wearing bikinis and twerking, and she has 1 million likes on
Yeah,
Facebook.
she's gonna
AI
get paid
midget.
off of that.
So people like that kind of stuff. People hype up girls that's twerking. People hype up girls that take those booty pics. This is what society puts on a pedestal, hypes up and support. And women love attention. That's what women live for is attention, even
That's
if
why,
it's
I mean,
negative.
in other words, is like I said, that's why a lot of men don't take women seriously when they try to sound serious and try to talk. When I and we like, well, we look at your OnlyFans page, not OnlyFans, your Instagram. We look at your TikTok, and stuff like that. And now you want
Yeah,
to see
it's
me
thirst
have a serious
traps.
conversation. Yeah,
It's
thirst
thirst
trap.
traps.
You now you want to have a serious conversation. Go ahead, Ja. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I bet the million people that clicked on it is mostly men, man.
Well,
You
it's
know?
like this. Let me tell you something. When you appear, John, you appear to somebody's base instinct. Their base instinct, the base thing like that. You're appealing to the worst element of a person, that lowest base instinct, right? That's not a flex. That's not a dang flex. I mean, look, women for time immemorial, any woman could use her body to attract a man. Instinct, I know for a fact.
Even the trannies are doing it.
Yeah, they're fooling men. Trannies, right? Look, I'm on TikTok, right? I'm scrolling on TikTok. Girl's cute. And I'm like, and she said, well. The one girl was like, oh my god. Now you got Stacey Dash out there. Stacey Dash just a year older than me. She's on TikTok doing all kinds of dances and whatnot. She still looks good. And so they want that attention. I heard Britney Spears is on there TikTok acting up and whatnot. It's like it is what it is. But men will stop by and look when out of curiosity and that's all it really takes. And that goes on as another view. But I don't think a lot of men, like let me give you an example. Perfect example I'm talking about. Somebody first I thought it was my girl's name Isabella, and somebody named Isabella just a minute ago I'm on the show, right, just inbox me on just link to me. I don't know how they got my information on not TikTok, on Telegram, right? She says she's like an Asian woman, right? She says it says Malaysia, right? So this is what it is. The phone number says Malaysia. That's why in on Telegram it tells you where the call come from, right? Malaysia, right? On the bottom, she says, "I'm 36-year-old widowed in Kansas City, Missouri. How about you?" This is what I'm talking about. This
Those
all
are
this,
scammers.
yeah, that's what
It's
I'm saying.
like a bot or a scam or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I said, this is all going on, and you have to be a fool to basically get indulging in this nonsense.
Yeah, that stuff's a scam probably. And I mean, honestly, like, I don't know. I think we need to get some. We're probably on the dark web. Most of our information is probably on the dark web and
I
stuff.
have no idea. I'm not on a dark web. I don't
So
know
you
how they
get
got
these.
my.
No, I mean, no. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like,
all
people
our
have your
information's on the
information.
dark
Yeah,
web.
your
All of
information
our
is out there,
information.
and people selling your information. Out there on the web, on the dark. I'm gonna say the dark web. Not I mean you're on it, but
Right.
But the thing I'm saying is, Carla, man, is like life is life, bro. People are people, bro. And that's what I try to get. I don't understand what you're saying about base instinct, and like me personally, I try not my best not to look at women like as sexual objects only. You know what I mean? But the reality of how life is and how human beings are, you see it all the time. Like, why is it
They
that when
objectify themselves all day, every
yeah,
day, and on
I get
every
your point,
platform.
but this is the thing. When you live in some societies that control it more hardcore. Like if you go to the Muslim world in some of these countries, that's why they have women in burqas and stuff.
Yeah, I
You see what
seen
I'm
one
saying?
time this in Malaysia, right? They have these people voluntarily out there at night enforcing Sharia law. Women outside, you got to be said where you at, whatever like that. They brought up with women, where you at, what are you doing, what not, why don't you have your burqa on, whatever like that.
So
That's all the police.
question becomes, I don't agree with that. I like
Yeah,
where
but
we
the
live
thing
and
is,
the system we
I'm
live
saying to
under.
myself, if I'm gonna tell you right now, people don't underestimate Islam. Don't underestimate that, right? Because people are getting sick and tired of a world with no shame, world with violence, with that, world with no morals and everything like that. And if if people find that the Muslim way of life can bring that, there will be people, even white people, that'll be like, something. Let's try this Islam thing. People
Carla,
don't think. People
You
don't.
know what, Kyla? The only problem I have with that is that's if you just want to look at Islam, but cool. They're not doing that shit in Asia, and they don't have Islam. There's a whole bunch of other places that they're not doing
Malaysia,
all of that shit, and they
That's
don't have
because
Islam.
this country is controlled by Israel, and their beliefs, they have to be like, they have to push degeneracy, single motherhood. They have to push like all this stuff on Gentile people, so they flood us with propaganda and with
Honey
degeneracy.
Fly, what I like
Nah,
to
that's
do is
cap.
what
nah,
I like
It
to
look,
is
do is
look,
like
true.
some people believe that.
Carla,
That's
I
cap.
want
Carla,
hold on. I want
Carla.
somebody. I want somebody because you sound like you and Kwame believe that, right? I want somebody for once and for all, right? I've been asked for years to give me some. I have suspicions that some Jews are involved in that. The people, the secular Jews that like the Liar Cohens and all these other people like that, right? But I want real proof, hardcore proof of that. That they're deliberately conspiring to create all this stuff like that. And what do they gain from that? That's what I like.
Well, they're not like real Jews, like the normal Jews that practice Judaism. They're like a atheistic, satanic kind of Jews, the ones that uh, believe in like, you know, enslaving humanity, new world order. Like, I mean, it's okay if it's not for you, if you're not into conspiracy theories. I mean, I don't have like
No, I
a
heard about. Look,
child or
I heard about those Zionists, the Rothschilds and stuff. I heard about that for years,
they
right?
use the Jew
I heard about the Hollywood,
terminology,
how they
but
use Hollywood and stuff like that, the media and
yeah.
stuff like that, and they do a lot of propaganda around the world. Jews are good at propaganda and
All,
whatnot.
all that's conspiracy that's been around for hundreds of years and thousands of years. Look, the thing
Kyler, why
is,
you
man,
call my name as
the,
soon as I click on your live? You call my name out of everybody's name. What
the,
what
Right,
what
I was
what
just
do I
thinking
do?
about you. I was thinking about you. You know.
degeneracy, degeneracy is nothing new. Quote unquote degeneracy is nothing new. Men going after
True.
women, nothing new. Women dressing scantily, nothing new.
But
Any
Yeah,
you
but
don't
country
hold
you
on. Let
go,
me ask you a question.
any
Hold on. Let me ask you a
country you
question.
go, 1 second,
Kyler, let me
any
know when I can
country you
speak.
go to
Give
in
us.
the world, you will see it. I
Yeah,
don't
but
care
hold on. Have you
where you
ever
go.
seen this level of dysfunction in the most advanced civilization in the world, in America? I mean, you think
Brother,
about it, man. Have you ever seen
you
this?
ever
The
heard of the Romans and
globalization.
stuff
Hold on.
Yeah,
and
The
the
some of the stuff they were
Romans, the
doing?
Romans.
genderism,
It's
gender
all it
confusion.
always exists, brother.
So there was
It
gender confusion back in the
it
days.
always existed. It always existed.
So
Always existed.
men didn't know what a
It
woman was and all stuff like that.
always existed.
Having sex
Even in the
changes and all that.
Bible, it talks about gays and shit. It's
Yeah, but I'm
always
talking
been
about
there.
hold up. They're basically saying that who are you, even the Bible, to even question? That's secular humanism, you know, not even
It's
just secular humanism.
that
it's
stuff has
satanic.
always existed. It's always existed. And people saying it's satanic and fighting against it has always existed too. But any country, all them Muslims you see over there acting all this and that, them guys, they got their wives in the burqa, but they be coming to the Western countries and doing all kinds of wild stuff. When guys were in Afghanistan, they were saying they were messing with the little boys and stuff.
Yeah, but we're not saying
As
that.
you get what I'm saying? That
We're
stuff has
talking
always
about how
existed.
it's weaponized through social media to corrupt and deteriorate the fabric of this country and
You
corrupt
can't
people's
corrupt
minds.
something. You can't corrupt something that's always there. It's a human thing. Why do women dress more
But we're
scantily?
not only talking about
Mhm.
sexuality, we're also talking about just different, like Marxist ideas, gender, hatred of men hating women and women hating men, and just all of this nonsense, like this Pandora's box that's been opened on humanity. You don't
The
see how
thing
they
is,
weaponize social media to promote this
all
stuff?
those things have always existed. Look, I'm not saying that with the social media and stuff, it maybe, you know what? I was listening to a professor, right, one day, and he said that when the printing press was created, right? It created all kinds of issues in society because now the people were printing more and more information was getting out there. And he's saying that social media and the internet age is kind of the same thing. And so it creates certain disruptions in society. But it's ideas that are always there that are just exacerbated with with the spreading of information, particularly false information.
But don't you
You see what
think
I'm
it
saying?
causes delusion and it's like for average looking men and average looking women and
N-
thinking they have
Nah,
all these options and
it carries
No,
some.
easier.
these women were crazy long before social media even came
Yeah,
up. Twerking
yeah,
existed before social media.
yeah. It always existed, man.
Crime
Always
existed
existed.
before
Yeah, but
social
hold
media.
up.
You can't
You didn't
blame
have
Brothels,
social
hold up.
all
media for
that stuff
Hold on,
everything.
always
yo,
existed.
Constantly, hold up. You didn't have 400-pound women on social media. You said one chick, right? Talk about she wants a man to make $600,000 a year and give her $100,000 a year. She was dead serious too. You see that video?
Yeah, she's crazy.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, before social media, that did not exist. You know, let me
Yeah,
get.
but Carla,
Yeah.
that's that whole Kevin Samuels thing. Because the reality is that in itself, what he was doing was a trap too. Because think about it. He's asking you, you want a high value man. What is a high value man? A man that makes $200,000. If you look at the statistics, you make over $200,000, you're in something like the top 8% of earners in the entire country. That means you make 92% more than everybody else in the country. So that means it's only 8% of, and that's just men.
No,
Man, it would be
all.
fine.
I think it's all depends on where you're talking about. If a man, let's say a man, like I said, I know a couple of guys, right? You know, that had the houses left to them. Parents passed away, whatever like that, and they're starting life off in with a house already paid for, right?
Mhm.
So you got a house with equity built in and stuff like that. They have a car. Let's say that person has a business. Let's say all his income a year is only $80,000, but he has absolutely no bills, right? No bills whatsoever. house paid for, car paid for, everything like that. And he has a business that makes a lot of money, which you don't really have to do it. And he has plenty of time on his hands, right? Plenty of time to travel, do it, like that. That's a freaking high value man, you know. He may only be making $80,000 a year. That's not only, but it's a lot of money. If he's making $5,000 a year, but if he have a house paid for and whatnot, and all stuff like that, which we call
Let me
so.
ask you a question, Carla. I know you got your girl and stuff, right? Let me ask somebody that don't have a girl. Do you want a woman that makes $500,000 a year and has her own place, has her shit together, nice job, can take
If
you
I
on
didn't have,
trips,
if
do
I didn't
stuff
have
for
my
you?
wife, would not, be honest with you, right? Because I'm not intimidated by women who make a lot of money. I'm not, I'm not
You would
intimidated by
mind.
women
You'd
who make
like that,
money.
right? You'd like that, right?
I want you to look. The bottom line, it all depends. It all depends. It
And
all
no,
depends.
no. All things equal, she's a cool person. She's not lording the money over you and all that. Would you like that? Would that be something desirable?
I mean, which we call no, I don't. The 776, man. Fuck that. You're
Just
suspended
say
for a
yes
few
or
days.
no, Kala.
You're
Say-
suspended for a few days. You ain't getting up there no
Why?
more.
What did he do? What did
He was acting
776?
stupid the last couple of days, being disrespectful to my platform. You know.
Just give him
Come on,
one
Kyler.
last
Give him a
chance.
chance. Give him
No,
a
no,
chance,
no, no,
Kyler.
no, no.
Yeah, let him out, Kyler.
I
We'll
give
just
people too
debunk his
many
ass anyway
freaking
if he says something stupid.
Yeah. Yo, happy birthday, Jonathan.
For sure, Kwame.
I give people too many freaking
Happy
chances.
birthday.
Hold up.
Thank you, sis.
Look at John when he comes up here. He gives intelligent conversation. Principally gives me intelligent conversation. Even Kwame, and Honeyflower. This guy, all he does is try to act stupid and crack jokes. I'm not like that. I'm sorry. I don't want my show turned into a minstrel show. I like Jonathan. He talks one night clear, whatever like that. This guy, all he does is sit around. He don't respect us. He don't respect the black community. All he's here to clown us and whatnot.
Isn't he African American?
Yeah, he's one of those African Americans that have no respect for his own race.
Kyler, the man is changing day by day. He on your
He ain't
panel,
changing
Kyler.
shit,
Kyler,
Anytime somebody say, I would like if somebody say that we were better off when white people had all the power and we didn't have no damn power and whatnot. That's fucking insane,
Just give him one last
but
pass.
Kyler, the man started off. He didn't know nothing about Liberia,
I
nothing
don't give a
about
damn
West
about what he
Africa.
don't know Liberia. I hope he freaking forgets
He didn't
Liberia.
even know they had African civilizations.
Yeah,
Yeah, the guy was a freaking idiot. He didn't even know. Yeah, he don't know
Kyler,
nothing about.
Kyler, I always tell you, you got to use this type of moment as a
I ain't
teacher
using
moment.
nothing, man. The bottom line is all people like that will drag your freaking culture, drag the community down. If somebody believes that, fundamentally believes that black people are better off under white fucking control, white supremacy, and stuff like that, that's insane.
But Kyler, even if he do believe that, you got to use that moment as a teacher
Well,
moment.
no,
Say,
I
hey,
did.
brother.
And I told him, I showed him that look, since the 80s and whatnot, we produced the first black billionaire, which would never happen under Jim Crow.
Right.
This is
But
in the 90s, right? All those businesses I showed the top 20 black people started in the 90s, right? By the 2000s and 2010s, 2020s, right? Those businesses, some of them grow into multi-billion-dollar corporations, right? They did that because they were able to get into the inner circle and the fabric of America, the mainstream of America. How do you think worldwide technologies have AT&T, Boeing, all stuff like that? Jim Crow segregation? No. He did that because he was able to be a part of the mainstream. Now, people like this say, Carl, aren't you a black now? Yeah, I'm a fucking realist. And two, because I do not have a nation, because this is the country I live in, I'm gonna fucking make the best of what I have here. I'm not gonna tell nobody, oh, because we don't have an Afghanistan, just sit back in America and don't do nothing. I urge everybody to get out there, right? The federal government, state government, everything got trillions of dollars worth of contracts and whatnot that black people, because I know a lot of black people got contracts with the Navy here, everything from cleaning services to painting and everything like that. They do a lot of business with the Navy, here.
Kyler,
So,
let me ask you a question. Do you think the majority of Black Americans would rather live in America or govern themselves?
well, I'm like this. This is what you listen to this and listen to this very carefully, right? Black people in America really don't give a fuck who's governing them, long as they have opportunities, right? Abundant opportunities And if you don't have opportunities, if it's not better or meets their expectations of what they used to, they don't want to hear that shit.
I'm talking
Hey,
about.
hey, what's going on? Peace and blessings to everyone.
Hold on, 1770. I know you about to try to bogart the whole conversation. And Kyla, let me just respond to what you said before I got on. Can you please stop misrepresenting what I said? I
About
said
what?
I said Jews was involved in the slave trade. That's it. If you want to cape for them and say, "Oh no, they wasn't," that's on you. But please stop misrepresenting what I said. Like I'm involved, like I'm into some conspiracy theory that nobody could prove. This is a fact. This is a fundamental
Oh,
fact.
look, John, let me tell you something. Let me let you on this little secret, Kwame. Whether you're Jew, Christian, Catholic, whatnot, they all were involved with the slave trade, bro.
Yeah, but you try to
Look, I never
numerous
said, look,
times try to
look,
deny. Oh
Tyler,
no,
let me
they
tell
Kyla,
you,
Kyla,
look,
I expect you to go a little bit harder than that. Africans were involved in the slave trade.
Africa involved in slave trade. Everybody was
yeah.
involved. The whole globe on the Western Hemisphere was involved with it, bro.
I
Even
mean,
And
I
without
mean,
Africans being involved in the slave trade, likely no slave trade would have ever happened.
yeah, but Jonathan, I'm not disagreeing with that. I mean, it's called trade for a reason. I had to deal with some type of commerce where you're trading something with somebody else. My point is, Kyla always deny that. Oh, you're
let me
following
tell you something.
conspiracy
Look,
theory.
Kwame, I don't want to get into that right now because different topic. Look,
Okay,
the whole thing is I'm saying is this: when people like you start talking, right? What that does is I know who the worst enemies of Black America is the Anglo Saxons. They're the worst enemies of Black America, right? And the English speaking Protestant man in America is our worst fucking enemy. That's did the most damage to us, that killed us, that lynched us, that hunted us, everything like that. Yeah, whatever little role the Jews played in the slave trade, maybe it was a lot, the financial and whatnot. Like, but we know directly who was basically had their foot on our neck, who killed, you
Hey,
know.
can I comment?
so what
Hold
about
up.
what about the music industry?
Oh yeah, well hold on. That's the whole thing is that's a W. Let me let this guy 7 talk.
Oh,
Go
hold
ahead.
on, but has President P went
Hey,
yet?
hey, hey. First and
Oh wait, hold
foremost,
up.
man.
First of all, hold up. Before you go, let me let Principal up. He forgot he was waiting. Go ahead, Principal. Go ahead, Principal. Go ahead.
His phone ain't working, man. All right. First, and peace and blessings to the panel. Peace and blessings to J Dog for 365 days around the sun. You know, peace and blessings to the FBAs and the non-FBAs.
You said J Dog.
Yeah, Jonathan
Talking about
Miller, J
Jonathan.
Dog.
Oh,
Jonathan.
oh, 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 okay.
For sure, brother.
But yeah, hey, Kyla, when you say I disrespect the show by by giving out facts, how is that disrespectful?
You're not giving out facts. I'm the judge of who gives out facts with it, and I'm very fair. I'm
Hey,
very fair.
Kyla, yesterday I said it that
Hold on. You don't give out facts. You give out your opinion, and you
listen,
have twisted,
like
tweet.
like like I said, like I said, and Steve gave you fake news. I said that African Americans we own 1% of the meaningful businesses in America,
Well,
and we only have
I just look. Hold up. First of all, there's no collective African American. There's black people in America that are thriving, that are millionaires, billionaires, and everything. 2 million of us are
but but
millionaires.
but but, but when I
Hold on,
say that,
1776. You
There's
said
a lot of
businesses
black
in
people in
general. You said
America.
black
no
businesses. You
no
didn't say
no, but
meaningful businesses.
what y'all are doing is financial
Oh,
masturbation.
hold on.
Y'all are
No,
giving
no,
out.
no, no, no. Let me stop you right there. I played your video, top 20 black businesses in America. Those was industries, right? And you said they were AI. You can look up right now, fucking bird industry, bird electric. You can look up Baldwin Foods. You can look up all these things right now. They're listed on the New York Stock Exchange, or not. And you try to be
Okay,
dismissive like they don't exist.
like if you watch that video by Killer Mike, he showed you how hard it is to patronize African American
Come
businesses
on, man.
because they
Killer
basically
Mike,
don't
man.
exist.
Look, bro. I'm a black businessman myself. Right next to me, right next to my office, right here, a young black man, millennial, just opened up his own labor staffing business. I'm gonna walk over there tomorrow and meet him. It's open a young guy. He's like he's only in his 30s. Opened up his own labor staffing business. That's big. I was gonna tell him, man. My advice to him was like, "Yo, fuck niggas, get these Mexicans that's out here, and let them make you rich, because that's where the labor's at." But I'm a young brother. So
Come on,
black people
Kyla.
are
You
doing
can't
this
you
shit. I
can't
don't know what
advocate
world
that
you live
type
in,
of.
bro. There's
Yeah,
black men
advocate.
opening businesses all the time. I see it.
But did you ask Jonathan Miller the question that you was talking about the last couple of days?
What about nobody agrees that look, Jonathan Miller would not be where he is right now if he was confined to a segregated
But but but
area of Oakland
but
when he
what
comes
Kyla,
out.
what I'm trying to say is you're making it a horror story.
No,
People
look, hold on.
live.
It was a damn horror story, man. When you cannot move around, go places, even go on a bus or
Hey,
something,
Kyla,
or something like
do,
that,
do you have
you
an email address? Because I'm going to show you pictures from the 1940s where my
Well,
grandfather was having fun.
look. I know all about the fact that we had black people in America. That's what's shame about it, right? White people, think about this. White people rejected the best of us. When in the 30s and 40s, black men wore suit and tie and whatnot, walking down 125th Street in Harlem and whatnot. White people,
But
those same black people veered off into a white neighborhood downtown. They would get killed.
hey, Kwame, how many teams were in the Negro League, Kwame?
I'm not sure, but I know it's a lot, and I
But
know
How
it's
many?
1776, can
thriving.
I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
What's up with you with having fun, man? Like you keep saying they were
No,
having
no, no,
fun
no,
back in the
no,
day.
no,
Like
no, no, because
Yeah, like I said,
Steve, fun is
let him answer. Let him answer,
no,
caller.
but I was going to answer for me. So, fun is an indicator of peace and stability and success.
Well, hold on.
When, like,
Hold on. What did I say, Steve? What did I say? Didn't I say hatred checks the foolish spirit?
Yeah.
1776 is full of foolishness.
But 1770,
hey,
I asked you that question the other night, right? Because I said I
yeah,
read books about slaves that sometimes even they got together to have fun, even though they was under oppressive, being enforced, forced to
but
work.
fun
Even
was
they got
only two
together to
times.
have good times every now and then.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
all
Yeah,
said
for
that
niggas in
before.
jail have fun.
Exactly. People in jail have fun.
okay, but I said hey, I don't know if you ever been dead broke, but I've been dead broke. When I'm dead broke, I lace my Timberlands up. I'm thinking about work when I'm dead broke. But as I get financial stability, then I start thinking about different little entertainment activities. So having fun is an indicator of peace, stability, family, love, all that type of stuff. And
Black
you
people
had
I
never.
disagree, man, because people
Hold
make the
on.
best
Wait,
out of
wait,
bad
wait.
Hold
situations all the
on.
time.
I got a question 1776 when y'all done talking to him.
Go ahead.
So during this time period, right,
yeah.
there were black Wall Streets. Every last one of them were burned down. It wasn't because black people just like, we don't want to be here, we don't want to shop here. They were burned down. If you look at the Pentagon today, the building that was bombed during 9/11, shout out to those people. That building was seized from a sustaining black community. And I think it was called East Arlington out there in Virginia.
Yeah, it was a
Or if you
black
look at in Oakland,
private black community.
California, where there was a thriving black business area, the government yanked it down and put up a whole damn bar station. Now black people just recently started to buy that area back. If you look at, no matter where you want to look at, what you call peace and fun, these people, no matter how much they have invested and built up, they were unable to protect it.
Okay. And well,
If
well,
if
well
if
Jonathan,
regular white people didn't come destroy it, the government came to destroy it. You don't
right,
have not
right.
one example today,
Okay.
except maybe
Well,
two that actually survived. Other than that, it was always taken away from them. So the question you have to ask is,
but there was
when
thriving
exactly did
community
you get outside of what exactly did you get from the civil
and
rights
and
legislation that in today's world could they actually do the very same thing? Can black people build a black Wall Street today in the government or some random white people come take it down? And that
no,
an
but
answer to that would simply be no.
Jonathan, I understand you're on a trance, right? Because the school,
776.
I can't, I never could answer, man.
Neutral observer, you're getting cooked right now. Go ahead, but go ahead.
Let them finish.
No, listen. Hey, see, one thing, this is how the small hats, right? They always preach oppression for they can take advantage of situations. The small hats was the founder of the civil rights movement. See, the civil rights movement was really for white queers and Jewish liberals. That was what the civil rights movement was about. It was never
Yeah, but
about the
hold
Negro.
on. That's what the mainstream civil rights, but black people had a
Hey,
lot.
All
Carla,
right, wait, Tom, let me
Carla,
finish.
let
God
me skip.
damn.
Wait,
One
hold on,
second. I
Carla.
want to ask.
Kyler,
Just
let him
just a
cook.
question.
Let
Let
him
I'm
cook.
cooking it.
1776
So
finish.
basically, if you look at the
Hold
civil rights movement, 90% of the cake or the pie has went to white women, Jewish liberals, right, and the queers. That's who benefited from the civil rights movement,
let
right?
me ask a
We got
question. Let me,
1776. When did the civil rights movement start according to white people?
oh
And when did the civil rights movement
The
start according to
Niagara
black people?
the Niagara movement. I think in what the early 1900s. That was the founder of the predecessor of the NAACP.
Now,
that that.
that
Go ahead.
that's cap. Because before that, in the 1800s, there were black people pushing to have uh, um, birthright citizenship, which they got. White people didn't just hand that shit over. There were black people pushing to have integration back then. In fact,
But
one of the states that did so in the beginning was Idaho because black people were pushing for equality. The civil rights movement didn't start in the 1900s; it started in the 1800s.
we know you was asking about organization, but look, my
No, no,
family,
not
right?
organization. I said the movement.
Yeah,
Seven,
a lot of stuff
let me
started.
Even
ask
the
you a
Jew,
question.
you could say that they other people hopped on the movement,
Yeah,
but
but
it
they
had
hopped.
already existed. It's the
Oh,
Or
same
hey,
thing
hey,
that with
co-opted
John,
it.
Pan
John, John,
Africanism.
John. Let me
Pan
answer you,
Africanism existed in America for
John.
hundreds of years already,
All
but
right,
some people
Jonathan.
came over to America. They
I,
gave it a
I,
name, and now we have Pan Africanism. That's
okay,
cap.
but listen to this, Jonathan. Hip hop was started by African Americans. It was co-opted by the small hats, right? They own it. They benefit from it. We don't benefit from hip hop anymore, right? So it's the same thing with the civil rights movement. You're right
Wait a
in
minute.
what you said.
That wait a minute. That's not true, and I'm gonna shoot that shit down too. Shaquille O'Neal, he owns some of the top white music artist music already, right? He owns some white shit. Prince owns some white shit. Michael Jackson owns some white shit. So black
Li-
people and white
Listen,
people and Jewish people, everyone's engaging in business in
but
which
but
Jewish people
Jonathan,
own black music and black people own white music. So
but
now in one
Jonathan.
instant you're saying that, but now you have to dispel the fact that black people also own white people's music too. Go ahead.
Okay, I have to do research on what you said. You know, I have to do some research on it. But like I was saying, before 1960, before forced integration, because militant integration, black people had fun. Black people had big families. They had the lowest rates of crime, the highest rates of marriage. Black families were 7, 8 deep. Every family was 7, 8 deep, right? We had the lowest form of abortion. We had the highest rates of literacy and education. We was prospering in every field of human endeavor. This whole thing of suffering and there's more people that get killed in Memphis than ever died from 1865 to 1960, and that's facts.
You believe that shit?
If you put Philadelphia together, Baltimore, Detroit, Oakland, and you put that's a Holocaust, and that's greater than what happened after slavery. I'm telling you. You can ask Steve about that.
So you think that in a
But
world in which white people are constantly killing black people,
no, that's fictional, man.
that's not true?
You had the railroad track, right? Most towns you had the railroads. You had the black side and the white side. Once you didn't cross those tracks, you just lived in every little city had a little Africa, just like a Chinatown. You go to Durham, North Carolina, it was all black.
So
Raleigh,
you said
all
as long as
black.
they didn't cross the tracks, they'll be okay.
Hey, Steve, tell them about Winston-Salem State and Wake Forest. Wake Forest was for the whites.
Yeah, Winston
Winston-Salem
Salem
State was
was
for the
black.
blacks.
Right.
That's how it is. It was like two separate countries in one. But the whole thing of niggas getting killed every night, nah. That's what happened today.
So, despite the fact there's evidence that niggas was getting killed every night, we're
Listen,
supposed to
man,
lie to ourselves and say
you
niggas
go to
wasn't getting
North
killed.
you go to North Memphis, you're gonna be on first 48, right? That wasn't
Yeah.
how it was back in the 60s, man. I'm telling you.
So
All y'all
you
need
say,
to
wait, no, wait. I got a problem with this, and the reason why I say that is because you say that, but on an account of people older than you, they don't say that. So what I want to understand is that why is the information given from people who lived through that shit different than the one that you're giving?
my barber, right, who owns the shop,
Yeah.
he's 80 years old. He went to a colored school, right? All the people who graduated from his colored school are highly successful. owners, entrepreneurs, and everything. And he's only 80 years old. He said, "Hey, it was just a way of life." You know, he said
Yeah, yeah.
he wasn't going through the
But
back door for no soggy ass grits. He said he didn't want that shit.
I have a
yeah, yeah.
question.
Shout out to that one individual brother. And you do realize that
See,
all of
my
that,
my
all the war against black people by white people was just a part of
what they
life.
didn't fuck with. See, I'm gonna tell you about this one area. It's called Rising Sun out in Maryland. It's still Klansmen out there, but they got this one Negro family that they don't touch, right? And that's it's like the Klan
Why
wasn't
why
just
do, why
killing.
don't they touch him? Why don't they touch him?
Yeah, why they don't touch them? What's so
I mean,
special
Can
about
I?
that one family?
I
I
don't
have
know.
a question about the
Well,
Memphis
that doesn't
thing.
make sense. So
What
they
I
fuck
mean,
with
happened?
everybody except
Hold
that
on.
one
Let
family.
let,
I
let
guess
Honeyflower
that's their
ask her
niggas. I
question.
don't know.
Let Honeyflower ask
I
her.
have a question about. You said that if you go to Memphis, like you pretty much said that like you get shot or like something violent would happen. So you're telling me like if I went to Memphis, like I would actually get shot and killed? Would that only happen to like black people or would they do that to a white person? I'm just wondering.
Well, listen, it's rough.
Like they
Honey
would
You you
flower is
still
you
rough,
you
use
have a
but the
higher
best thing
chance.
that anyone can ever do, and I would challenge y'all to
Listen,
do this: look at the
my
homicides. Don't listen to media bullshit. Look at the homicides in Chicago. You can look at the victims and the suspects. Do
I,
the same thing in Memphis. Do the same thing in Oakland. You'll be surprised. A lot of times, majority of the people ain't black.
listen, Jonathan. I'm not gonna do fake news. I'm not gonna listen, Jonathan. I'm not gonna do fake news because
We're not
you
doing fake news. The fact of the matter
you
is, you
you
just preaching
you
something, but you
you
haven't looked into any of the stuff that you're
come
preaching
on.
about,
There
and that's been a
there was
problem since you got
500
up here.
there was 500 murders in Philadelphia last year.
Yeah,
Fact, right? Of that 500,
100% fact.
it it was 400 that looked kind of like us, right? Okay, you can do this. You can extrapolate that to every city, right? And we do a lot more Bantu killing than everywhere, every major city, and
77.
this was not happening pre 1960. It wasn't. We had the lowest. At the FBI statistic says African Americans was the moral compass of this entire
Can
country.
you
That's
pull that up? Can you pull that up so we can see it?
how, Jonathan. I'm
Yeah,
at the
pull it up.
gym, man. I'm at the gym getting my walk on so I can be a high value man because it ain't about the money. It's about having a high value rod. That's what a woman wants.
Okay.
Um,
Nobody
y'all
trying to hear
better
all
get in
that
shape.
nonsense, nigga.
All right, y'all.
Get up here and prove what you're saying.
Listen,
No, hold on. To answer Honeyflower's question, right? No, if you go to these high crime cities, you have a higher chance of something happening to you. But no,
hey,
you just not step there, you just get killed. No, that's
not, not if you're not from that area, you're not from that neighborhood. Steve, you tell them about North Carolina, right?
uh-huh.
Yo, Raleigh dorm, Charlotte, right? Is different than where you live at, right?
Right.
The people who's doing the crime is just a Bantu on Bantu, right?
Uh-huh.
We
Right.
ain't we
But
ain't we ain't
I don't
we
when
ain't
I go
killing
to these
Edom.
bad neighborhoods, I don't expect anything to happen to me. Now, of course, I understand there's a higher chance, but no, just stepping there don't mean you're gonna get killed,
Oh,
robbed, or
go to dorm tonight, man, and go to dorm tonight, and live stream. And guarantee you it'll be about that. No, just go there and live stream.
But
Steve Jobs.
why are they so like I mean, I've seen videos and stuff like that where like they'd have those white boys go to the hood and do like street interviews and stuff
that's
and
during the
like it's
daytime. They ain't out
Hey,
at night.
honey flower, you ain't learned nothing from the year I've been on here. The white man is the referee. On the field, the referee is off limits. You know
because
that.
I was watching those guys I was watching those documentaries.
Come on, man. A white man could get a house in Flatbush and run every morning with his little dog, and ain't
That's
shit
not
gonna
true,
happen.
man. They'll
Nah, he's right though. He
that's
right.
not nah, that's not true, man.
All right, man.
They'll attack white
Yo,
people too.
No,
Steve,
No,
they
but I
don't.
watched the
Steve.
documentary and then there was these
Wait,
guys
wait,
that
wait.
they're
Jonathan, let me ask you a question, Jonathan.
Yeah.
dang.
If a
Hold on,
white
let
man,
Honeyflower finish. Let
oh,
Honeyflower finish,
hold on, let me
Kwame.
just ask Jonathan, if a white man moved to Plateau State right now and he
That nigga's
driving
getting knocked
around,
off.
come on, if he driving around in his Maybach, he got his wife and kids, he got his little puppy in the back. Ain't nothing gonna happen to that white
Yeah,
man in
yes,
Plateau
he
State.
will, bro. Y'all tripping, man. Y'all
Listen,
tripping.
even when the missionaries went to Africa, they was safe.
You
They
made
was
a
walking
mistake though,
through
Kwame.
tribal
You
wars
got to
So
you got
why
to
the
untouched.
change
missionaries?
that.
Why the missionaries just got
If that
kidnapped
white
in
man was in a
Niger? It was some
southern state
missionaries
of
that got
Nigeria, he might not be touched, but in the north, he'll get touched. Now,
them missionaries in
if you place that white guy in Plateau State with an Arab guy, that man ain't getting touched at all. He good.
Man, listen, listen, man. A white woman could go into a Fulani village and hug a war chief, and that tear gonna come out that nigga eye. I'm telling you, man.
oh
He's
my
the
god.
referee.
They gonna kill that white woman.
Nah, they
But
like,
if
you
she
know,
if
like,
in the same place, if she went to somewhere in Calabar, she is going to be treated like a god. Okay,
No, but I wanted
they
to
got a statue of a white woman in Calabar.
All
Okay,
right, Jonathan.
that's how
Let's
bad
say,
it is.
okay, we gonna say an extension of the white family, an Arab. Let's say an
Oh,
Arab.
okay. Y'all let Honey Flowers finish. Y'all.
Yeah, I just want to finish about what I was saying. So, in the documentary that I was watching about, sometimes I go into these strange rabbit holes where I'm like watching these documentaries on YouTube. And there was this one guy, he went to, I think it was Memphis or somewhere down south, and where they had like a lot of gang culture. And he asked them, like, why, like, so why do you guys kill each other? Like, why is there so much murder and so much crime? He's like, the young guy was like, well, there's nothing else for us to do. We ain't got no jobs, we ain't got nothing to do, it's boring, we sit around at home all the time. So,
Dumb niggas.
and then there was like, we have to get into something. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. We can hear you.
Yeah, so they're like, we have to get into something, so this is all we can do. And then, like, they were all sitting on their porches, and they all had like these AK-47s, all these type of like different expensive guns. And they're like, if we had something else to do, maybe we wouldn't get into that. So is that true? Is there nothing to do down south? Are there no jobs? Like, I don't get it.
yeah, there's
Yeah, there's jobs, but even if you don't have jobs, don't. I mean, what does it got to do with killing each other? You don't got to kill
I
somebody because you don't have a
listen,
job.
and
Let's not play cap on
Jonathan
that
is
part
being
either.
disingenuous, right? Because Jonathan's a
Depending on where you live in the United States of America, if you've been in jail, and a lot of young black people who's been in the streets have been in jail, that severely handicaps you. That depends on what state you're in, though. And a lot of the time, these people are in those states that
you know,
literally try to hand up and hold down
hey,
people that got a criminal record, whether they're white
listen,
or black.
I wish Hustle Smart was on the show, man, because I went to Little Rock, Arkansas, and everybody looked hungry as shit, man. Like
Oh,
they just look at you, man, like with like I'm like, yo, I know I'm Bantu too, you know. I mean, but hey, man, it is what it is.
all right. Who's on
Wait,
the?
wait,
Who's
you
on
went to
the?
Arkansas and you went to Arkansas and you still alive?
Listen, barely, barely.
Hold on. Who was out
Yeah,
here
that
first?
contradiction. You go to Memphis, you still alive? Man, you
All right,
still alive?
No, no, no,
move it
no, no.
right.
I don't.
Let's move it right along. I got Principe and then Elvis. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
Oh
bro.
God.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you,
Yes, we
bro.
can hear you.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I want to touch on the topic because I heard like a couple things I strongly disagree with. One, I heard Jonathan trying to indicate that nobody was dancing like that before the Caribbeans and the Africans got here, which is false. There's something called dirty dancing. There's all types of little dances that they used to do that's very similar to twerking. And it was rappers like Nelly. There was a whole campaign during hip hop early 2000s when they was complaining about how the women were not trying to dance or do certain things in the videos that they were putting other women in the videos. So
Yeah,
the
Caribbean woman.
idea
Go
that
ahead.
you said what that
Yeah,
didn't happen.
they were replacing with Caribbean woman. And this is not
And
really an
what?
argument
And
you
they were
can
talking
win,
about
Prince.
y'all women. What are
Don't
you
even
talking about,
try
bro?
it. Principe.
Bro, they was talking about how y'all women was not doing certain things in the videos, so they was getting and they also had a campaign against black women doing stuff like that in the videos, and they got other women. It's on the internet, man. Look up Nelly
Principe. The
2025.
black woman would
And
not do all
Jonathan,
of that
y'all are
shit in
both
the
right.
video, so they went and got some Caribbean woman to do the nasty shit that they wanted in those videos. You're only proving the
No,
point.
no, no. Both of
Bro,
y'all are right.
the videos got hella white. So what are you talking about? People for years were complaining how we don't see black women in the videos no more.
Hey,
So what are you
Principe.
talking about?
There's if I look back at the 1990s and I want to look at
I
some
said 2000,
degenerate
early
shit,
2000, but
if I want to
2005,
look
bro.
at some degenerate shit, I gotta go to Caribbean Lil Kim, Caribbean Trina, Caribbean Foxy Brown. If I want to look at some degenerate shit,
What
that's as
what
good
what
as it's going to get
what
Okay,
about
in
what
terms
about
of
what about
what about
time out
neighbors then?
it,
Slave. Go ahead, bro.
see
Go ahead,
see
bro.
in terms of listening to black women. On the
but
other
principally
hand, I can listen to Salt and Pepper, Missy Elliott, and the
but
Brat. They're not
Jonathan
twerking.
Miller,
They're not
the
doing none of
first
that
person
crazy shit. Cut it out.
Jonathan Miller, the first person to invent twerking was Josephine Baker. She was African American.
How you know she? Wait, who was Josephine Baker? Hold
I
on, let
never
me look
seen
that up.
He
Josephine
lying.
twerk, bro.
I don't
Yeah,
know about that.
Listen, I'm not gonna say they was twerking, but I have heard some songs all the way back in the 20s. Like it's a song called "A Fat Fanny Stump."
Hold on. At Mari Shy, Lil Kim is she is part Caribbean. Same thing with Foxy Brown.
And I'm sorry to cut off Prince P. And I'm gonna say this real quick. Most of the most of the ratchet stuff that we see in rap music, I will say a lot of it did come from down south. Because you can hear some underground songs back in
yeah,
the '90s. A lot of it was like southern hip hop culture, where you
yeah,
hear a lot of songs about shaking your behind, my little
yeah,
mini skirt on. I'm like you hear
yeah.
stuff
That
like
came out of
it was
Decatur,
underground.
Georgia.
Yeah, it was underground, but it eventually made its
Nah,
way to the
it came out of
mainstream.
New Orleans.
Remember that
It
song
came
New
out of
"Move
New
Till You See
Orleans,
Orleans.
you
Move"?
hear songs from.
And you have to go look back at the people that were promoting that shit down there in New Orleans.
Remember Get the Gat?
You got to
Remember
go
that
back and
song?
look at it.
Hold on. Let me get Elvis on. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right, what's up, Carla? What's up, panel?
Yo,
I mean, I'm just joining the conversation, man. And
what do you think about the topic?
I mean, you said it one time, and it got me off guard when I first heard you say you're going to teach black people, or FBA how to hate, or black people how to hate. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
the
hold on.
same.
Also, I'm gonna teach Africans how to hate too. Damn.
Nah,
If I teach Africans how to hate, do you think there'll be Chinese in there whooping up on an African man?
But
no, no,
see,
Good point.
right. I can't even say anything to do with
No,
this stuff.
I'm dead serious, right? I'm dead serious. Do you think there'll
No,
be
it's
half?
yeah, yeah. There'll be African. There'll
Hold on.
be Chinese
You think
there,
there'll be
Carla.
half Chinese babies,
Yeah,
babies
yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah,
see,
yeah,
registered
see.
numbers
But
or not?
time out.
We
Y'all are
Hold
talking
too
on, let
hard.
Elvis go. Let Elvis go.
Elvis always cuts me off.
Okay,
Listen, let
cut me
Elvis
off and
go.
go and see what you want to
Let
say,
Elvis
man.
speak. Let Elvis speak. Go ahead.
Well, Carter, I mean, it's deeper than that, right? It's all about economics, right? So even somebody who don't like you inside, they probably will work with you to get some money from you because you got a pathway for them getting out of poverty or whatever the case may be. So it's not as simple as I don't like this person, so I'm not going to work with them.
Well, I
You
want
know,
to make
so
sure that we don't need people to ever depend on people we hate.
But can I say something? We just
what you
haven't
got to say,
evolved.
man?
We haven't evolved to that. We still have another 500 years of evolution to learn governance, leadership, civility. No, no,
How do you
no.
know it's 500
That's
though?
stupid.
How
No.
did you
I'm
know
just
it's
saying it.
500?
I really think it's longer, but I'm optimistic that in the next 500 years. But y'all always take stuff as a joke. I'm
Steve
telling.
and Kwame,
Listen,
stop giggling a
you're
little bit when
trolling,
this nigga's
me,
talking
bro.
stupid shit.
You're
No,
trolling me,
no,
man.
no. I'm just saying we haven't evolved to that, right?
No,
But
yes,
I have.
we have. Yes, we
I
have. The problem is what we don't have is we don't have a little hate, right? If people really hated people that misuse funds and whatnot, people will be coming with their pitchforks and whatnot. How this country was founded? People come with pitchforks, burning politicians and lighting witches and whatnot. When you hate, man, it can get a lot of stuff done. We don't get enough.
1776. You be listening to Frank Zanu?
Oh, that professor. I just he came in my algorithm like 2 weeks ago. I listened to two of his pod whatever, two of his shows.
Yeah, man, cause you it seemed like
Interestingly,
if you look
he popped up in my algorithm recently. I listened to him for like 3 or 4 times, and I said, "This dude kind of smart and dumb at the same time."
He's a fucking.
Yeah, he contradicts himself. He says the right things and he contradicts himself. I just hope he's contradictory.
I don't
1777.
agree
I
with
have a
everything.
question. I have a question for him. I seen a comment while I was on Zanu's page or whatever. Someone said the black man needs an ice age. What do you think about that?
Ice Age is too long. That's 1,000 something years. Nah, it just Like I was like, it's not proven, but I just think Bantu DNA is rough, man. But I'm optimistic.
That
I don't
Because
was
think
they
Bantus.
were saying that this is the I don't know, this is the theory that apparently, and I've seen this talked about many times and everything, where they're saying like the black race, they had it so easy. They didn't have to be extremely innovative due to the climate, everything being readily accessible, food everywhere. They had abundance.
well.
They
That
didn't
goes into
deal,
the thing is if black
so
we
they
had
didn't
all
have.
that, why would anybody make the stupid thing of migrate to a cold ass barren North America? That's what I said. That goes against it. Africa. There was no need for black people to leave Africa. You know.
Yo,
So why did?
Kyla, check
Go
this
ahead.
out, right? The only country outside of Europe that has been able to compete with the United States, economically, is China. And China is really an unusual country. They have 1 billion people in terms of their human resources, right? Africa has maybe a little more than 1 billion people in its entirety.
Elvis, you went blank.
Are you getting me?
No, we can still hear him. I can still hear him.
I can hear Elvis loud and clear.
Yeah. So when you have a continent that have like 54, 55 countries, and most of them barely have,
Yeah, I
5 or
said that
10 million people.
you got 55 countries. Like, the China has the same amount of money people as Africa. You have a billion people being governed in a tight area with one political party. Africa, you have all these a billion people with 54 countries and like a 2,000 political parties. You wonder why nothing ever gets done. You know,
Right. So that's one of the problems. So I'm trying to rebuttal this guy who's talking about black people. It's just like the divide and conquer. I don't want to get into that conspiracy shit, but if
African black
Africa
people
was
are
united,
capable.
we'll be
Hold
farther
on, if
along than we are
Africa was
now.
capable, are capable of governing the thing. I have every doubt of that.
But
I
but
see
But
but
Elvis, when
if
was
time,
Africa ever united?
like
yeah. So
Marcus Garvey said,
hold. What Africa needs is an Afristan. You know, that's what it needs. It needs that one state that basically has its claws in all the other countries to pull together on one centralized government. You know, that's what it needs. You know,
Yeah.
but the
The
thing
thing,
is,
the curse of Africa is its diversity, right? That's the curse of Africa because
no, it's not, man.
just hold on for a second. This guy talk about Bantu DNA. You don't even know what Bantu DNA is.
Okay,
All Africans are not Bantu. Like Honey Flower on the platform, she's not a Bantu. She's black.
she got like
No, no,
10%
just just
Bantu.
just just hold on, bro. Just be quiet for a second.
she's not banned
The,
to all.
right, the diversity of the continent is something that is hurting the continent because you got three different sections, and maybe even four different sections of the continent that
Oh,
look at themselves as different.
I
So
hate
China, for
Democrats.
example, they're all you look at them, they're all Chinese. You might say this is Han Chinese, this is Yang Chinese or whatever, but they look the same pretty much. In Africa, you got the northern part of Africa that looks different. You got the eastern part that looks different, and the western part and the southern part that looks different. So there's a lot of diversity on the continent that makes it hard for people to come together. We can easily see
Oh,
our differences rather than seeing our similarities.
But that has
So
nothing to do with
Elvis, can I ask you a
economics,
question?
though. That has nothing
Elvis,
to
why
do
do
with
you always have an
economics.
excuse
So
for? Why do you always make up an excuse for something dysfunctional? I
because
can
I'm
I can say
because I'm
I can
smart and
say,
insightful, I can
but
think
Elvis,
and I
I
can
can
look
say
at things and I can
Elvis,
Elvis,
so what
compartmentalize it.
about Europe?
Elvis, I can say a dog is
What
moonwalking,
what
and
what,
you
what is
would
the
have
common
an
thing in Europe?
excuse for why he's moonwalking.
Well,
Like,
well, they
come on,
phenotypically
they
different.
all
They got
They're
thousands of
phenotypically similar,
tribes.
bro. You go to
they all
Croatia and you go to England, those people look similar.
Are you
You go to
telling me a
Russia
person from
and you go to
Sweden?
Poland,
No,
they look similar.
wait, Elvis. Are you telling me a person from Sweden and a Nordic
You
person
think if
and a
Russia
Latin
have
person?
if half of Russia was black people, they would all be unified right now? That's what you're telling me,
they are not Bantus.
I wouldn't
bro?
say
You're
black.
not hearing what I'm saying to you.
Can I
If
say this real
half of
quick?
Europe had half Asian, have white, and then another population was black people, you think there
You
would be
don't have
one
to be
Europe?
culturally the same
No,
to
no. But
trade and to
All
create
Africans look alike.
economic.
what
You
I'm
don't have to
That's
saying
be
is
not true.
culturally
ethnic.
the
That's
What
same.
I'm
not
saying,
true. What are you talking about?
phenotypically, all Europeans don't look all this. They not
No, they
all blue
don't. They
eye,
don't.
Yeah,
blue
with that
eye.
white skin, they're
The
white.
white skin is there.
But,
White skin.
Yeah. So, but what about
But most
Africa?
Africans got darker
Everybody
skin.
got dark skin.
Sub-Saharan
Nah, but
Africa.
it's different, bro. All white people have straight hair. Do they? Do you see there any white people with afro?
White people
No.
got
It
currency
has
there
I'm
Okay.
not.
too.
I'm
nothing
not.
to
I'm not
do.
following.
It
My
has
thing. My
nothing
Hey,
to
thing
do
is.
with
Can I
love.
say something? The thing is,
It has
the
nothing to do with love.
Europeans, for the most part, often due to the fact that they had an exterior threat, one, and then two, the church was a unifying element during the early
oh my
14,
god, yo.
1500s. So the Catholic Church, 'cause I know England now it has like an Anglican church, but its root is the Catholic Church. But they kind of rejected the Pope, right? So at the end of the day, they found a unifying element, and
So what
despite this
about
unifying element, hold on,
Right.
despite this unifying element, they had World War I, World War II, they had the
Right.
Civil War, they had the Ukrainian War, but everybody just sidetracked it as everything there was a forever in peace, which is a false notion.
Prince of P? They
Hold on, hold on, hold
also
on.
they also have the Greek Orthodox Church. They
Hey,
also
I,
Hold
Kwame,
on, hold on, hold on.
Kwame,
they
Can
can
I
I,
say
also
something
had the
real quick?
Protestant
this is
Church.
my last thing, and I'm gonna get hit the weights. Check
Carla,
this
can
out.
you make this like one by one? Everybody's talking and it's just this is too much. Carla, are you here?
Now, just have somebody speak.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you guys are
One by
interrupting
one.
me.
Listen to the lady. One by
You
one.
sound
Who's up first?
sleepy. Are you sleepy?
For me?
Yeah.
No, I was going to this other chat. I was talking to Jar and all these other people in another chat. They had to.
Oh,
I said I'm doing a show. You know, so I muted myself and muted you guys while I was on this conference call.
oh, okay.
So what's so up first, Prince of B, you was making a point, right?
My point is that the European didn't magically work together. There was different events, whether it's from the Crusades, whether it's from World War I, World War II, whether it's from them forming the EU. All those type of things had to come into play for them to work together. So the idea that the European is more unified than the African is a false notion because they had World War I, World War II, a civil war. They had different elements of wars despite them
Hey,
having all these kind of institution of unity. So, for the most part, Africans are buying into the idea of unity by choice, not by war. So and recently there was a coup in Benin, and the different regions in ECOWAS assisted the leader. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, we heard about that. Can I go
okay.
next?
Can I?
What's your
Is it
opinion
my
on that?
turn? Is it my turn?
Hold on. I don't know who turn it is.
Go ahead, Steve.
Who's answering Prince of B? Who's answering him?
I
I'll
mean,
answer
who knows
Principally.
about the coup? He know,
Uh,
he doesn't know what's going on in
but
Benin.
Who's
Qua-
who's talking about the what Prince of B was saying? I want somebody to
I,
follow him.
I'm gonna answer that. Kwame answered that
You
a
know
couple
nothing
shows
about the
ago.
coup. What do you know about the
But
coup?
but Kwame answered that a couple shows ago. He said,
Kwame didn't know nothing. But the coup just happened today. What are you talking
"What,
about, man?
Elvis? As soon as see you
No,
have two
because you're
Americans,
going to say something that
but
you're not an
Kwame,
expert on. Know your
and,
limitation, bro.
You're
What
not
happened with
speaking
that?
about the Elvis. You're not speaking about the coup.
listen, I said
What did
Kwame
Prince P
answered
just say about the thing in Africa just now?
Kwame, remember you said right now, since certain date, there's been like 10 European wars, but 200 African coups. You said something like that the other day.
Yeah, and
When
I
you,
was mistaken. It was over 400 in the last
oh
100
my,
years.
so just answer that, Kwame. I'm a fall back.
That's what I said.
Repeat that. Hold on. Repeat that one more time. That numbers don't even add up. Repeat that one more time.
In the last since 1925 to 2025, there have been over 400 military coup in
You said
Africa.
1925.
Since 1925 to
Most
220,
countries were not even
How many
free in
countries was
1925.
independent in 1925, Kwame?
This
Hey,
sounds crazy, man. What?
if
Elvis, I
y'all
got a
hear
Be
me,
question.
quiet, bro. You don't know about Africa, so be quiet. We're not talking to you. How many
if
Elvis,
countries
I have
was
a
independent in
question.
1925, Kwame?
Hey, Kwame, how many
probably
people
three,
died? How many
Probably
people died in
three.
the Congo Civil War? 20 million,
Bro,
10,
right?
we're
10
having a
million,
conversation. Stay out of it, bro. So,
10 million. But
who are the
Elvis, this
countries
is
that you're counting? Those three countries. How many coup were there from 1925 until 1960s when most African
well,
countries got their independence?
Elvis. Let me answer the question.
Hmm.
When I looked up the coups in Africa since the last 100 years, it brought me from 1925 all the way to 2025, and it really started in 1950. So from 1950 to 2025, it been over 400 coups.
How many coups happened in 1950?
I'll tell you right now. Give me a second.
Okay, what's up with this whole? I know there's different groups of Africans in Africa, but what's up with this whole like West Africans and Bantu thing?
West Africans are not Bantu.
Well, which one?
I understand that.
Burundi seems to
No,
be
I get Baruti thing. You know, it's a generalization of sub-Saharan Africans. I get it, but
Right.
Bantu is a genetic haplogroup.
Because
So
Uh,
we
uh,
was talk, but
Elvis,
it's not though.
when
I
Steve
thought
do when Steve finish, I'll read it out to you.
no, you
okay.
can
Go
read it now.
ahead,
I just want
Kwame.
to hear.
Go
I'm
ahead,
not saying it
Kwame.
didn't happen, but I want to hear it.
Yeah, Africa experienced more military coup than any other continent, driven by factors like post-colonial instability, economic challenge, ethnic tension, and security risks. Let me just go down to the coups themselves. Total coups attempt from 1950 to 2023, 220, 109 successful, 111 failed. Estimated coups from
Pause right there.
1925.
So there's only been about 100 coups in
Wait.
Africa since that
That's from
time.
1950 to 2023. Estimated total 1925 to 2025, approximately 225 to 230 attempted coups,
So
115
where the hell do
successful.
you come up with 400, bro?
I probably got the numbers mixed up earlier.
Man,
You do know a attempted coup doesn't mean actual successful coup.
I That's why they
I mean,
separated it.
Kwame just trying to he's trying to be like 1776. He's just trying to back up this
No,
nigga
no, no,
ignorance.
no, no. Well, okay, the first one was in Sudan in 1958. Sudan got a total of 18 coups from 1958, 1969, 1989, 2019, and 2021.
Yeah, so then these don't count, bro. They're not
Can,
really our people, man.
But Burundi got
But
11.
it's still black.
Burundi
It's
got
still black.
11. Burkina Faso got 10. Ghana
hey,
got 10. Sierra Leone
can,
got 10.
can
Uh,
we can we keep it a buck? The
Guinea
most time,
Bissau
the,
got 9. Nigeria got 8. Mali got 8. Nigeria got 8.
let's keep it a buck. The first time an African experiences peace is coming to America or Europe. I'm telling you, it's just like Africa is a hard
So
continent.
can I ask you a question? You know how many Africans live in America?
Only a little bit live in America, but everybody wants to come here.
Can
So
I say
Yeah,
something
but
after? Wait, can I say something after you're done? Whoever's speaking.
go ahead, go
yeah,
ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not understanding the debate or whatever you guys are having, because I don't think 1776 is wrong in what he's saying. We should
So somebody got
identify
an echo. Somebody got an echo.
and ask ourselves, why do Africans have to resort into creating coups in order to feel like they've been heard, or in order to get remove the current dictator that is destroying their country, like
Well, I would say
this
like this,
inability to.
honey flower. I would say like
Mhm.
this, right? My theory is, and I'm not trying to be funny like that, right? You got a bunch of people sitting around, right? They just had a coup, El Presidente's president and whatnot, and then he said he has these big ideas to build his country, right? But instead of him saying, something, this generation, my revolutionaries, right? You have to sacrifice, right, for the future generation. You gotta say in the African mind. The African mind does not think in terms of the 100 years from now. They think of now and the immediate. They don't have a sense of delayed gratification, right?
and I'm a second what Kyla said. I think
Hold on.
Mike
So therefore,
Omawale.
therefore, 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 what happens is it takes 5 years roll by, right? 5 years roll by. Let's say this dictator falls out with the West, right? And says, I'm gonna really start to do something for my people, right? I'm seizing the national oil fields, right? Right away, the CIA already got like people in place, right? They profile everybody in the country. They profile who's a dissident, who's an agitator, or they have a book of what they call intelligence. You understand the difference between information and intelligence? Intelligence are information to 100% accurate, right? They said we got intelligence right now. Intelligence says this guy is plotting to assassinate him. Let's get in there and help him. This guy, the intelligence tells us this guy is willing to work with us. This guy, if he gets power, is willing to let us put bases there. This guy is going to give us what we want. as far as the oil thing. That's intelligence. So the government, the CIA creates intelligence, right? And the government policy acts on intelligence, not just hearsay information. They act on intelligence, and therefore that's why it's so easy to have a coup in Africa. That's so easy because all they have
They,
to do is
Carla, you know what?
God, why
You're right. You're
it
right
goes from
to an
Tyler for
extent.
10 minutes
Hold
to
on,
Elvis for
bro.
20.
Hold
God
on, bro.
damn.
You're right to an extent, right? One of the things that we see in Africa, the last two, well, the last coup and the last attempted coup, has really been about politics. And it's an African syndrome where politicians, once they get into government and they become corrupt and have done so much stealing and embezzlement, they're afraid to leave office because they'll probably be prosecuted. Their people will probably be targeted if there's somebody else that coming after them. Like the coup in Guinea-Bissau, where the president had, the elections had just been called, and it was most likely going to be the opposition that was going to win the elections. That coup was actually, many people don't understand, was actually a coup for the president. He didn't want to become this despot where he stays in power after he lost the election. So he basically handed power to the military so that his opposition, the opposition doesn't come in and go after him. So they blocked the opposition from getting power, and he left the country while the military, who was on his side, took power. That's one thing. The
Okay.
last attempted coup in Benin, it was a president who was supposed to be coming up for elections, and most likely, I think he was supposed to be finishing his term. He's not even supposed to run again in the next election. So these guys are already suspecting something similar was going to happen in Benin, where he was going to have a handpicked successor, come and succeed him, and
Hey,
no
Elvis.
reprimanded. He wasn't going to be reprimanded for all of his corruption and his abuses of power.
But y'all
So
gotta let other people
they
talk, man.
they try to
I
take
just
him
did.
out,
all right,
but the
all right,
army
Elvis,
was too
Elvis.
strong.
All right, let
I
let let him talk. Go ahead, bro.
listen. Y'all went in all these long, extended soliloquies. Basically, the Bantu or the African man doesn't have the DNA to build a strong
No,
civilization.
look,
It's
hold on,
too many.
hold on,
It's too
hold
many
on. That's a,
traders.
that's a,
It's
that,
too
that's
many
an ad hominem
collaborators.
tag. Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this.
I talked
When
for
you're
10 seconds. I'm already off.
hold up. When you relax, I gotta cut you off because when you talk, I give you the floor, man. But then you start talking that babble, man. Come on,
No, but
that
look,
makes for
you,
bad radio.
Scott,
Hold on. Let me say
Colin.
this. Let me say this. Okay, I would say like this. What I do is give people the benefit of the doubt, right? You cannot have a continent, right? And Africa is a very young continent as far as like independence, right? You have a continent, right, that's still tethered to Europe, right?
Colin, can I get
All
at least a minute?
right, go ahead, but please
Listen,
don't use
I just said if
but
you look,
don't say,
if you look at if you look at von Clausewitz on war, he talked about different European countries and the DNA they have to become a superpower, right? If I break down East, North, West, South Africa, I don't see the DNA to become
so
a
let
strong.
me ask you a
But
question.
Tyler,
Okay,
goddamn,
is
let me finish
Bulgaria
my.
hold on,
I'm in
you
the middle of a
hold on, I gotta
fragment.
stop right there because you made a lie. Is Bulgaria a superpower? Is Armenia a superpower?
He didn't mention Bulgaria. He was talking about. He said the Germans, based on their DNA, had the ability to become a superpower,
So
right?
what about the Irish?
He he thought they were like subhuman, kind of like they looked at Irish, kind of like.
So the bottom line is, so who is this guy saying this? It doesn't matter. It's racist tropes that don't mean anything.
But
Right, and the
Scarlett,
Irish are some of the smartest people. They have one of the most
The
developed
Irish
economies.
basically,
all
Irish
right,
are
all right.
well, like,
I'm gonna go lift some weight because Colin and his son can't don't have the
Bro, we
respect
just
to give
don't want to
somebody
hear you
30
talk
seconds.
bullshit, man. If I'm trying to give you the history of what's happening in
Elvis,
Africa,
why
and you come here and talk about genetic composition,
why the
stupid
fuck are
shit that
you
has
here,
nothing to do
Elvis?
with any
Why the
facts.
fuck are you here? Because you can't build shit in Africa and you
No,
know it.
because you're just talking. You just okay. Because I guess you're saying your genetics means you're supposed to be a slave, and you're supposed to be a
No,
second class
I,
citizen, and you can never
I
rise above that
He
level because
didn't. He didn't
your
say
genetic
that. He
makeup is
didn't
that of a
say
slave.
that.
Is that what you're saying to yourself?
That's what he's saying.
certain
That's
groups of
what he's
people
saying.
That's
would
what
never
you're
become
saying, man.
slaves.
You are part of that
Certain
same group, dude. You're part of that same group. So you're basically
I just want
implying
to
that
come in and listen to this
we
stupid
are
nigga talk.
inferior because we're from the third world and we're African, but
but
your
look,
DNA is also
time out.
African. So what does that make
All
you?
you
But
guys
Did the white
he's
man put you
basing it
back in
off
slavery
of
by
he's
your
I
logic?
basing wait, he's basing what he's saying off of observable reality. If these
Oh, that's
countries
bullshit. That's bullshit.
no, he's
That's
not
bullshit.
100%
She
wrong.
have
I'm
that
not
same view,
saying
Carla.
It's not the
no,
same
That's
view.
no,
She's
Carla,
bullshit.
Carla,
espousing that
no,
black
Carla,
people can't do
Carla just
shit
don't
because
tell
they're
her
black.
off.
no,
time
That's
no,
out.
no, no, no.
bullshit.
I
Is
didn't
Kwame
say
here?
it was I didn't say it
Yeah,
was
I'm
an
here.
IQ thing.
Hey, Kwame.
It I'm hold on, wait. I wanna because he's saying I said the same thing. I didn't say it was an IQ thing.
Oh, let me hold on.
It could
Hold
be
on.
a
Let me say.
cultural issue.
Let me say
Yeah,
this. Right?
I'm just lift weights. I'm probably gonna
Hold on.
get
Let me say this. Hold up. Some of the smartest people in the world come from Nigeria.
yes,
People
but
make
they can't
it
build
Yeah,
shit
sound
but
in
like
I'm
okay.
not.
Nigeria.
Hold up. The problem is this, right? The country of Nigeria was an experiment by the British.
Oh my god, we always
So
gotta go
that's
through.
the truth, right? So Nigeria is never going to get to the point where its best and brightest could actually. Most of the people who have the best and brightest in Nigeria have to live overseas. I guarantee you, anything amount of money, if you bring those geniuses that Nigeria produces that live in the UK, Germany, Russia, everything like that. If Nigeria had a new government and everything said we're going to
Um,
build this stuff like this, Nigeria will basically
So,
pass.
Kyler, you calling for another coup?
So I don't buy
Kala
that.
is telling you what I'm telling you, that the ethnic tension, especially the Fulanese in the north, who think that they should be ruling over the Yorubas because they conquered some of them during the olden times, from the Oyo Empire, would never let the Yorubas lead, even though they're the smartest people, the most innovative. They
okay,
would never let them lead without them being on
okay,
their backs or trying to supervise them, like what they're doing now with Tinubu.
Wait.
Can I just
So that's
So,
that. There's
Elvis,
Kyla?
there's
Can I say?
complexities to these things.
Elvis, are
no,
you
but
It's
you
still
not
always
because
are
have
you
people
to.
are
saying that?
stupid. There are a lot of
Hey,
smart Africans.
Kwame,
Wait.
Kwame,
Are
Kwame,
you saying
Kala
that
is
Africans is still stuck on tribalism,
I'm
essentially?
telling you, there are other dynamics as at play in these different countries, not simply because
hey,
they're
hey,
stupid.
hey,
That's what
I
I'm
never
telling you.
said they were stupid. I said
No,
are
I'm
African?
rebuffing it. rebutting this guy who's talking about African have a
I'm from
DNA,
here on
and
out.
because of
From
that
here
they
on
can't
out.
lead
From
or they
here on
can't,
out, I'm
they
only
can't have
talking to
peace.
Kwame, Steve, and Kala because you always say complexities. You always say it's a calculus. You
Because
always make things
you're a one process thinker. You're not a multi process thinker, bro. You think one way.
listen,
You're a linear
because
thinker.
the world isn't hard, isn't easy, but it's not hard, right? Everybody in Nigeria is black as hell, right? You
No,
all
you know,
fail
you
the
got
paper
light
bag
skinned
test, right?
Nigerians.
Right?
Not
But you can't
everybody in
get
Nigeria
along.
is black as hell.
Do you know who the
You
America's made
don't.
Shua
up of
people
You don't
are?
Nigerians
have
are
to.
Do you know who the
17
Shua women are who are mixed with Arab? You know who the Kanuri people are? You don't know anything about Africa or Nigeria.
listen,
You just
Wait,
talk shit
listen,
out your mouth, man.
well,
listen.
I
Li-
will say this. I will say
Hold on,
this.
hold on. Can I say something real quick?
y'all look
Because
more alike than y'all do dissimilar.
hold
You,
on. Kyla, I don't like how you cut off 1776 when that girl over there, she said the same exact thing as 1776,
Well, now,
and
and
you
I'm
never cut
saying,
her off.
look, I interrupt her too because she's real.
Nah,
but
Anybody
Kyla
who
doesn't.
she actually,
Kyla
she
doesn't.
But
actually
I
said
Kyla,
didn't get to
1776.
finish. I didn't get to
No,
finish.
anybody who
I
you're
didn't
believes,
get
worse
to
than
all I'm
finish.
saying, hold on,
1776, man.
every time I say like
Damn,
this,
I was saying one thing. I
anybody
got
who
cut off.
believes that there's something
now,
genetically
Kyla and
inferior to
Elvis don't
Africa
respect other black
is a
people.
lie.
They're
I
Black
both
people
didn't.
are not
disrespectful.
genetically
Wait,
inferior,
I
right?
never said anything about IQ. I
Hold on, let
said
me say this, right? Let me say,
cultural
honey, father, let me say
I
this.
said DNA. I
Every
never
last
said IQ.
look,
or
look, I
whatever.
can take this out. Every last single person on this earth have the same level of intelligence. It's just that the culture, the environment, and opportunity and space dictates how that intelligence is used.
So,
Right?
Kyla, let me ask you a question. I ask you
Allah
directly.
is right. Just acknowledge what he said is
There,
right, and don't
he
follow
just
this stupid
cut
nigga talking
Kwame
point.
off. Elvis is
Stop
a
being so
disrespectful dude,
emotional.
man.
You're so damn emotional for
Let,
Kyle is
nothing.
right. Look, I wasn't talking to you, lady.
No,
Don't try
but
to be
you're so
disrespectful. I wasn't
emotional. It's
talking to
so
you.
annoying.
let
It's
me just say.
annoying.
Let me just
Kyla,
say
you
You're
gotta
this.
watch this lady
emotional.
because I try to avoid her because she
Everybody
came back and
calm down.
apologized.
Everybody,
So I'm not even
everybody,
gonna go
All right,
after her.
all right, all right.
You're
everybody
But
calm
but
down.
I
emotional.
forgot y'all
but
two had.
Elvis,
No,
you
Elvis
bully
is
everybody on
She's
the.
emotional.
espousing some of her same sentiments. This dumb nigga talking about black people are inherently
Oh Lord.
inferior. They're
I
stupid
just
because of the
don't
DNA,
put word,
and she's in
don't
the
put words in
background
my
trying to
mouth.
hype that shit up, Kyla.
Hey
You gotta cut it off. If I got smoke for this nigga, I'm gonna have smoke
Elvis,
for her. She's gonna keep
Elvis,
peddling
Elvis,
that same
Elvis,
bullshit.
Elvis. You have your own country and you're here. You know why? Because your
Nigga,
country is inherently unable to work
yeah,
together and build up.
I guess your people were
So
inherently slaves, so they came and
so
took you
every
from the
so
continent,
so
right?
everything I
That's what you're
said.
saying to me, right?
But
Because our DNA
listen,
is inferior.
we were the only group of people that were able to become slaves. Other groups of people wouldn't allow that.
So
Are you kidding me?
there
Okay,
are
man.
multiple groups of people who were slaves. What are you talking? This nigga don't know history, man.
Yeah, what about the Slavs? You know,
Right, the
Slavs were
Slav were
slaves, right?
slaves. They're
But
white, brown haired, blue eyed people.
those people were moved in continent. They
Can I
wasn't
can I
moved halfway
What are you
around the
talking
world.
about?
can I say something when y'all done?
Tyler, this is what I'm talking about, man. So
Go
one
ahead.
Look,
process
Go ahead.
period. He
Elvis,
doesn't. He doesn't have
you prove
insight.
my point that you're inferior because you can't stay in your own country. You have to
Oh
come here
man,
under the white man's nuts
Colin,
to
let
be
Colin
You're
speak,
something.
man.
you're
Let
an
Colin speak.
idiot. There are white people who go into other people's country. Are they
You're
inferior?
just like
Look,
me, Elvis. You're just like me, but you're afraid to
No,
admit
no,
it.
7076. Can you look up how much white people exist in Africa, in Ghana, in Nigeria?
No, no,
How
they're
much
inferior. Principally, they're inferior
Lebanese?
because they went to Africa.
Yeah,
I
how
can't
much
hear you,
Lebanese
Principal.
are in there? Chinese, Indian. You know, there's over 30,000 Indians
Prince
in
of P,
More than
they
that, in
did right.
Nigeria
Prince of
alone, they
P,
go
they
I
there for
did.
can't hear
economic
Principal.
opportunities. This nigga's stupid. It's not. It has nothing to do with genetics.
I cannot
Idiot.
hear Principal. Principal, say what you said.
I said, do you know how much white people live in Africa and throughout the different nations? How much Lebanese and Syrians
They
And
go there
Prince
to
of
Indians
P,
and
they
they go
Chinese?
there to exploit the country and the continent.
Not
That's what they go there
necessarily.
for.
Look,
So
look, look.
when you come
The
over,
7076,
hold
they
on, hold
Lebanese
on,
are in
hold on,
That's
Liberia to
enough.
hold on, hold on,
exploit it.
SPP.
7076, they
hold on.
dare to be the
All right, all right.
referee.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Let me say
Go ahead.
this, right? I met this firsthand. Like when I first before I went to Liberia, I was like, man, motherfucker, Lebanese. I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind. Lebanese, white Lebanese. When I went there and met some of them, the businesses they run, the partnerships they have with the local people and stuff like that. You know, because you always see Liberian made products in their stores being sold and stuff like that. And I said to myself, you know, okay. Then you got the China Mall, right? It's half Liberian owned, half Chinese owned. You can get anything for your house in China. You can get a refrigerator, you can get a
I mean,
microwave, everything, right?
I
And that's a good thing. So I
I
don't
don't
see
care.
what you talk about. You make it seem like Africans are just stupid and
Colin, can
everybody
I
comes over
finally
here
speak when you
exploiting them. That's
done?
not the case, bro.
Can I finally speak when
Africa,
you
look,
done?
when you realize
A-
Africans are not stupid,
Africa
you know.
needs the European, the Asian,
No, they don't. It's a
the
people. It's a business
Lebanese
opportunity. Hold up.
to make
All
it
those things.
livable.
All those things you see in Liberia and Africa could be replaced by Black Americans
No,
if we didn't have the mindset like you. Because some
no,
people
Colin,
it
have
can
But
be
the mindset
replaced
like
by
you.
Black
wait,
Americans
hold
or
on a second.
Caribbean,
Hold on a
but not the
second, Paula.
African.
We're gonna have to be honest about something. Our people are exceptional, but if it, for the rest of the black race, cooked.
Yeah, but
Exactly,
hold up.
If
Jonathan
the
Miller.
white
Thank you.
people,
What
if
is
the
Bruh,
that?
white
bruh,
people did
What is
not
that?
come to
bruh,
Africa,
bruh.
there wouldn't be a damn toilet in Africa right now.
Right.
can I
Preach,
There wouldn't
speak?
be a what?
Jonathan. Hey,
Can I speak?
Jonathan,
We're gonna have to
where's your
deal with that
cash app so I can
reality,
send you some
Hold on,
whether
money,
you
hold on.
like
man?
it or not.
You do know the
Jonathan, where's
Lebanese.
your
Hold on,
cash
hold on,
app?
hold on, hold on, hold on. You know the history of why the Lebanese are in the
Jonathan,
Caribbean
Bruh.
Jonathan,
and
I
where I
went
can
on a
send tithes
road
and
trip,
offering to your
nigga.
church,
Their
man?
definition of roads was throwing rocks in the goddamn street.
Right.
I
Jonathan,
don't want to hear
Jonathan, where
principally.
is your
Shut that
cash
shit
app,
up.
nigga?
bruh, bruh, bruh.
Can I speak
I
after
don't
y'all
give a
done?
damn
Jonathan,
about
where is
African
your
Americans. I
Zelle?
own
Yeah,
the
but then
basket.
all
But
the
go ahead.
problems we talk about can be solved. You
By
know.
Man,
black
listen, man.
Americans and some
Listen,
Caribbeans, and that's just
But you're
about it.
Listen,
basically
Other
you're
than that,
basically
Jonathan,
this
I'm going
shit
to
is
ask you a
you're
cooked.
question,
implying.
Jonathan.
look,
I'm
Hold
going
up.
to
I
ask you
would
a
say
listen.
like
question,
this.
right?
I would say like this. Only thing I would say, Jonathan, that is the only advantage Black America has is it has a certain level of expectations. If you have you have demands,
Yo,
right?
yo,
A
yo,
lot of
Colin,
Africans don't have the expectations we do, so that's why
can
nothing
I
gets
can I speak? Can I
Yeah,
speak
Colin,
when
let
you
me ask
done?
Jonathan a question. Are African Americans smarter than Indians, right? The Indians from India. Are they smarter than them on the IQ
Of
level?
course, 100%.
Okay,
$100%.
you got data for that?
Yeah, I got data for that.
Okay, show us the
You
data.
ever realize that in order for you to come to America,
You,
that
you,
we don't get the crap from India that comes to
you have to be
America.
the 1% in your
No,
country to
no,
come.
I want to see the data.
There,
That's not data. That's
wait.
assumption. Show us the
That is
data.
data
No,
because
no, that's
they have a
assumption.
specific H-1B1 business visa
This
just
is
for
this
those
is
particular
this
That's
is
not the
people.
only visa that Indians come to the United States
Wait a
on,
minute.
Jonathan.
Wait a minute. The majority, the ones you're talking about that are rich, that make money, that do well, that's where they come from.
That's not
The
the. You know when
1%.
H1B
They'll go.
B1
Listen,
visa started, Jonathan?
you didn't listen, bro. You didn't come from America and go into technology and go into healthcare.
That's what I'm saying. You
When
know
the
when that
Indian people
started?
came over to America, they were working at 7-Eleven. They were
Hey,
trying to
Jonathan,
have hotels. They were trying to have
Jonathan,
little tiny restaurants. That was all they had
Jonathan.
going on.
Yeah, we're
The
talking
And
about
you
you're
immigrant.
talking
understand
about
that those people
IQ.
were the top
We're
Hey,
talking about
executives
Jonathan,
IQ
of
level,
any
right?
particular
A
country.
person with a
Jonathan,
high IQ can work in a menial
Jonathan,
job. So my
Jonathan.
point is, there are people
This
who are
this
openly
is a female,
defecating in
man.
India who are
It's like
really,
it's
really
like a
intelligent. It has
Elvis. You like
nothing
my
to
baby
do.
mother. You never let
Yo,
nobody
yo,
talk,
be
man.
quiet, bro.
All right. Let's 1776
We're having a
talk.
conversation.
Yo,
Oh,
Colin,
let's
when I'm gonna get to
1776
speak?
talk.
I've been trying to speak for 20 minutes.
Let
Kwame
them talk.
has
But go
tried
ahead.
to
Go
talk.
ahead. 776. Go ahead.
Listen. First and foremost, I just want to give a big ups to the pastor Jonathan Miller for keep to speak preaching the truth, man. Right? Without the influence of the Indians, the Lebanese, the Asians, and the Arabs to a lesser extent, Africa would be the planet of the apes. It would be total chaos
How
with
the hell
no
is
form of
Tyler,
building going on.
this is all he's begging to speak, just so he can spew this
No,
bullshit,
no,
and
no,
you
no,
let
no,
him
no,
talk
no.
all the time.
This is coming from my heart, right? And I have
Of
friends
course, it's
from
coming from your heart,
Senegal.
you
I have
stupid
friends
nigga.
from Ghana. I have friends from Nigeria, and they said there's nothing going on there. They don't even fucking want to go back,
Have you been to
Seventy
right?
Nigeria?
seven
Have
to
you been to
six.
Ghana, you idiot?
77 to 6. I want to add on to what you just said. Okay. Now you notice now the most popular places in the world in Africa, they weren't created by Africans.
Not at all.
Not one. You flock to Nairobi because the British people set up there. You flock to Cape Town and Johannesburg because the white people set up there.
Yeah, yeah,
You
go
left your
look up.
areas.
Go
So
look.
wait a
No, no,
minute.
no.
You
Go
left
look up.
your
Go
areas.
look
Let
up.
me
Go.
finish.
Yo,
Let me finish,
let
Go
Elvis.
look
Let
up.
me
Jonathan
finish,
No, no,
finish.
no, no,
Elvis.
no, 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 no,
Let
Prince
no,
me
no,
P,
no.
let
finish,
Jonathan
Elvis.
You
finish.
know,
You
Kwame
flock.
Dick Rider.
You
Hold on.
flock.
Go
You
up. Go look up
flock.
how they used to look and how they look
You
today.
flock. You
Listen,
flock
Why are you so triggered?
to
Let him
you
finish.
flock to Formula
Kwame is a
Visa
part of
and you
the
go straight
1777 mindset.
into
No,
These are
I'm
people
not.
who hate
Harare
Africa and pretend to be Pan
with the
Africanists. There ain't
white
no
Yo,
damn
people
Pan
yo,
set
you
up
talking
yo.
African.
about?
there.
Let me
You
speak.
Do you
just
see the
like to
difference?
shit on Africa,
Do you see
Kwame.
the difference?
I see you, bro.
Yo,
Do you
I
see
know
the
who you are
difference?
now. You're an enemy,
Lagos is
bro.
the
Do you
most
see the
popular
difference between
let
the
place
me
and the
Dominican
most
let
Republic
me
nicest
let
place
and
me
in
Haiti?
Nigeria
You're not.
because
You're not one
the
of us,
white people
Kwame. I
So,
set
see
it
it
so,
clearly, bro.
Elvis.
And in the
Can I
case
get
of
so
Liberia, you
should
flock to
Kwame go down
Monrovia
from a
because the
C
black
plus to a
Americans and the
C
Caribbean set it
on his
up.
Pan African report card?
Say that again, Colin.
Did he go down from a C plus to a C on his Pan African report
Yeah,
card?
yeah, yeah. Any grade you give him is Gary. Kwame he's a chameleon, man.
let
He
me
acts
speak.
like he's Pan African. He got the Mahab
Let
thing. He
me
got the
let me
Ankh,
speak.
but he
I'm a
really
Pan
is
Africanist.
African. And he's a Jamaican,
I'm a
so a lot of
diehard Pan
Jamaicans have that
Africanist.
No,
same
it's
feelings toward
not Kwame.
Africans.
He's
Y'all been
basically
It's
trying to
not
speak for
asking
20
feelings. It's
for
minutes so
not
I
like
can
feelings.
lay
At
out my
some point,
case.
we just have to be
All right. Let's
realistic.
have let's
please,
have some. I would hate to drop everybody down, man, but I want some decorum. But
because
people getting on me because it's like a clusterfuck, and everybody
let
gets mad because they couldn't hear
me
nobody talk. Let Honeyflower talk
no
first, and then
no no.
everybody.
I yeah.
Whose sound is that making out sound?
Kwame has tried for like 30 minutes. Let him speak, please. Kwame,
I think she
Let me
wants
see.
Kwame to go. She wants Kwame to go.
Go ahead, Kwame.
Yeah, let me say this, right? I'm not an African hater, Elvis. My thing is the black man in totality haven't mastered the art of racism and democracy. We're still stuck on tribalism, warring with each other. To some extent, what Jonathan is saying, he's right. Us being around the Europeans, we have got out of tribalism and moved forward into racism. As you can see, people like Marcus Garvey could come to America and be in a leadership role, and nobody's trying to topple over Marcus Garvey or even Stokely Carmichael. The mere fact that Afrodamus had a show and an African American went to Gambia and he integrated into the community, and the locals try to steal the man house because he's not part of no tribe, and the Africans that was on the panel, i.e. Kidola and the other guy from Liberia, saying that they supported, and that man shouldn't own no business, no businesses. He shouldn't own no land or no houses in Africa. That alone tell you that we're still stuck in the tribalistic age.
That's why we good with Liberia. They can't do that shit in Liberia, no matter how much the fuck they try.
can I
Right.
Our ancestors
So
settled
Hello?
that.
Can I
I'm
speak?
not an
Hold,
African
hold,
hater, but
hold on. Let me get Honeyflower on.
hold on, let me just lay my plan,
I
Kyler.
want
I
Okay,
speak
all
for
right, go
30.
ahead.
after
I speak for
Go ahead.
Kwame.
30 minutes. Let me just
Okay.
lay my plan.
After Kwame,
If
what I was saying. Go ahead.
if you look at the situation that's going on in South Africa, the Dudula has no problem with Cape Independence. They have no problem with the Boers. They got no problem with the Afrikaners, but they have a big problem with the Zimbabweans. They got a big problem with the Nigerians. They got a big problem with the
I wonder how they feel about Black Americans. I know that's what coming. Like sooner or later, they're gonna start thinking we're Africans and they're gonna treat us like that.
Yeah, so we can't lie to ourselves and romanticize history. We gotta look ourselves in the mirror and fix these problems. If not, we're gonna have a keep repeating cycle over and over and over where we're tribalistic against ourselves, but the white man, the Arab man, the Asian man could just come into our communities or our countries and just take over with no problem, with no pushback. And I land my
Palm, you got
plane
to
there.
use that same mentality for Black Americans, then, right? Because most of their neighborhoods are the least developed, the most broken down, the most crime ridden. I guess it's because they're genetically inferior people. That's why they're living in squalor.
I never said
You know.
nobody was
No, no, no.
genetically
I'm
inferior.
saying that. I'm saying that because that's the mindset of 1776. That Africa wasn't developed because they're inferior genetically and they have a gene that that stops them from developing. So say the same thing about Black Americans.
You know
When
what I love
Jonathan,
most
when,
about what you just said, Elvis? The difference is the Africans were actually left the fuck alone, and you're in the majority. You have no excuse.
Good point.
You
what are
can
you
go
talking
back and
about?
point to you a
Compared to
thousand
who?
years. We could point to you a
What are you
thousand years
comparing
of
Africa's development to, Jonathan? To your
the
development or the white
world,
man's development?
the world, the
No, no,
world.
that,
What do
that's
you?
that's the
Wait,
point.
wait, 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 wait,
You're,
wait,
you're
wait a
comparing
minute.
it to the white
Wait,
man's
I
development.
don't have to compare. I've been to other countries, nigga. I don't have to compare Africa to fucking the United
Who
States
are
of
you comparing
America.
it to? Tell
I
us.
could
Tell us
I
what's
can
the
compare
standard.
Africa to Barbados, nigga. You ain't there either.
Yeah, who who
Bro,
who, who ran
there's like 50.
Barbados? The
Which
same thing
country are
that
you
you were
talking
saying.
about?
You can say the same thing about
Barbados
Barbados. It was
had a
ran by white people.
turnaround when a black woman got in power and she said, fuck the
Who built the
queen, we're going to
infrastructure of
capture our own
Barbados, Jonathan?
identity and we're going to push our
Who
country
built
towards
the infrastructure
development.
of
And they've
Barbados?
been doing so ever since.
It's the white
Whether at
people.
the end of the day, whether you like it or not, you got to explain thousands of years of crime activity and nothing to show for it except you niggas fight each other, eat each other,
Yeah,
and we
yeah,
eat
yeah.
the heart because we're warriors.
Yeah, fine, Jonathan. But you guys are still living in squalor, right?
A
That proves his
thousand
point. That you
years.
guys are
And yeah,
inferior
yeah.
to the white man.
You
Your people are still living
brother,
in the
brother,
ghetto,
brother.
killing each other,
Let's move y'all. Let's
Before
move
the
prostituting.
y'all.
white man
It's the
came,
same thing.
the crime
Look,
are
I
exactly
thought we
what
were
they
making
were
some
back then.
progress, man. And
No progress.
Nah, these niggas want to talk about Africans and exclude themselves when they're living in squalor under the white man.
everybody. Look, we're not gonna have this. The enemy is the FBA and the tribalists, or everybody at least here have something to do with Africa or something like that. So let's not tear each other down. Okay,
And
honey, go ahead.
no, she gonna be divisive, man. Let me go before her, man.
How do you know what you're gonna be?
We already know her, man. What's her grade on the report card, man? I know it got to be a Z.
I forgot to include her, man.
It got
I
to
She
be a Z.
she got an A plus
on the
plus
report
recipe.
card. Okay, he's letting me go. So okay, here's the thing. How can you ever improve if you're not able to look at your flaws and reflect? Instead of getting emotional and hyper reacting and taking things offensive, you should be offended by the fact that the living conditions in your countries are not improving. There's so much chaos. The younger population, they don't have jobs. They think getting on a boat and doing basically going to these countries illegally is their only hope of a viable future for themselves and their children. Like, instead of getting offended, look at the issues at hand. Think about strategies, how to improve your situation. That's how men think. Like, that's what a real man is. Instead of getting,
You're going there again.
hold on,
Don't be stupid. The Irish and the Italians, they got on boat and brought their asses to America, and they've been in America since they never went back home.
yes, but
Don't you know that? Are you stupid?
hold
They
on.
got on
Okay,
boats. They
but
came, they fled their
if
countries and came to
let's
America. Their
say,
living conditions wasn't
let's
better
All
in
right,
say
Europe.
I,
So what are you
Elvis,
comparing it to?
hold on, I have a question.
Elvis. I get it, man, but no, come on. Let's.
Kala,
Can
I
I
have
have
a
one
question.
night without you
Just one
guys
question.
tearing
Nah,
each
when
other?
she talking crazy, Carl, you gotta let me respond to her,
One
man.
question.
That's why she fled the
I was.
platform before. Now she coming back with that
Let
same
me.
talking point.
Let me interpret what I
Kala, I
think
have one
she
question.
meant. Hold on, let me say this. Now, me personally, I've learned to do over the last, I would say, 2 months, right? Is not to get offended by when everybody says something about Black America, right? Because, like I said tonight, we got a lot of friggin' problems, and people can see that, right? People can see a lot of problems in Black America, and they deal with that and all the time. And I'm like, well, yeah, we do that a lot. We do that a lot, whatever like that. We don't like to hear it, but we do that a lot. Um, I think the thing is in Africa, right? I don't blame a lot of you guys that's living in the West, right? Because the thing is, though, this structure, this destructive structure that you see in Africa, right? I think if we want to admit ourselves, it's so beyond the reach of the average. Because you guys are victims, you know. These countries.
Kyle, I mean to interrupt, but look
Hold on,
at the
hold on.
guy
These
Solomon in your chat talk about tribalism forever. Come on.
he's a clown. Solomon's a
Hala,
clown.
I never got finished. I
All
wanted to.
right, I'm gonna let you finish a second, honey flower. Give me a second. I'm gonna
Okay,
let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish.
okay. This
I'm
is
saying like this. Now, when we come to a realization, right? And serious realization, right? Each person says, you know something, right? This is what I envision my country to be, right? This is my expectations, right? Then you could basically go to your countries and say like this: we're not going to settle for anything less. We're not going to settle for anything less than this. This is a standard we want. Standard we want. But what we have is when in Africa, this is my opinion. Don't get mad at me. Don't beat me up, right? People only care when or don't care when or whatever when their guy is not in power. When their guy is in power, oh, everything. Now nothing changed between the time to what's his name, Bahara and
Ahari
Tinubu.
and Tinubu.
Tinubu was in power, right? But you see people like Kidola and all these other people, right? Oh, there's nothing wrong. Everything like but when Bahara's in power, oh, the world's falling in. The world's falling.
Kala, you want to focus on Nigeria and West Africa. Look at Sudan. There was 60,000 people killed in the last month in Sudan, right?
Right.
You think this girl can go and tell her fathers and her brothers that they're not
Let
real
me say
men
Elvis.
because
Elvis.
Sudan is a shithole? You think she could do that
In all
shit?
fairness, in
They'll
all
put a
fairness,
slap in her face real quick. So we
Elvis,
can't
You
allow her to
hear
come
me?
in and try to question our manhood. She won't question her brother's manhood.
they're
No,
not
Elvis, in all fairness,
like
that's
hold on.
actually
they don't
perfectly
want to.
fine. That just
Hold on. I'm
shows
gonna
how
let Honey Flower
degenerate the
talk.
men
Hold on,
are.
John, chill.
And that
I'm gonna
only
let Honey
points
Flower
out that
talk.
she's correct.
I'm gonna let Honey
Hey,
Flower talk,
Kyler, can
right?
you hear me?
I,
Hold on. I'm talking. Look, let me finish what I'm saying, folks. Look, Elvis, I understand that, right? But I did when I first heard Honey Flower for the first 5 times she's in my show. That's all she talked about was who's Sudan, Somalia, where she's from. She didn't talk about West Africa. It was me that kept bringing up West Africa, and then she got into that. She was only concerned about the place. She talked about how fucked up it is, and she said that many times, all the time, you know. And so what happens on this platform, since I don't really know about South Sudan, Kenya, and all this stuff, you never hear me talk about East Africa, right? The conversation just happens to be always West Africa, and she chimes in. So I don't get mad at her because I always been one leading West Africa, you know, and talk about Liberia, Nigeria, and Angola, and all these other places like that, right? On this platform, right? Now, uh, before when she first came on and talked about her story, she talked about her country in East Africa, and she was disappointed that she had to live in America because the people in her country, the men can't get it together, right? I started talking about West Africa, right? And I guess she just basically said it's a pattern. West Africa is like maybe that's true, maybe it's not. But I was the one who was talking about West Africa. I mean, my frustration with West Africa, not her. You know. All right, let me get
let me.
it's Honeyflower. You're up. Go ahead,
Okay.
Honeyflower.
Can I speak after her?
So
Yeah.
I was going to like speak from my heart, but then I wanted to go to Chat GPT kind of help me out. Now my question is: imagine if the United States completely disengaged with Africa, the whole world completely disengaged with Africa, and we allowed Africa to do this whole thing. And this is what Chat GPT helped me write. Imagine if America simply never sent money for malaria treatment, HIV medicine, or vaccines. Imagine if millions of Africans who currently receive HIV treatment suddenly had no access. Imagine if malaria medicine and mosquito net programs disappeared overnight. Without those programs, diseases that were slowly declining would come back strongly. Hospitals would be more overcrowded, child deaths would rise, and millions of families would face health crises that used to be controlled. Imagine if the U.S. stopped funding emergency food aid during droughts and famine. Imagine if African refugee camps lost the money that buys their food supply. Hunger would spread faster, food shortages would become deeper, and areas already struggling with drought would face emergency hunger, disasters much more often. Imagine if programs that teach farmers modern technologies or techniques disappeared. Imagine if teacher training funds were gone.
Kyla, would you allow
So
1776 to
hold
read
on.
this
No, I'm
nonsense?
finished.
Hold up. Let her
Let me
finish what she's
Come
saying.
on, man.
She's the African
so
speaking about her continent. You can't do
I,
that.
Sassy J, I ain't talking to you. I ain't talking to you, bro.
let me finish. Imagine if schools suddenly lost international textbooks and food assistance. Education progress would slow. Children in poor regions would have fewer chances to stay in school, and long term development would move backwards instead of forward. Imagine if African clothing, agriculture, and factory goods could no longer enter America duty free. Imagine if African business owners lost access to U.S. banks and investment funds. Factories that depend on U.S. buyers would shut down. Jobs would be lost. Farmers who export to the U.S. would struggle to survive in the global market. Imagine if the US stopped supporting peacekeeping and security. African countries fighting terrorism suddenly have less international support. Imagine if African soldiers received no more training or equipment. Conflicts in places like the Sahel would grow. Terrorist groups would expand territory faster, and so on and so forth. These are all of the things that Africa needs from the United States just to function. So, my question to you is, if you're saying, oh, all of the things that we're saying is racism, or we're self-hating, try imagine a world without any assistance from any nation and
She's real stupid
no,
because America has cut off the USAID and
how
African countries are still functioning. So what are you talking about?
are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure about that.
Are you sure they're
Well,
reaching
actually,
Your
I
inferior racist mind can't comprehend. The USAID has been cut off in my country and other countries.
hold
They're
up.
still
Yo,
functioning.
Elvis, some of
Hey,
the critical
when
infrastructure.
when
Go on.
can I speak?
It's Prince of Peace turn.
I'm gonna say something real quick because Sassy J and the lady over here, they're saying things in generalization. If you look at even the African American community, back to the original topic, all of it is not bad, right? The same way Africa, all of it is not bad. There's beautiful parts in Africa. There's areas that's developing. There's the African bank that's investing in different elements in different sectors in the continent. So to paint it as some gloom and doom is being a disservice. You have to just correct what needs to be corrected, and that's it. There's problems in Europe. There's birth problems. There's corruption problems. There's infighting. Brexit exists for a reason. All these type of things happen, but people like y'all don't care about that. Y'all want to just focus on.
Hey,
Uh, go ahead,
can
go
I
ahead,
ask
go
a
ahead.
question? Hey, Principe, if the American government went to Elvis' house and says, "We're revoking your citizenship and you have to go back to Liberia," do you think he'll cry?
Oh boy, you just start some
I
shit.
don't. I
That's
I
don't
not
mean,
think
that's
kind of,
not
I
you
nice
don't
know,
think
I'm
he.
not
I
gonna
don't
say
think
He
Elvis
nothing.
can
that
answer
type
for
of guy.
himself,
Cause this
man. He
nigga
can
called
answer
me
for
to
They
start
would
himself.
shit
tell
with
you.
me.
They gonna
I'm
send
trying
your
to.
ass
I'm trying
back
to
to
put him.
Haiti.
Imagine if they
Would you be
deported this
willing to
nigga
go?
back to the village that they took his ancestors from. You think he'll cry?
I
Absolutely.
would jump. I would jump. I would tie my hands up and jump head first into the concrete. That's what I would do.
Can I say something, man?
That's because you're a slave in both mind and body, bro. You can't survive on your own
Well,
without the white man's,
well, I'm a slave.
supervising
I'm
your
a
life.
slave. I'm a slave without choice. You're a slave with choice. You chose to come
Okay.
here.
Can I say something,
You're not a
Tyler?
slave
So
Can I?
without
so
choice. You can go
who
to any
who
country you
who
want right
so
now.
so who's the
You got a
greatest
passport. You
criminal?
can go to any country you
You
want right
you
now.
you you're more of an Uncle Tom than me because you
Hey,
you had
Mr.
a
Slave,
choice.
who
You
called
you
himself a
you
slave,
you
you
could
can
have
go
went
to any
you
country right
time
now
out
you want to.
Elvis. You could have went to Ghana. You could have went to South Africa. You said you
Hey,
went to
Mr.
you
Slave, you can go to
chose a
Mexico,
country.
you can go to
You
Canada, you can go
chose
to any
you
country, but you
chose
chose to live
you
in
ch-
America. But first
you
of all, let
chose a
me
white
just
man
rebuff
and
the
ran
bullshit
up
that
his
lady was
anal
talking,
cavity.
right?
That's what you did.
Places
All
like
right.
Bangladesh, places like Europe and other countries, they're getting subsidized by the United States government. So when you're talking this nonsense and you think it's
Elvis,
only
you know,
Africa who's benefiting from the largesse
Elvis,
of the United States, you just
Africa,
don't know.
Africa. I'm just
Elvis, I
That's
respect
their
you.
soft power. They offer sometimes to
Elvis,
help these people to use their soft
time.
power.
I
So
only
if you
spoke
don't
for 1 second.
understand,
Elvis,
you wouldn't know.
Elvis, I
you need
respect you as a
other
man
nations
because
unless
God created
that's
you. But this is what I'm saying. Elvis, let's be real. You know, And I know that at this state in our evolution,
The same thing that brought the Irish who are white and the Italians who are white to America is the same thing that brought me here. The
but
same
what
thing
did
that brought the
Colin say? Time
Carthaginians
out,
to
time out, time out,
Rome and
time
brought the
out. What did
Egyptians to Rome is the same thing that brought me here.
there,
There's
there,
always
Yo,
an
yo,
empire
yo,
of the
you're,
world,
you're,
and
yo,
people tend to
Elvis,
migrate to that empire
Elvis,
for economic
Elvis,
reasons.
guys, yo, you
That's the
guys,
Elvis,
yo,
bottom line.
let me ask
Elvis,
you,
you're filibustering. Colin
can we
told you
have a
that America is
civilized
the white man's
conversation
refuge. He
without
told you that.
explaining whatnot? Come on, man. Jeez, Yeah.
Again, this is this, this,
1776.
this
Where he actually fucked up
hold on,
at, where you fucked
hold on.
up at, is
Oh,
that the
go ahead.
European nations were developed before America was. When they
That's
was
not true,
coming over here, America was, bro. Go look back at history.
bro. You
America,
look back at look at the
America was
plagues. Go look
not
at the plagues that
developed.
happened in Europe,
The United Kingdom was industrialized before the United States was
and go look
industrialized.
at the issues that they face in their society, in their communities, such
Yeah,
as
yeah, 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 yeah. They faced
plumbing issues,
political and
such
religious
as
persecution.
no,
That's
no, no,
why
not
they
just that.
left.
Not I'm talking about societal.
That's why they left.
Horses used to poop on roads. Go look it up, bro. It's there. It's there. I
The
read it.
Irish was dealing with famine. What are you talking about, Jonathan?
They had to import
They were dealing
potatoes.
with
This guy don't know
famine. They couldn't
nothing,
feed
man.
themselves. They fled their country and came to another country for
This guy's an imbecile,
economic
man.
reasons.
If you
So
took the
what are you
average white
guys
man,
talking about, man?
if you took the average white man and sent them back to Europe, he wouldn't cry. But you in Principe, nobody wants to go to Haiti. Haiti, man.
Nobody
If
goes
you say,
Hmm.
if you send a prayer, I'm talking about time out. If you send a prayer up in Haiti, it doesn't even get to the cloud. That's how
Oh
fucked up
my.
that place is, man. I'm telling you, like I'm telling you, Haiti is
The thought
fucked
of
up.
going to
You
Africa
just
gave me cold sweats at
time out.
night, bro.
I
You are
honestly, I would
so
go to
inferior in your mindset that you
I
hate the place
I
that
would
your
go to
ancestors come from.
Africa. I would go to any country in Africa before I go to Haiti. Haiti is
But
just a bunch of niggas with
let me
Why
say
don't the
motorcycles.
Italians go back to Italy right now? Who came
let
here
me
They
many
go back.
generations? Why don't they
They
go
go
back to
back
Hey,
Italy?
all the time.
time
Italy
out.
is
The
developed.
guy
Why
who
don't they go back there?
the guy who owns my pizza shop, he goes back to Italy for 2 months every summer. Every summer.
let me say something real
Most
quick, man.
Africans go back to Africa at least a month or maybe 2 weeks. So what does that mean?
Man,
Not,
listen, I
not,
got
not every
African
summer.
Colin,
friends,
put this
man.
video down, Colin. Come on, man.
I got
Can I?
African friends who don't go to
They
Africa on
never go
YouTube.
back.
They don't even look. Soon as something comes up on
I know
YouTube about
You
Africa,
don't
Nigerians.
know Africans, bro. You
Nigerians.
just
When you
talk
going
stupid
back to,
shit.
I would never go
Okay.
back to that
Well,
country again.
I'll do a poll.
For what?
I'll do a poll. Does anybody want to see this video of a play?
No, 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 no,
No,
no, no, no,
Play
Nah,
no.
the
no.
Carlos.
video,
We
Can
don't
Carl.
I
I
need to
say
see
want
the
to see
something?
the
video.
video.
Open
No, no,
defecation,
no.
Nigeria.
no, we don't want to
No,
see
no,
it.
no.
Oh, Colin,
Show,
no,
show,
don't
the-
play the
All right,
video. I see that every day. I don't want to see it.
all right.
I can
So
walk
don't
I'm gonna
show
outside
it.
and
Don't
see
play.
show
that
it. Nobody
shit.
will see that, man.
What is
Colin, can I
But
say
I'm
can
something,
I say
pretty
man?
sure
something?
a lot of Nigerians don't want to see it. But,
Can I say something, man?
Ola
Because
Good.
gonna come here and start cussing you out just for you playing this video?
what? I don't know what she's saying. But what the
Yeah,
man said about
yeah, I know.
Haiti.
I
Hold
get
on.
ran off the internet, man. They'll freaking come after me with
Whenever it comes
pitchforks.
to something that's offensive to
Carlos,
Nigerians,
let me give you a suggestion.
Ola
Play
gonna
a
Can I say
video
something?
from Sudan, right? And see how those black quote unquote Arabs are killing other Africans. Play a video from Sudan. Let's look at Sudan. You say you're ill from on Sudan. Let's play a video from
Let's
there.
not play any
You, you,
videos
you,
on anybody's community. Let's not
Can
do
I
no, no,
just
that.
no,
say
no, no,
something?
Yeah,
no.
let's
The
Let's
get
thing
stop
this
is,
being
the
point
thing is
nice
divisive.
with
to be
that,
understood.
is
Nah,
she
Carlos, you're
already
running to
addressed the
Nigeria because that's
issues
your
of the
punching bag.
Sudan.
Go to Sudan, which is worse than
She
No,
what
no,
already
Nigeria has
addressed
going
the
on right now.
issues of the
look, I
Sudan.
asked you guys, did you
She
want to see
accepted
it?
the
I didn't
reality of
say
the
it.
Sudan. You don't
I
want to
asked you
accept the
guys, did you
reality of
want to
your
see it,
area.
man? I'm very
And that's what
Can I? Can I?
separates her.
Can
At
I?
least she's
Can I
more
Go
say
to
woman
something?
Sudan,
than
Can I
us
Carlos.
say
Let's
us
see
something?
men.
what's
These
going on in
niggas is
Sudan, Carlos.
fucked up.
Can I?
They
Hold on. Hold on.
horrible.
Hold
They
on.
suck. They can't get it together. But you over here lying. She's
Sassy
honest.
J, man. You
You
let me say
lying.
something, man. Sassy.
And
Relax,
Prince of
bro.
P, you too.
Relax,
You
Sassy.
too. You lying.
Pull off, Jay. But
Y'all,
You
let me
y'all
say.
did.
remember
Let
the
me say
last
something.
conversation
This
we
is an
had, bro?
example of what she talked about.
And
No. Let
that's
me
your
say
that's
something
your
real quick,
The
bro.
problem,
men
bro.
don't want to be
You and
honest.
this
The men
nigga,
want
y'all
to
I'm
hate
not
lie.
trying to be
Africans,
divisive, man. Let me just say something real
and
quick,
that's
bro.
fine. But once I'm gonna say fuck it from now on. If y'all niggas want to be talking crazy, I'm gonna start talking crazy 10 times.
Elvis, you can
Elvis,
talk crazy. Your crazy
Nah, we
talk don't
talking
mean
crazy
anything.
now. What's up, Jonathan?
Your
let
Let's
me
crazy
say
go.
something
talk
real quick.
don't mean anything.
Nah, let's talk
Can I?
Once
crazy,
Can,
bro.
again,
Colin,
at
can
the
I
end
go
I
of
to
the
stay
the?
day,
away from it, but
the
we,
only development that
because
ever
you,
happened
I
in
mean, what are you
Liberia
saying,
were the ones
Jonathan?
that the black
What
Americans
is
and
it? What have you
Caribbean,
developed, Jonathan? What have your people
the
developed built,
can I go,
Jonathan?
thing
man?
that was done in
What have your
Liberia
people
is what
built,
the
Jonathan,
Black
that wasn't built by the
Americans and the
white man?
Caribbeans
Tell me,
done,
one
and
city that
that's
was
it.
built
And
exclusively
so
by
you
black
got to
people that wasn't built
explain,
by the white man.
Elvis, for the
Hey,
last
Jonathan.
300,
One
400
city,
years,
one town
before
that
the
was built
Black
exclusively
Americans and
by
Caribbeans
black
got to
Americans.
Liberia,
The road
why the
wasn't built by
fuck
the
y'all
white
didn't
man.
have
The
shit?
plumbing system wasn't built by the white man. The electricity grid wasn't built by the white man. Tell me one, Jonathan. We
Collar,
can find
collar,
a couple
collar,
in Africa. You you
collar.
you
Can I
guys ain't
go?
got shit here that
You,
wasn't
you,
built by the white
you,
man and maintained by the white
you,
man.
Hey,
So
you
tell me, Jonathan, what is your people
Elvis,
built?
Elvis,
one of
if
the
you
best
take
things I can
away,
acknowledge,
Tell
though,
me,
El,
Elvis.
Jonathan. Don't tell me no
If
bullshit.
now, if
what,
Tell
you
me what you
remove,
guys have
if you
built.
Elvis,
one
Exclusively
second.
infrastructure that
Elvis,
wasn't
the
done by the
problem
white
that you
man.
have, Elvis, the problem
Africans can
that you
build roads
have
by
is
themselves. They
the
can build,
problem
they
that
can
you
build
have is
infrastructure by
Elvis.
themselves.
At
What
the
has
end
your
of the
people built,
day,
Jonathan?
you're not even worth having this conversation with,
No,
but
no,
let's
no,
go
no, no.
there.
Don't say I'm not worth it now. You was
Let's
talking
talk
shit a
about
minute
black
ago. Tell me
inventions.
what your
The
people
modern
built that
toilet that
wasn't
you
built by the
use
white
in
man, Jonathan.
Africa,
Collar,
a
where you
black
at, man?
person created that shit. That's
Tell
not
me
the
what
shit in the
what your people
that's
where you
not the
live. Tell
shit
me your
in the
community that
fucking
you live in
toilet
that you
that the
grew up in.
white people
Even
created.
in
The
your
one
dirty
that you
hoods.
use in
Tell me
Africa
it
today,
was
a
built by your
black
people,
person
Jonathan.
created that and innovated
Hey,
that.
Tell me your
The
disgusting hoods were
order,
built by
traffic
your
light
people,
that you use in
Jonathan.
Africa
order,
today,
Tell me
the
your
black
roads were
man
order,
built by your
created
people,
order
that.
on the
Jonathan. It wasn't
floor.
built by the white man.
Give it
Tell me
up,
it,
Hold
Elvis.
Jonathen.
Elvis, you
everybody
already
down.
cooked
Order.
yourself.
Oh my god.
Tell
You
me it,
lost on
African
the
Jonathan.
first
goddess.
two talking
Everybody
I
just
points.
drop.
respect
Give it
African
up.
goddess because African goddess lives in Nigeria. She's toughing it out. She's a rough rider. She's a soldier, right? I respect her, right? But check this out, Elvis. You're just like me, but you don't want to admit it. You're just like me. You have
All right, everybody's dropped down. We're gonna come back up. Very secure. No more fighting, please. I really don't. I don't want to hear it. Look, let me tell you something. None of us are shit. You know, Black America shit. We did Elvis though. We did build a lot of towns in Black America. Were they modern towns? But I know we had the white man's infrastructure, but we did build a lot of towns, hundreds of them in America at one time. You know, we did. We built small towns and cities, even during colonial America. But that's neither here nor there. Africans do a lot. They're great people. You know, I have every confidence that if you ever, this is my opinion, right? This is my opinion. I think we reached a critical time period in our history, right? Where I think, this idea of Black African infrastructure and building together, why not, and building this infrastructure of the Black race across the Atlantic and stuff like that, while we share, has to happen. In other words, Africans have to give something up. We have to give something up to make this happen. We can't go on like this. Look, I know for a fact if you get some of those Nigerians that's displaced all over the friggin' planet a safe passage back to their home country, Nigeria will be a superpower tomorrow. I have no doubt about that. I believe that with every country in Africa, right? If the right mechanisms were in place, but how can you have that when I don't think it's in the best interest of the United States, Britain, or to let that happen, you know? But instead of us fighting ourselves, we should ask ourselves, why are the strongest Black people in America, Black America, right? Why do they get 99% of the trillions of dollars we generate? Why are the best minds of the Nigeria in the UK, in France, in Germany, right? Why are the best minds of every country in the UK servicing them? Why is it that that whatever contracts and everything to build Africa, we couldn't come together with our own construction companies and everything like that, learn all this stuff like that, and build a continent ourselves? Why do we need the friggin' Chinese to build a friggin' road? Why do we need the Chinese to build a railway? You tell me between the whole entire Black race, we couldn't put together an international team to build the railways in Africa? Those are some of the questions I like to ask. So what say y'all? Instead of fighting with each other, I want some answers. What can we do to change that trajectory? All right, let me let Steve up first. He's been quiet.
Thank you, Colin, man. This is why I get on. I see the internet. Why are people just always constantly disrespecting each other? I mean,
I had to turn the temperature down a little bit because, like I
right,
said, maybe that was me. Because it just got out of hand. And
right. Like
776 was overheating the situation.
it's like
He was
people go research to find out like people's dirt so they can bring it up on the internet and say, "Oh, y'all do this and you do that." Well, what do you do?
Yeah,
It's
that's
like
what I said.
it,
776 was that whole look when somebody just basically blankly writes off a whole rate. I don't buy that.
I mean, it's
Africans and
wi-
African Americans have the same level of intelligence, right? It's just that you need space, time, and opportunity, right?
right. It is
Africans
weird.
never had the real time and opportunity to develop. I'll be honest with you. We had an opportunity in the United States. We had an opportunity here, you know.
Right.
Africans never had that, never got that really that big break. The other break is when they gotta leave and go overseas. Well, that must be a terrible life. Let me get Honeyflower on, then Kwame. Go ahead, Honeyflower.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to say that I know I sound disrespectful and mean. It's just I'm blunt. Now, Kala, you shared a story in the past. I remember you were talking about a time where your life was so like you were like down and out, and I don't know if you were homeless or something, but you said you were in the car and you were saying like you were thinking to yourself like you need to change your life, right? You were doing some self-reflection
Yeah.
about life and so I remember that story. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes, in order to change, you have to look at parts of yourself that disgust you, and you have to have hatred for those parts of yourself, which
Yeah,
this,
I learned to hate my laziness, my
yeah,
excuse making, you know. Even though you know something, I was always a good hearted person. I always see myself as a good hearted person. But I never forget I used to sit in my car when I was homeless and cry. Because I said, God, I did everything right. I was a good kid. I
yeah,
help people out. I do stuff. Why is it that I can't, you know, I work, but I can't, I don't have enough money to pay my bills. I got to leave my apartment and get evicted because I don't have enough money and whatnot. And so basically, I instead of feeling sorry for myself, I just basically, you know, because nobody was hearing my cries, you know, nobody was hearing my cries. So I had to just make it in mind. I said, this is where I want to be, right? And look, in the time I was living in my car, right? You know, I was still going to the library. I was still reading books. I still formed the Collar Nation back then. I said one day I'm going to see our people rise or not. We're going to build something in Africa. We're going to unite our people globally and whatnot. You know, I said that at the lowest point of my life. You know, I knew one day I would be here. Even on a small platform right here, I knew one day I'd be speaking to people. You know, and I wanted my life to be a testament, you know, of
yeah.
resilience. Let me get
Wait, I
Kwame
think
on.
I
Okay, good.
so you think I like the fact that my people are being genocided? Those are my people. The people that they're killing, that's my dad's tribe. They're literally genociding my people.
Yeah,
So
nobody
that's
likes that. I believe you. You know,
so that's
I heard you talk about it when you first came on my show. All you was talking about was happening when it was happening to your people in South Sudan. How you had to flee and you guys had to go to another country that you know that is not your country. You would love to live in your own country, around your own culture, but
and
you
this is
know.
I speak like a lot of African men, they can't handle the way that I talk because they have to look at themselves. When an African woman is saying these things, they think that I'm trying to put them
But
down.
you
No,
know what? No, you know what the thing is? We Black American men, we're used to being dogged by our women. We're used to them telling you know what I'm saying? We're used to hearing about ourselves. A lot of African men, the society, African society cuddles men, you know? Women are expected just,
a
the
lot of
man cheats and he
this,
cheats and he
right?
has several girlfriends, you just don't say nothing. You know,
Right.
that's a different culture than Black America, right? You know? Let me get Kwame on.
Wait, I'm not done though.
Okay, good.
So when I speak in the perspective that I speak, it's like people think, oh, this lady hates herself. She has self hatred. She wants to put African men down. Oh, something's wrong with her. She's a feminist. No, all of the bad things about Africa, I have grown to hate. There's anger inside of me because it's like there's this whole continent of people, and I'm mixed. I'm Ethiopian, I'm Sudanese. I see dysfunction on two different countries. They can't get it together, and they need to do some self-reflection, and they need to look at themselves and be disgusted with the parts of themselves that's causing them to get in their own
I
way.
agree. There's a season to hate. There's
Yeah,
sometimes
and to
hate
hate
is necessary.
that that hate can propel you to be greater. But if you're just closing your eyes and what about FBA? What about this? What about this? What about this? And you're not looking at the your own freaking dirty backyard, and you want to talk about other people's backyard. You want to run to other people's homes. Look at your home. Look at what you're neglecting. Like, that's all I'm saying. That's my whole role, is to tell Africans to look at your own backyard and do something. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's
Uh,
it.
All right. That's good. 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 Like I said, hatred
Look
will
at
drive.
Kwame.
You know what that
Hold
hatred
on.
will do? It's
If
going to drive you one day to somehow make it back to Ethiopia and Sudan and whatnot, and get with the right people, and you guys are gonna have a revolution.
And Kala,
Hatred drives
wait.
revolution.
Kala, look. If a woman in Africa mouth gets too smart, she'll get knocked out. You see the comments. These are the same men that let Chinese and every other
Who
race.
said that? Who said woman Africa was
These
knocked out? Who said they say that
men
maliciously?
that would hit a woman are the same men that are letting Chinese or whatever slap them and build in their own countries. So
And so that's why I said I have no
there
doubt. I look, I understand the anger you have and whatnot. Hard Shake says you go too smart, will get knocked out. Yeah,
they're a joke.
that's a problem.
They're a joke.
You know. Let me get Kwame on. All right, Kwame, go ahead.
Hey, Kyla, we always go back and forth either on your panel or on Telegram. But it's three things that you said that had always sticked out to me, and it's the bare facts. You said you always reference a speech from Marcus Garvey that 100 years he spoke about something 100 years and we still dealing with the same problems.
Yeah,
Another
yeah. He no
another
Margaret. I'll tell you exactly what I saw. I read. He goes, that was 100 years ago. He goes, right now, on the weight of the world, right, is going forward. The black man is still under the bottom. He said, look, when they ripped our ancestors and put it in this under this brutal system, right, and we cried out, we cried out. He says, now the black man in the 20th century, he's no more near heard than he was 100 years ago on the slave ship. And those words, I remember I read that. What year was that? That was about 2001. That really shook me, because I said to myself, my God, right now in America, right, we're no more near and heard than we were when I answered. We have absolutely no power, no voice, no nothing. So I said, what the hell what we doing for the last 150 years since slavery, And that's what awakened me. And
and there's another thing you said that I used to push back on, but I have came to the realization that Africa as a whole and black people in the diaspora too, we are plagued with tribalism. You always say, these chieftains and these tribes need to be put in a museum. They
yes,
shouldn't be in country. And I always like, nah, Kyle is bugging the fuck out. But as I sit back and I think about it and I look at what's plaguing Africa and even to some extent what's going on now in America with the FBA, we still have this bronze age tribalism, and we're not in the global 21st century.
the
We could
world has settled on the reality of race.
exactly,
You
and
know,
and, and it's
only Africans basically have never settled on the fact that race is reality. Race is reality. They have never settled that.
Kala, you could go from East Africa to the Somalians. You could go to South Africa to the Dudulas. You could go to Nigeria with the Igbos and Yoruba. You could go to even America with the Tethers and FBAs, or any part of the Caribbean. We're still playing with tribalism. We have not looked at the world in the
Hey,
totality that we can no longer look at the world in tribal differences. We have to
hey,
look at
Kwame,
the.
could I say something?
Oh, hold on. Let me lay my plan. Let me lay my plan. You always said
He
that
overspoke it.
the tribal chieftain need to be in a museum, not on, ruling over land where they could take people's daughters, and
Yeah,
you always say,
shit like that.
and I always gave you pushback on that, but Kyler, you was dead spot on. And sometimes people take what I'm saying now as, oh, you hate Africa. It's not that I hate Africa. It's I hate with the condition we're in. The mere fact that Africa grows rice naturally. There's only two places in the world where rice is native to. That's West Africa and Asia. The mere fact that Africans don't even want to grow their own rice, that's a problem. The same thing that went on in South Africa. The white people gave the black people the land in 1994. And what has happened?
Black
The
man has done nothing
infrastructure's
with it.
for the
It's just sitting
infrastructure's
there. The
falling
land
apart.
just sitting there. No farms, no nothing.
Kala, the infrastructure's falling apart.
Yeah.
Everything is falling apart. And
Farming, they got
now
to import. South Africa has it. Used to be the
And the same
breadbasket
thing
of Egypt.
happened in Rhodesia, and the same thing
But
happened in
but
Liberia.
Wait,
I
wait,
only
let
want
me
to say something for
hold on,
one
Tezzy,
Carla,
second.
let me
Tezzy,
let me speak, Carla.
let,
I'm
let,
after Kwame.
let me just lay my plan. Now,
Elvis
the
alone.
Bears
Jesus.
own
Oh
most of the
Christ.
wealth. They own most of the wealth, most
Well,
of the
Angola is
resources.
about to buy the beers out. Angola is about to make a major move.
But Kala, they have
I was
no
about to
smoke.
do
They
something.
have no smoke for the white man. They have all the smoke for the people that come in there to get jobs. They have no smoke for the people
Exactly.
that they work
It's the
for.
mindset. It's the African mind. It's
We
a black mind. It's a black mind. Global,
we
African, Black American, all same
we
All right,
thing.
gotta
Hey,
Kala. We
Carla,
Kwame,
you
gotta
say
pause,
that
but
was
let me
hold
say
on.
this, Carla.
Let me just lay my plane, Elvis. I'm almost
Carla, you
done.
just said the same thing I said,
Kala.
Yeah, but hold up.
but
The
you
thing
cut
is,
me off.
hold on. I said a mindset. A
What's the
mindset.
difference? DNA
Hold
and
on.
mindset. What is
Hold
the
on.
same
No,
fucking
no, no,
thing?
no, no. Shut up. A mindset can be changed. You can change somebody's mind. It can be better. What you're saying is it's the DNA causes the mindset, so there's no hope. That's genocide shit. That's
But
what white
Okay.
supremacists say.
Kala, let me just
Okay,
make it. Let me just.
Kwame, ain't your shit, man. Damn.
All right, me just lay my plane, Elvis. We gotta get out the tribalistic mindset and look at race first. If we don't look at race first, we will always be in this perpetual situation where we at the bottom of the society, and I'll land there.
Okay, Carla, let me say this, right? On this platform, I've been on your platform for like maybe going on 2 years, right? I've criticized my own country. You dislike that about me, that sometimes I criticize Liberia and I don't think Liberia is shit. I'm not above criticizing my own people. I'm not. I can criticize Africans, I can criticize Liberians. Let me give you an example. China, you know, China was under British occupation for 156 years. China just started to develop in the last 50 years. China has been a country or empire for the last 2,000 plus years, right? And they're just now developing, and they're just now really getting to their stride, so to speak. My issue with other people like Honeyflower, for example, when she's criticizing Africans, she always says them, they. She never say us. She never includes herself in the criticism.
Because
She
I'm a
she.
woman. I'm a woman. Not responsible
Oh,
of
well,
what
one second, Carl. I guess women are not Africans. Women
no,
are some kind of special species of
I'm
people.
talking
They're not
about
part of
Well, I
Africa.
would say
African.
Elvis. I would say this, right? In all societies, right? All society is the men that run the society and everything, and which we call like when in every society, men have to have the respect of the women and their children. You know, so when people say, okay, this country is ruled by the black man, they never say, or the Chinese man, right? They never say China man, China woman. They say the China man. The Japanese man ruled, conquered Asia. The Russian man fought Hitler. The Russian man built the Russian Empire. So therefore, why should what Africa? Why should it be black men? It's
But
the
Carla,
African
let me finish my statement, please.
men.
And on the issue of Kwame, Kwame does something similar, right? He leaves his whole beautiful island of Jamaica, which is doing so great, and he harps on Africa. In Africa and Africans, he doesn't look back and reflect on where he comes from, how his land is doing, though how those
Carl,
black
can I
people are
ask what
doing.
Elvis?
No, yeah. So my point here is criticism. We can all criticize each other. I've been on this platform. People have criticized me for being too, you know, what's the word? Capitulating to the African Americans, not trying to start fights because I grew up in this country. I know the struggles that African Americans have. I know the successes that they have, but it's not my place to always try to bring them down and pointing the finger to them that they're not doing so great in these different areas. But most of these guys that come on, like the Jonathan Millers, the 1776, they never miss a beat trying to pick a fight with the Africans.
Wait,
And
Elvis.
Kyla, to a certain extent, you
Did
used
I
to do
not
that. I
say
mean,
you
you
that
No,
I?
Kwame,
hold
I'm
on, bro. Let me
next.
finish my statement. To a lesser extent, now you've kind of taken a couple steps back, which is good. But you guys are doing that shit to start a fight, and most of the time I try to ignore it. But we can all talk shit about each other's, country or lineage or whatever. It's not going to do us any good. But my last point here is that Africa, in the grand scope of things, right, when you compare it to even China, which is doing really well, has only been free for the last maybe less than 100 years, and many of them maybe the last 60 or so years. So if you look at the United States in its first 60 years as a country and see what kind of development they had or what kind of social
Oh,
development and progression they
please let
had,
me cook.
it would be very,
Please let
very
me
little.
cook.
Without the infusion of thousands or millions of slaves in this United States, they probably won't be as far as long as they are now. So they had the
Okay.
advantage of slavery. So
Hold
you
on,
All
guys got
right.
to put
Let me
these things in
hold
context and
on.
be a multi,
let me cook,
process
man.
thinker.
The next person up is Ahmed. Before Jonathan,
I met.
Ahmed.
Come on.
Ahmed. Who came up
Yeah,
first? I think
yeah,
it was Ahmed. Ahmed
I,
was
I,
waiting.
I,
You're
Yeah,
up
Colin,
next.
man,
You're
how
up
you
next.
doing?
You're up next. Well, Ahmed
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
in
yeah.
1776.
Okay. Colin, man, how you doing, man? I
I'm
wasn't
doing all
trying to
right,
come to you
man.
and
All
show
right.
this to you.
Don't be
Yeah,
long
to
with it,
this year.
bro. We got a lot
Yeah,
of we
so
got full panel, so don't be long with it. You gotta make your point.
yeah, so yes, I try to mind my business as much as possible, man. Kwame, right? You from Jamaica, the island boy. You wanna come up here and talk down on Africans as well as if the island people are like independent, right? The last time I checked, your king is from England. You have never discussed about it or how Jamaica will come and then make sure their king is not British, right? Half of the Caribbean countries, right, are still under the British, right? Which means they don't have representative in the what do you Yeah, call it? 21 African countries too.
Oh,
Don't forget
hold on,
that.
let me speak. When I say independent, right? They don't have representatives in United Nations. African countries does have it. So let's get that right. This idea of some of y'all blacks, right? That are in America, some of y'all that are in island, right? Oh, like it's only us that can fix Africa. It's only us that can fix Africa. Y'all don't know how Africa operates. You see, that's the problem. You from Jamaica, that's probably like what 6 million people unalive themselves easily,
Two, two, two million, two
daily,
million, two
daily.
million.
2 million, right? Unalive themselves daily, right? They can't even
there,
trust
there,
each
there,
other.
there's there's more
Now think about
Jamaicans
it,
living
right?
outside of Jamaica.
Now
Remind them
think
that.
about it, right? Now think about it. In a continent of Africa that has over 1 billion black people, right? Over 1 billion. And then you think they're not gonna be travelers in a different way? And then you guys are only what 2 million people. You guys can't even come together. But then you want to come up here and say all these things, man. 1786.
You know it's crazy. You know it's crazy. You and
1786, right?
Elvis missed the point when I said the diaspora.
No,
Did y'all miss that
no,
part?
no,
Did y'all
no,
miss that
no.
part?
I know the type of black people you guys are. You
They missed
guys
that
think
part.
you guys are the savior of African people. Once again,
Jonathan, you
some
heard
of
what I
y'all.
said diaspora too, right?
all right.
I
All right.
completely heard what you
Let me
said.
let,
Can I finish?
put
Can
the
I finish?
timer
Can I
on.
finish, man?
Put the timer
Can
out.
I finish?
Just give me 1 minute.
No,
Y'all filibustering, man. And I'm gonna tell you
end of
from
the day.
the,
Can I finish, man? God damn it! Because end of the day, I didn't want to come up here at all because it's just waste of time completely. Because it's like I mentioned, right? Some of y'all black folks, some of y'all Caribbeans, y'all think, oh, y'all the savior of Africans. Oh my God, we're gonna come save these Africans because these Africans they can't develop themselves. They need
If it's
us. They
not
need
us,
us.
it's gonna be the
Once
white people or the Arab. If
don't
it's not
get
us.
out of here, Kwame. Kwame, man, be quiet. I've dealt with you on Alpha Show. I've dealt with you, man. You nothing. You nothing. You nothing. 1786, right? Niggas like you, because you're a nigga. 1786, you're a nigga. You're a nigga. Exactly. That's what you are.
why
Okay,
why
okay,
everybody
okay.
come for me, man?
Fight the power, right? Fight the power. 1786, right? Your people in America, right? Give up their own baseball teams, give up their own NFL teams, right? What happened to them? How come they not fighting the power to get their own baseball teams back? Instead, they sold their people for the white men to own them.
I don't know what
You
you're talking
understand me, right?
about.
There's a lot of things you could go by. And then honeyflower,
A lot
please.
of nonsense, bro.
Honeyflower, please. You are very stupid. Honestly speaking, you are very stupid. You are very stupid.
There's one thing to be patient. Okay, that's something.
It seemed like
All
Carter
right.
has found the right
All right.
attitude.
Can I
Now
speak
it's
now?
honeyflower. Now it's
Because Ahmed
Let
spoke
him
for
Jonathan
finish.
Miller.
Let him finish.
Man,
Let him
Jonathan
finish.
Miller, right? I never knew you were sassy. Are you sassy? If you
That's
sassy, man,
Sassy
please
J
stay
right
away from
there, man.
Africa, man.
Sassy J, man. Put respect
If
on
you
his name.
sassy, man, please stay away from
okay.
Africa, man. Because
See,
because
see,
we
see.
don't want our kids to sound like black men in
All
this
right,
country that's
I'm
being
gonna
Brother,
speak
touched.
for two
brother,
minutes.
We don't
brother,
want that,
with all
man.
due
We don't
respect,
want that.
nigga, I will walk outside right now and show you sassiness and point the
We
camera.
don't want
Don't
that,
fuck
man.
with me.
Please, man. If you are sassy, if
You
you
don't
are
want to go
sassy,
there.
Let's not
if you
get into
are
I'll
the
show
sassy,
you
argument.
we
exactly
don't
what
want
the
that,
hell I'm
man.
talking about.
once again,
All right.
y'all black men in America, y'all Caribbeans, y'all think y'all the savior of Africans. Save your people first before you can come save Africans.
Hold on,
You
Ahmed. Hold on,
understand? Your
Ahmed.
people first.
Hold
You
on,
can't
Ahmed.
be talking, blah, blah, blah. Kwame, come on, man, Kwame. You from Jamaica?
Hold on,
Hey,
Ahmed. Ahmed, hold up, Ahmed.
From
Wait,
Your
wait,
Africa.
boy
hey,
Alphadamas.
fellas,
Hold on.
it's
Professor
my turn.
Alphadamas called. Hold on. Let me finish one line. This one sentence. Professor Alphadamas called for the recolonization of Africa.
He
I
is
ain't never
a
seen you go up and say
Yeah.
not
nothing.
a professor. He is
Hey,
not.
wait a
He's a
second.
professor, man. He got that. He got the credentials,
Time out.
man.
That's
no,
a
no,
good
no.
way. That's a good way for me to time out.
Me,
Come on, man. As a
me and
straight thinking, time
Afrodamus are
out.
not the same Africans.
As a
You
straight
have to
thinking
understand
black
it, right?
man,
You
as a
have different
straight
type of
thinking black man,
Africans.
you have to be
Me and
based.
Afrodamus are not the same black men. Me and Afrodamus are not the same African. You
Time
understand me, right?
out.
We're not the same.
I think that decolonization happened.
1786. You just like them bums in the corner. You
Wait,
just like them
wait
bums
a
in the
second.
corner. On the corner streets. That's
Man,
exactly what you are. You like them.
I
You like them guys,
honestly,
them bums in the corner, with just a
but
bunch of
I'm there.
talk. That's exactly what you
I'm
are.
Yo,
there.
Kyler,
You are
make
like
I'm
fight the
sure,
there.
power. You
Kyler,
are
make
like
sure you
fight the
have
power currently right now.
If
Kyler, make sure
Collar,
you
you
have
ain't put
another
a timer on
segment
these people.
where everybody
I
speak.
ain't got
Make
no
sure you
talk.
give everybody a chance to
Hold
In
respond.
on, hold on. All
1776.
right, hold on. Okay, we're gonna start using timers. We give us
Use a timer. 1776. Let me go and say something if you don't
Okay.
mind, brother.
All right.
Somebody
Go
Now,
ahead.
was
Go
last
ahead.
saying,
time I
wait,
checked,
somebody
Africa
was
has
saying,
existed long before the United States of America, long before the Caribbean countries. So for the last 300 years, 200 years that black people were enslaved in America or the Caribbean, and then the time afterwards, y'all niggas was free.
Paula, I
So
can't
don't look
myself and
outside
hold
to
I'm
the people
blocked.
that
on.
was sold
I'll
out of
give
Africa
a few minutes.
while you were still free, still running your shit. You wasn't colonized yet. So you need to explain to us why you couldn't do it then. Go ahead. So
Okay,
the next
okay,
time you
All
okay.
right.
decide to
It's
be
funny.
like, the
It's
y'all
funny. It's
Caribbean
funny how.
countries or y'all black Americans, you were already free.
Hold on, hold
They
on,
All
hold
right.
on,
colonized
hold on,
y'all later on
hold
down the
on.
line in the
Hold on.
Ahmed is
1800s.
my turn.
Slavery was started in the 1500s. What the hell were y'all
Ahmed,
doing the
Okay,
whole time? Just
okay,
selling
it's
okay,
people?
my turn.
okay,
Time out. It's my
okay,
turn.
okay.
Check this out. I'm going real
John
quick.
Right,
Mueller, John
okay.
Mueller, right?
I'm going real quick.
Hold up.
No, I'm gonna be shorter than
Hold up.
2 minutes.
It's 1776. You have 1 minute 20 seconds. Go ahead, cook.
His internet
So
is
see the thing about. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The thing about today in 2025, everything is compressed. Knowledge has exploded. Would take you 100 years back in 1940, you can do in like 5 years today. Look at Dubai. Dubai was a desert. Now it's opulent, right? So Africa, if they had the mindset, straight thinking, healthy mind, they can develop in the next 10 to 20 years with no problem.
No,
But they don't
no.
have
Don't say the
they
mindset. Don't say the
wait, don't
mindset.
interrupt.
Go back
I
exactly
have
what you were
wait,
saying.
wait,
Say genetic.
wait,
Say genetic. I want you to say
wait.
genetic. Don't say the mindset.
I say
Go back exactly what
listen,
you were
I
saying.
say
Stick
Kyler
by
said
your
that's
words, my
genocide
brother.
talk.
Stick by your words, my brother, man.
I can't say
Go
Ahmed,
that
back
let him
on the
exactly
speak.
show.
what
Let him
you
speak,
said.
Ahmed. Let him
I
Go
speak.
back.
can't I can't use I can't say that blacks have a
Because me,
proclivity.
I'm not nice like Elvis, man,
All
or
right,
Prince of P.
I'm
I
my
come
time
for
is
y'all
stopped
because I know exactly what you guys are.
till this
I
sassy
come for
Sierra
y'all.
Leone dude talk.
I know exactly
Ahmed,
what
let
kind
him
of black
speak,
man you are.
bro. Let him speak. He got the mic. Let
Listen,
him speak.
I'm speaking from the hearts of hearts. I really believe that Africa needs to go under, even the Caribbean, under serious colonization for the next 75 years, right?
All
Where
right.
you develop
7 seconds. Your time's
I
up.
ain't even get a minute, man.
Yeah, I was 1 minute 20 seconds, but go ahead. I'll give you.
No, man, but Ahmed was interrupting. Everybody was
Okay,
interrupting.
I'll give you
Africa
30 more
has to
seconds.
develop a unified elementary school system, a unified middle school system, a unified high school system, a unified healthcare system, a unified government, right? And you can only do this under a European or Asian colonization system, right? I believe in the black man. I believe in his ability to progress after serious evolution. And
Fight the
I
power.
love Africa. I
Fight the
love
power.
Africa, but
Fight
I
the
don't want to go
power.
to vacation in Africa until
Fight the
Afghanistan is built.
power.
I'm done.
Fight the power. That's exactly what you are.
Hey, Colin,
You know
make
what
sure
that
you
means.
have everybody
You
respond, please.
you
So
know what
give us
that
Yeah,
means.
another
all right,
round.
all right. Who wants to respond to that?
Can I
Kala,
say
if you
I
something?
will.
don't
I will.
mind,
I will. I will. I will. I'll do it.
I
I'll
would
do it.
like
I'll
the
do it. I'll
dude to
do it.
respond to what I said.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Africa
Because
was
I'm gonna come to
free
y'all
for
still
hundreds
often.
of
This is
years
not
before
first
they
time.
were colonized, while they were selling Black Americans and Caribbeans. So you were selling us, so you were getting shit for
This
it, right? So you should
this
be
my first time
way more
because
advanced than any Caribbean country on the planet.
because because
But
because
Barbados
because
got y'all asses cooked.
The Bahamas
because
got
So
the
because
make that
Philippines.
because
shit make
because
sense.
because at the end of the
Why the
day,
hell y'all got
at
the
this
problems y'all
Jamaica
have
and
if y'all
Colorado.
been free
hold
for
on,
so
hold on.
Going
Let
damn
me
after
say
long?
something.
Jonathan.
You know, in that token,
Everybody.
African Americans don't own any
Let me
neighborhoods. You've been here
respond.
for
Hold
400
on,
Man,
years.
Elvis.
Elvis,
hold
You
Elvis,
on,
don't
Elvis,
hold
with
on,
all
own
due
any
hold on,
respect,
hold
we
on,
could
infrastructure.
point to
hold on.
You don't
Liberia
own
when Black
shit in this
Americans
country,
and
Y'all
bro.
been
Caribbeans
y'all
ran
been
their
You
yeah,
rent
countries.
hold
from
on, hold
Elvis,
on.
people.
Y'all
Elvis, with
been
all
You
due
own
respect,
y'all
nothing
been down
tangible
y'all
in
we
this
been
could have
country.
down
point to
bad.
So what took you so
Liberia
Y'all
long,
when
been
Black
down
Jonathan? What
bad
took you
Americans
about
400
ran
100
their
years after
something
being
years.
Caribbeans,
enslaved
ran
in
their.
this
All right,
country?
We
all
could
right,
also
all right.
point to
What took you so long,
We
Jonathan?
also point to some non-Dominican
Now,
republics
cause
where
it's
Black
okay.
What took you
Americans
so
run
long,
it,
Jonathan?
and
Forget about other
it's
people. Talk
still
about
doing
your own
better
people,
than a lot of the
Jonathan.
other parts of the Dominican
Talk about
Republic
your own
today.
people, bro.
You've
hold on,
been
hold
cooked,
on,
All
hold
Elvis.
on.
Give
What
that shit
happened
up.
to you having
Now, I
anything that
want
you
y'all to
own?
explain it.
You have no
You're
I
being
neighborhoods.
gotta drop
free.
Calm,
everybody. I
Carla.
gotta drop
You have
everybody.
no infrastructure, bro.
I gotta drop everybody. Can't have a clusterfuck like that. We'll bring everybody up one at a time. Yeah, I'm gonna give everybody 2 minutes
Drop
to
the
speak.
Let me
ones that
speak my speak.
say
Let me talk my shit.
All right, Marcus.
No, hold on. Can I say something?
Hold up,
Who this
Principal. You're
is?
supposed to be dropped down. Hold up. All
Or
right,
Principal?
I'm a Principal and then Mark, and then I'm gonna bring everybody up with 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't understand the reason for divisiveness. Even the original topic have nothing to do with the hell they talking about. And on the original topic, uh, I agree with you. You know, people.
I was talking about. I was talking about a season to hate the things that we're about. Like
Yeah, the negativity. I guess
I,
they tie that into
I was not
elements.
talking about hating one preacher hating another. We don't have to throw each other under the bus. We all got a problem. Let's not air out each other's dirty laundry in public.
And that generalizing too, because there's positive going on in Jamaica. There's positive going on in Africa. They just want to zero in on the negativity. And even when you talk about what's going on in the community, there's still there's slowly but surely, even with the people like Charleston White, you said Umar Johnson is even though he's a troll, but he still calls out some of the elements and toxicity of that's going on
Yeah, like
within
I said, we
the
just have to keep
community.
it together. We'll be fine. All right, let me. All right, Mark, say what you have to say. And then
I thought your topic was hate other, like, white
okay, hold
people
on. You
and
got
shit.
2 minutes. Go ahead.
I thought your topic was like, hate white people and other group of people. You talking about hate other black people?
No, no.
No, no, hey, go ahead,
Hold on,
Carlos.
hold on. Let me say this right. I said to everything there's a season, right? A season to hate. Now, let me give you a perfect example. You should know what I'm talking about, Mark.
All
This is
right,
tailor made for you, right?
all right,
You're in Louisiana with the Ninth Ward or something like that,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, let me ask you something. What do you love about the Ninth Ward?
I like the culture. I like it's black. I like the food. I like my people. I don't like the I'm in Texas right now, but I don't like the niggatry. I guess the niggatry on.
Well, to be honest with you, man.
Mhm.
I was watching. I had never been there or not, but I literally, what I saw, I hate. You know,
Mm.
I really hate. The people there, the just the dysfunction. I know they're my people, whatever like that. But I'm just like, I looked at that man, do on camera, broad daylight, start shooting each other in a freaking interview with a freaking white journalist. Next thing you know, they got into an argument. They start pulling gats out, right?
Mm.
That level of ignorance and whatnot, just people living like that. When I hate, you know,
Mm.
I hate black ignorance. I don't give a damn. When I'm around that level of ignorance, I don't want it nowhere near me. You know, I think I hold people to a higher standard and whatnot. And sometimes I realize that's their culture. That's their culture. That's what all they know. The Ninth Ward's all they know:
Mm.
drugs, gangs, killing, a high homicide rate. When you know the homicide rate is that high in your area, you don't hate that.
I think.
No, say no. Seriously, I fucking hate that.
Mm.
I don't accept that one bit. I freaking hate it. And because I hate it, right? You know what I would do? I would do anything in my power, right? Talk
Yeah,
about
dollar
it, be
bill.
about it to eliminate and destroy
Yeah,
it.
But dollar bill, right though? Before the flood, they had the highest home ownership though in the country.
Yeah, I know, but the bottom line, I saw even during that time because I remember Master P was out at that time period,
He
right?
not from the Ninth Ward though. He's from the
Well, he
Cali area.
was Houston. I mean, New Orleans, same thing, you know.
No,
And
it's not.
so,
That's uptown.
it's the same thing, you know.
No,
He
it's
was
not.
from the
That's like
Florida boy,
comparing
right?
Harlem to Brooklyn
Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. Maybe like this.
or
I'm talking
Queens
about
to
New
Bed
Orleans in
Stuy.
general. New Orleans in general, right? It was like a murder capital. I'm saying to myself, how does anybody live like that? How is that? How was that accepted? You know, how was that accepted? How did people watch our girls walk the street? How do we tolerate our girls getting pregnant at
Wouldn't
early
it be
age?
y'all generation fault though? I'll keep it. I'm gonna keep
I
bringing
didn't
it.
see a lot of
Y'all,
stuff. Look, I did not see that shit. I saw in my.
y'all the ones that Gen X so crack. Y'all the ones that
I did
flooded
look.
the street with
I
drugs.
did not see the
Y'all,
crack. I did not see the crack. You
you
know,
from Queens, New York? You ain't see crack?
I did not see crack, bro. I
What?
did not see it.
You from New York City?
I knew people who did it, right? And I saw crackheads, but not. But if you ask me, what does a crack vial look like? I don't know. You know, never
I'm
seen
not
it.
saying. I'm just saying your generation.
Yeah,
People
yeah,
like
okay, yeah. There was people
to
out there
keep
doing it, but
passing
the bottom line is, I'll tell you this: one thing we did do, we hated that shit.
bullshit because y'all wouldn't be selling drugs. Y'all
Oh,
had,
hold on.
y'all,
No, first of all, what are you talking about with selling drugs? What are you talking about?
dude, y'all
Yo,
generation,
look, if you got, well, look, in a whole neighborhood of almost
your
a million
generation
people,
flooded the neighborhoods with drugs.
you got a million people in a neighborhood and maybe 30 people involved with drugs. That's it. That ain't the whole neighborhood,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. Dollar bill. You speaking your shit. You speaking right.
That's not the freaking whole neighborhood. Most people had jobs, they
All right,
worked,
but your generation promoted hip
stuff like
hop,
that. They didn't
gangster
like
rap.
you make it like we're all like this. No, we hated that shit. And
Y'all
that's
hated.
how
Y'all
our
hated
neighborhood
that.
stayed somewhat civilized a little bit,
Y'all,
you know?
you telling me that y'all generation hated gangster rap, the shit
We
that
didn't
y'all
listen to
created.
that shit. We didn't listen to that shit. What gangster rap was that out at that
Y'all
time?
create. Oh my gosh, y'all,
We didn't listen to West Coast hip hop. We didn't listen to that shit.
y'all didn't. But in general,
No,
Gen Gen
we had
X,
real MCs. We had Big Daddy
man,
Kane.
from this
We
dude
had
here.
Biz Marquee. We had shit LL Cool J. We had shit like that. That's what we listened to. You know,
So let me
listen, we
ask you
didn't
this.
listen to that nonsense and whatnot. You
But not
know,
even. But let me ask. All right, let me ask you this then. Gen X. What that nigga name is? P Diddy. He's Gen X like you. All them people, right? You don't think they promoted
well,
degeneracy?
hold up. First of all, if you study the history, right, everybody P Diddy got a lot of pushback in his thing because anybody know
Yeah, a lot of pushback.
everybody criticized him for his materialism, all stuff like that. He was under a lot of friggin' pressure from the community, man. He was, people like J. Rue the Damager came at him, KRS-One came at him. There was a lot of people coming at Diddy and whatnot. Hebrew Israelites cornered him one
So
time on the street.
how come did he how is he popular now?
Well, he's
How did he
popular
become
now because
successful?
he crossed over into the mainstream. That had nothing to do with that. Most people didn't like Diddy. We saw him
New
take
York.
songs that everybody else did. All he did was remake everybody else's song. Every
So
song,
New York.
nothing he had was original.
So New York didn't like Diddy.
Well, the club scene liked him. The streets didn't like that nigga.
So the streets didn't
In
like
New
Diddy.
York, we like the Wu-Tang Clan. We like the Wu-Tang Clan. We
How
like
about 50
Pharoah
Cent?
Monch. We like
How about
Pharoah Monch. We like what you call Keith Murray. We like shit like that. That was on the street. We like Big L. We didn't listen to no fucking Diddy. We
but
kidding me?
we need another New Yorker. 50 Cent then. 50 Cent,
Yo, 50
DMX,
Cent
all the
came
motherfuckers.
later, and the bottom line is people liked his story because the only reason why he was popular is because he had a story that he got shot and he portrayed this. He went from a drug dealer to a
Yeah.
famous rapper, and people like that story, and he used to talk about his drug dealing days and stuff like that. That's what people liked about him, 50 Cent. All right, let me see. Okay, your 2 minutes is up, man. Shit, man. Your 2 minutes is way up. Let me see. Who else is next? Let's see. Let's see. We have.
Tyler, you gotta give 1776 his time. I think he was being unfair to him. Give him a couple minutes. Let him see what he got to say.
I thought I just gave him friggin' 2 minutes.
Nah, he didn't get enough time. If he's still up, give him
All
some
right.
time.
Let's see. 1776. You have 2 minutes. All right.
Hey, let me get in the house. I'm gonna come back in like 5 minutes. I gotta get in the house.
All right. All right. Reset this time. All right. Let me get Ahmed on. Ahmed, Jonathan. All right, Ahmed, you got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. It's funny how these so-called Captain America Negroes, right? Always telling Africans, oh, like you can never develop yourself. If you want to develop yourself, like it's gonna be because of us and stuff like that, right? Look at the Major League Baseball, right? Okay, Jackie Robinson that joined the Major League Baseball, right? Around 1940 something, whatever, right? And then cancel the Major League, the so-called Negro Baseball League, right? When you look at the current owners, right? For the past probably about 60 years now, if my math is wrong, right? Every single one of these owners are white owned. Every single one of these owners are white owned. So then, if you allow your league to be bought by white people, and then every single owner are white owned for the past 60 to 70 years now, but then you want to tell Africans, oh, you cannot develop yourself. You need us, you need this and that. I mean, at the end of the day, check yourself first. Where you come from first. Where you come from. You understand me, right? And then you go back to baseball. I mean, NFL, basketball, and all these things. But then these so-called Captain America Negroes wants to talk down on Africans. Oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. Well, then look at yourself. You give up your lead for the white man. The white men own your players. The white men own everything about you. You don't want to talk about it, but then you want to tell Africans how the world operates. When you come up here and tell us, oh, African fleet. Okay, let's look at the numbers then. It's about what, 2 million or 2% of Africans in America, right? Let's look at the military bases that your white master has in Africa. Over probably like around the world, over 800 military bases. And how many military bases in America? It's probably way less than that. Way less than that. Why won't they come home then? Why don't you tell them and come home? Y'all don't want to tell them though. When Africans run a coup and try to take over their countries, your white master comes and they're trying to invade our countries. Look at Benin. Your white master comes in and try to
All
unalive
right,
the
all right,
proper
Ahmed, your
African
2 minutes
leaders.
up. Let me get Jonathan. Jonathan, you're up. 2 minutes,
Yeah,
bro.
thank you, Kyla. Comparing a baseball league to the development of a country doesn't really make too much sense. By the way, and first of all, Kyla, no one answered this question. Between the early 1500s to about close to the mid 1800s, 300 over 300 years, Africa was uncolonized. They were running their own shit. They were doing trade with everybody. Why was there no development over the course of that 300 years? We could look at America, less than 100 years, industrious nation. You can look at every European country, at least Western European country, 100 years, they're developing. You can look at the Arab countries, 100 years, they're developing. The Asian countries, 100 years, they're developing. Barbados, several Caribbean countries, 100 years, well, not even 100 years, they're developing. But between this time period, over 300 years, no one's colonizing you. No one's fucking with you. You're making trades, you're making deals, you're making bets, you're selling people, you're getting everything in exchange. Why are you not developing? Kyla, please explain that to me.
Well, yeah, I would think the thing is, um, what I learned is that West Africa was reached a level. It was like
Wait,
ancient.
Kyla, not just West Africa. Do the rest of it. East Africa, Southern
So
Africa. It's
West
all the
Africa
same.
was way more probably advanced than Eastern and Southern Africa, right? As far as like culture and stuff like that. But they reached a certain level, right, and stayed there, right? Europe connected the world through maritime trade, maritime information. So information, technology, and whatnot spread really fast from one end of the globe to the other through maritime trade and stuff like that. So when they built the Americas, right? When they built the Americas, right? It was built on what they call a mercantile system. Africa didn't have that, a mercantile system, which all the countries, all the wealth flowed into a mother country. So all they have to do is keep creating colonies, right? Colonies basically produce labor, markets for the goods of the mother country, raw materials, and all these things. That's mercantilism, Africa never had a mercantilism. You know, so that mercantile 300 years of that mercantile trade across the Atlantic, fueled by the free labor, spurred the Industrial Revolution. You know, in the West, right? The thing is, if it wasn't for the transatlantic slave trade, there would be no industrial revolution. Has a money shot. West Africa, in 1600, right, was at a certain level. Its development was arrested. Imagine 250 years of destruction, lack of development. At the same time, Europe went through the age of reason, enlightenment, the maritime age, the age of exploration, the age of industrialization, the age of science. All those things were enabled because of the wealth of the mercantile Atlantic trade and on the Pacific Ocean and the trade in the Far East. You know, so therefore, Africa died so Europe and America could be born. Now, my question to ask is, the only way to reverse that is we need a place where millions of people of Black African descent, African Americans, could settle in Africa and start pipelining the energy, money, and people, human resources to the continent. But the African mind doesn't see that. He's not reached that level to say, yes, we're suffering because we lost 300 years of labor and development. What if we had the next 300 years bringing that same energy back to the continent? That hasn't not been in the African mind, because the African mind doesn't even know that the slavery was the main cause. They think colonialism was the problem. Colonialism, I'll say right now, you might hate me, right? Did not do the effects that people try to say. Colonialism built modern Africa. Africans are living off the colonial infrastructure that was left behind. So how bad could colonial have been? What killed Africa was the horrible transatlantic slave trade that most Africans tend to ignore. That Professor Danu and all these other people, they tend to ignore the fact that African Americans survived that and became who we are and whatnot is a testament, probably the most remarkable thing in human history. You know, how a group of people could survive the ordeal of being stripped like animals for work for hundreds of years, but built the initial infrastructure and wealth of America. Without that, America could not have expanded the way it did. Without that free labor, you know, and so like that. So I'll yield on that. Anybody else want to talk?
And
Can
Carla, I
can
agree with you
I-
100%. But what it points
Oh
out
my
to,
God.
and you can't say
Yeah,
this
of course you're
against
gonna agree with him.
1776 again.
Of course,
Wait,
Johnson
Shut
Miller.
up, boy.
Of course you're
Ahmed,
gonna
You
agree
can't
with
Ahmed,
you
him.
I
can't
Of
say
course,
this.
Ahmed,
man.
I
You
told the
can't
Yeah,
truth.
goddamn.
you
I know
can't
you
you gotta
guys,
knock
let
man.
man. You gotta let.
I know
1776
you guys.
when you say it's
You
a
gotta let
mindset,
man.
because
Of
you just
course,
said the
man.
same thing,
Jonathan Miller,
Carla.
man, fight the power.
The
Hey,
Jonathan
Carla,
Miller,
what's
Africans
his
man,
did
fight
not
the
mindset?
have the
power, man.
mind for
You
Oh,
gotta
I didn't
let.
development,
know.
Power.
I didn't know I
and
was
damn
saying
it, they
no.
don't
I
have
didn't
it
know I
today
was saying
either.
anything wrong. I didn't know
Jonathan
if
Miller,
you were
man,
saying
fight
anything
the
wrong. What
power,
did I
man.
say wrong?
Fight the power. No, the problem is, right? I'm gonna tell you honestly. Right? Africans do not need no black folks from America to fix Africa.
Oh
Carla,
Lord,
I think
when
because
can
you
I
know
speak,
why?
Carla?
that's the dumbest
Because
thing
you
I
know
ever
why?
heard,
The
man.
mindset of
Ahmed
y'all, the
already
mindset
spoke.
of
Let the
majority of
next
y'all
person speak,
is
Carla. We
pampered.
don't want to hear this
It's
All
very
guy.
right,
pampered.
Ahmed, you already spoke. It's Kwame's time up. Go ahead, Kwame. You got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I did want to bring the Caribbean into this, especially Jamaica, because then it's gonna show the glaring failures of Africa. For one, right? Jamaica has over 8,700 black millionaires. If you combine, and it's the same. Jamaica is 3 times smaller than Gambia, roughly around the same size as Connecticut. If you combine Gambia, Kenya, and Somalia, Jamaica still have more black millionaires than all three of these countries combined. Even though Kenya is 58 times larger than Jamaica, and Somalia is 54 times larger than Jamaica. Jamaica is only 4,300 square miles circumference. The mere fact that Jamaica alone has more black millionaires than uh Somalia, Kenya, and Gambia combined, that should
Are
tell you what
those
problem.
millionaires dual citizens of the United States or the UK, Kwame?
Uh,
No,
I
no,
don't
no, no,
know.
no.
Let me just
That
finish
was
Okay.
my let me
let
just
him
finish my
finish.
point.
I mean, I gotta respond for him.
Right,
I know what
right.
he's doing. He's easy. Kwame is easy.
No, no,
He's
let him
Can I?
easy.
finish. I just want to ask him that question, but let him finish. He got his time.
Now Kenya is supposed to be one of Africa's leading countries as far as development. The mere fact that Jamaica has more black millionaires than Kenya, that should tell you that the tribalism has been failing Africa for too long. I admit Jamaica and the Caribbean do have their own external problems.
Kwame. Are you
Can
kidding
I
me? Are you
can I
kidding me, man? You gonna use that? You
Kyla,
gonna
come
use
on,
that, Kwame,
Kyla.
man? Are you gonna
Kyla, come
use
on.
that? Come
Kyla,
on,
come
man.
on.
Yo,
What
yo,
type
yo,
of middle
yo,
school
yo,
thinking is
Ahmed,
that?
I gotta give Kwame more time. Yo, Kwame, you're gonna have an extra 30 seconds. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Jamaica has its own issues, but Jamaica is not larger than any country in Africa. In fact, like I said, Gambia is one of the most smallest country in Africa, and Jamaica is 3 times smaller than Gambia. So Africa has a way bigger problem. And you're right, Kyla. It wasn't colonialism that really wrecked Africa. In fact, if it wasn't for colonialism, a lot of these countries wouldn't be developed. It was the slave. It was the
Okay,
slave.
okay, okay,
Come on,
I
Kyla.
mean,
Come
Yo,
on.
look,
Come
yo,
okay,
look,
on.
okay.
hold on,
Kwame,
hold on. I
Kwame.
gotta give him time. Yo, Ahmed, I don't have to drop you down, man.
Yeah,
Finish
yeah,
what you.
you gotta put a med on a chain, man.
Yo, go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
Yeah, it's the tribalism and the tribalism that wrecked Africa. The tribalism is what led Africa into selling each other into slavery. Right now, you could bring right now the white man could bring back slavery into Africa, and people would be selling each other tribes like nothing. I'm quite sure if the white man came to the Igbos or the Yorubas and say,
You know,
"Hey, man,
and also somebody asked me on the chat. Well, I think it was Chance asked me on chat because I muted. And I went in the chat. They over there. The chocolate covered raccoons asked me to come on. So anyway, he says, "Carla, I thought you was a Pan Africanist." Look, the bottom line is this: what I hate is this revisionist, fake Pan African history. Right? The thing is, look, I'm noticing how Africans are participating with Europeans and erasing the transatlantic slave trade. You know,
right, right."
so Africans are also trying to erase the transatlantic like European. Nobody wants to admit that whole thing even happened, and that means
Because you know why, Kyla? Africans didn't benefit from the transatlantic
they
slave
didn't
trade.
Kwame,
benefit
I don't
from
know
it.
where you're getting that 8,700
Well,
number
you
from
well,
Jamaican Millionaire.
if you're in dry
Let me
if you're in
let me
dry
respond.
Telegram chat,
Let me
I
respond
will
to
post
Kwame,
you the
please.
link. Hold on, can I didn't even get a chance to finish. You cut me off 3 times, and college just cut me off. Can I just land my plane? God damn. Yes, there's problems in the Caribbean. There's problems in Haiti. There's problems in Jamaica. Jamaica had one of the highest murder rates for the last 20 years. It's just now slipping under. Yes, there's problems in the Caribbean. I'm not denying that. But the problems in Africa is far more exceed than anything that's going on in the Caribbean. You got tribal warfare in Somalia, tribal warfare in Sudan, the Sahel region. Uh Nigeria, the Dula in South Africa. It's a lot of problems. And Africa has a benefit from the resources. And you cannot the mere fact that Jamaica has more black millionaires than 4 countries combined. That's just
I'm not saying that number, Kwame.
if you're
Let him
in
finish.
dry
Let
chat,
him finish. Let him
Nah,
finish.
why
Let him
does it have to
finish.
be some obscure
Let him finish.
number? What is your
He's
source?
an
It
FBA.
should be readily available.
Okay,
It's
he's an
true,
Okay,
FBA
okay,
Kwame.
disguised in
okay.
Time out.
I'll post a
Time
Gronk
out.
link in the back
He's an
in the
FBA disguised in
When I talk about
under Pan
You're probably
Africanist. That's
counting
exactly what Kwame
Jamaican
is.
millionaires
He's an
of American,
FBA.
who are
no.
Jamaican
I gotta
I
calm
Americans.
said
down.
I said
Ahmed, my brother,
I'll
calm
post a
down.
link I'll post a Grok link in the back and you can check it out for yourself. Yeah, like I was saying, it's not nothing else that's wrong with black people but the tribalism. Like Colin said, we gotta put the chieftains in the museum, hang it up and get on board with racism. The tribalism hasn't worked for Africa, it's never gonna work for Africa. Put the tribal stuff aside and get on
Be
board
quiet.
and get
Is
on
it
board.
tribalism that was making Jamaica murder rate so high? Was it tribalism? What was it?
Yes, yes,
Oh, it was
this is
yes,
what this
tribalism.
time
yes.
out.
So why is it
When I talk,
tribalism in Africa that is stopped but not in Jamaica?
see the
I,
thing is, y'all
it's
y'all
like
y'all
wait. It's like y'all ignore everything I say and
No,
just
because you're
zone in on
leaving out
Africa.
Jamaica. Speak for
You didn't
yourself. You're
hear
a
me.
black man from a black
You didn't
country.
hear me say
Mention
you did.
yourself
So
in the
Elvis, you didn't
stopping
hear
of
me.
tribalism.
Wait, you didn't hear me say Jamaica had one of the top murder rates for the last 20 years. You didn't hear me
That's what I
say that?
said. Mention yourself when you say tribalism got to stop. It got to stop in Africa. It
I'm
got to
not.
stop in
I
Jamaica.
never said just Africa. I'm talking about the
You
diaspora
didn't
too.
mention Jamaica.
Yes, I just mentioned Jamaica.
Mention
I
that it
just
has to
mentioned
Jamaica
stop
Jamaica
in
part
and
of the
Jamaica.
Haiti.
diaspora.
Carla, can I
He
respond,
mentioned
please?
it.
Yeah,
Carla, can I respond?
Am I bugging or it's like
You
people
didn't
just
mention it,
Carla,
bro.
using
You're
Carla,
talking
Carla,
slick
can I
on
respond?
overstating
Africa
stuff.
while trying to exclude Jamaica. Don't do
Hold on a
that.
second.
Kwame,
Like,
notice
let me
all the
chime in. Let me
diasporans
chime in.
know what you said, but the Africans don't get it.
Pan
Exactly.
Africanism.
Everybody that's from the diaspora
I
hear what I
time out.
say. What is it's just the African
I
people? Or you
I
talking about Africa?
Nah, you
time out.
said
Time
some
out. Time out.
stupid shit like Jamaica's have more millionaires than Gambia
I
and
will.
this other country. When you were including
Yes,
the
yes, and
Hey,
Jamaicans who
fellas,
made the
I
money in the
stand on that.
UK
let
in the
let
United
me
States, they didn't make
let me
those millions in Jamaica.
let
What are
me
you
Somalians
And
chime
talking
the
have
about, man?
Kenyans and
time
the
out. Let me
Gambians
chime
have
in for
also
30
made money in
seconds.
the United States and in the
Let
UK and other
let me
places
let
too.
me let
Don't
me
try that
chime in
shit.
for
Carla,
30 seconds. Wait, let me chime in for 30 seconds.
God
no, no,
damn,
no,
I
no, no.
can't.
I believe I
Let me
firmly
respond, please.
And I'll
Let
post
me
a link for
respond
I
to
you in the back
time
Kwame,
out,
channel.
time
please.
out.
All right, all right.
I firmly believe in Pan Africanism, but Pan Africanism can only work in America.
Okay,
In
okay,
America.
okay.
When
Thank you.
every
Okay, thank you.
time out when black people from all around the world come to America, they forge a brotherhood. I don't like Elvis, but we can get along in America. If I go to Minnesota, I could meet up with what. We cool, right?
Why
But
the
if
hell
we
don't you
leave,
like me? I like you. Why don't you
Hey
like me?
Elvis,
I said I
Elvis, I
like you.
posted in the
You say
back
you
for
don't like
you.
me, nigga. Don't be lying.
Elvis, I
I
posted in
said
the
I
back for
like
you, so
you.
you could
I
check it
said
out.
I
You could
like
click the link in the
I
back
said
and you could check it out for yourself.
I said I like you, but it would only work in America. If we went to the
Okay,
continent,
okay,
we will be at war. See, Pan Africanism in its purest form can only be done in America. That's why
okay,
Pan Africanist tends to be American. When a Jamaican comes to America and it assimilates into the black community, you're black, right? If a
okay, okay.
Trinidadian comes to America, assimilates, you're black. If somebody like Ahmed would drop that, no, he knows he doesn't want to go back to Sierra Leone. It's chaos there. It's
Man, you
disorder.
crazy,
It's
man. You
hell on
crazy.
earth, right?
You crazy,
Right?
man.
I
I
Elvis,
just,
never
I
did
be
you
just
homeless in
see
my
the link in the
country.
back,
You
Elvis?
crazy, man. I gotta
listen.
I
The resort in Sierra
I probably got
Leone,
how many
the
bedrooms
resort in Sierra Leone
back
is
home?
ran by a white
You
man,
see,
right?
1786, man. I ain't got time for niggas like you. Niggas like you
Listen,
are below thinking.
Control your
I ain't got time for
emotions,
that.
dude. Control.
You are
but
below thinking niggas.
hey, one time out,
I
time out. I
respect
mean,
people like Carla,
what?
but
I
not
mean,
people like
I just
you.
got one question.
Not
When was the
people
last
like
time?
you.
When was
At
the
least
last time
Carla
you been
has
back to the
enough.
continent?
At
When was the
least
last
Carla has
time?
enough intelligence. But somebody
Ahmed,
like
when
you,
was
come
the
on now.
Ahmed?
No,
When was
no,
the
no,
last time
no.
you went
Let me
back?
respond
The
to Kwame.
account,
Let
your
me
source
respond
is
to
counting
Kwame, right?
people of Jamaican descent, not necessarily Jamaicans who were born in or live in
Let me respond
Jamaica.
to Kwame real quick.
You saw that right, Kwame?
Yeah, but
Man.
it's still
Let me
Okay,
higher
respond to
come
than
on,
the
man.
Kwame real
Stop
quick.
being disingenuous. Don't say yeah,
It's
but.
still higher than the
No, don't
countries
Let
say
I
me
yeah,
named.
but these are Americans
No,
and
no
British
matter how you
citizens
try to slice it,
who
though,
have
it's still
Jamaican
higher.
let me
ancestry.
respond.
It's still higher than the countries I named.
Kwame, come on, man. That's
I
why I
have
check
Let
you
me
on that
respond
shit,
to Kwame
man.
real quick.
I'm not saying
Kwame,
Jamaicans are not
I
doing
Kwame, you
well. I'm
have
sure
still
they are,
validated,
but
I
that's
have
a
a
and that
lot.
still goes
misleading
for the same thing
statistic.
with the
I have a
Kenyans and the
Look,
Gambians and every other country you mentioned. They
yo,
I
also
have a
got
lot of
millionaires and
Nigerian
millions
I
living
friends.
in
didn't
those
make the
hold on,
claim
countries.
about millionaires. Kwame make the claim, and I
Right.
try to check his data. That's all. I'm not saying
I
who has
have
more millionaires.
a
I'm just
lot of
checking his data.
Nigerian
to hear
friends.
Ahmed's rant right now. Ahmed was
So
saying
Elvis, don't say I lied. I didn't
Yeah.
lie.
Let me
The
respond
facts
to
is
Kwame
there.
real quick, right? Let me respond
No,
to
it's
Kwame real quick.
misleading. These are not Jamaicans. These are people of Jamaican ancestry who might be Americans or
Elvis
British.
and Kwame. All right, chill. I want to hear what Ahmed had to say to Kwame.
You see Kwame, right? Let's just say, okay, what your country, Jamaica, right, has like 2 million people, right? But it's like basically the world murder capital, right? So
That's a
then when
shot.
you
He
look,
takes a shot.
No,
yeah,
Trinidad is the murder capital.
okay. But the murder is like super high, right? You understand me, right? Okay. So that means now that's 10 times travelers because somebody could get unalive in a very quicker way. Now you want to bring millionaires, right? You trying to compare datas, and then you try to use country like Kenya. We understand what's going on with Kenya. We understand Kenya is developed, but at the same time, who controls the power of that country? It's
Um,
foreigners. So you cannot
Ahmed,
use that country as an example,
um,
but then you call yourself a Pan-Africanist.
I
I don't
use
care.
four
Wait,
different countries.
wait
Hold
a
on.
second.
Let me say
Ahmed,
something.
Ahmed, your murder rate would be higher, but
1786,
you
man.
just chop chop niggas'
Goddamn.
hands off. So you let
1786,
people
man.
live, but you just mutilate them.
17. Oh my God,
It's
1786,
not
man.
that
I ain't got time for you. I ain't
1776.
got time
The
for you.
thing is, in Jamaica, they actually keep
I
track
ain't
of
got
shit.
time for you.
In his
No,
country, they don't keep track of nothing.
No, I was watching a
no, no.
documentary on
Oh my
that
God.
country. Oh my God.
No, right? You bringing all these numbers and all these
I
figures,
mean,
right?
I
Okay.
mean, I said 4 different African countries, not just Kenya.
No, you cannot. That's false. What you're saying is false. It's
Yeah,
false. It's completely false because you know who controls Jamaica. It's not your people that's black. You know that.
And we also know
You
who
know that.
controls. And we
You
also know
you
who
know that.
controls the
For
countries
you
that
to
he
say,
named. It ain't
for
the
you to
black
can I
say
say
people, nigga.
something?
there's over 80 million Jamaicans. I mean, millions. There are Jamaicans that live in Jamaica that are black. That is
80
completely
million,
He
false.
said
80
You know
800.
you
million,
lying.
He said
80
800.
million
800.
80,
Jamaicans.
80. My bad, my bad, my bad.
he
80, 80,
misspoke.
80, 80, 80, 80. You know that. You know you capping. 100% you capping. Now,
My man
What did
now
I
is
let's
cap?
look at
What did I, wait? What I meant? What did I cap about? I said,
it's the
wait.
Kwame, your
what you
statistic is wrong. It's flawed.
No,
You're
no, it's
reading it
not.
it's the
wrong.
Oh, hold on,
same
hold
thing.
on. I
It's the
said
same thing.
Jamaica
Let
is
me say
three
this.
times smaller than Gambia, which is one of the
Kwame,
smallest country in Africa. I combined Gambia, Kenya, and Somalia. Now, Africans always talk about Kenya as a developing country. As one of African developing countries. Jamaica has
no,
more
no,
black millionaires than
you
Stop
don't,
saying
Kenya,
Jamaica.
you
These
Somalia,
are
don't,
not
Guinea, and
Jamaicans. These are
hold
people of
Gambia.
on.
Jamaican
That is
ancestry
a
who
lie.
were born
That
and
is a
live in
lie.
the United
You
States or
are
the
taking
UK. Stop
FBA
saying that,
talking
Kwame.
points.
I ain't
You
gonna
are
lie.
taking
Kenyans are
FBA
cool,
talking
man. I like a
Hey,
points.
lot of
Kwame.
Kenyan
Hey,
people.
Kwame. Last
You
time
are
I
taking
checked,
FBA
according to
talking
Africa,
points.
they go by ancestry.
Yo,
So as
Kenya,
long as they have
yo,
Jamaican
family, can we
ancestry,
get
they
back
still Jamaican.
family, can we get
Right.
back to the topic?
Well, then we can claim then all the African American millionaires are African millionaires then, since they
Gossip.
got
No,
African ancestry.
hell no, hell no, hell
No,
no.
no, that's his logic.
Man. Africans are 20 times richer than any black around the world. 20 times. That is.
hold on.
For somebody to come up here and try to come on, man. I got time for
Can
this,
I,
man. Just
yeah,
see,
but
this
can
is
African got
what you
it. The
guys
reason
want.
why I threw
Y'all
Somalia in
want
there because
Africans. Y'all want
these
Africa
countries
without
are
the Africans.
58
That's
times
the
larger than
problem. That's the
Jamaica.
problem with y'all. That will
58
never
times.
happen.
Why
It
are
will
you
never happen.
yelling
You go
nonstop?
to
Why are you
Africa, we
yelling
will conquer you
nonstop?
guys again. You go
Man,
to
you gotta
Africa, we
take a
will
pause,
conquer.
brother. Let other
He's
people
yelling.
speak, man.
He's
Take a
yelling.
pause for a
I
second.
want to hear. I want to hear what Honey Flower has to say to Ahmed.
I'm just sitting here like laughing because he's yelling nonstop, yelling, yelling, yelling. It's just funny
Now,
to
what do you
me.
think
Like,
about what he said about Africa's got more money than everybody else?
I don't think that's based in reality.
So
I
you
think
say Ahmed is a
being
little loony
emotional.
there?
but
He's
I
doing
think
something great.
Elvis has
I
said.
guess he got
I
triggered
think
because
No, no, no,
Elvis
no, no, man. Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her
Elvis
finish.
said his family
No.
embezzled the
Tell these things, man. Let her finish. Let her
first
finish,
bank of
man.
Sierra
I'm gonna
Leone.
come for her. I'm gonna come for her.
And,
She's easy.
Elvis, you're
you're
very
getting
Let her
you're a
finish.
liar. Because
Let
at
her
the
finish,
bottom,
man.
wait.
hold on, let me
I'm gonna
just say
come
this
for
one
her.
thing.
Let her
At the
finish.
bottom, it said these estimates exclude non-resident diaspora wealth,
Let her finish.
Somali
I'm gonna come for
Americans,
her.
Jamaican
I'm gonna
Canadians,
come
and
for her.
focus on
Let her
All
local
right,
finish.
and residential
Kwame.
population. Elvis,
Let
you
Honey
lied.
let Honey Flowers finish, and then I want to hear what Ahmed has to say.
Wait, like I literally have
But
nothing really to say. Go ahead and come for me. Go ahead.
All right,
Ahmed
Ahmed.
doesn't have.
No,
Ahmed
I
is
want to. I want
Ahmed.
to.
Ahmed
Can I
shows
say
what
something, man?
Ahmed shows what's wrong with Africans. He doesn't have delayed gratification. He doesn't know how to hold his emotions. Right. He's impulsive. He's radical.
He's funny.
He
Bro,
has a
can
lot of
you guys
estrogen.
come on.
I,
Can
yo,
I,
I think
you
17.
guys
Ahmed is
Are you
funny,
done?
you guys are
probably.
Are you guys
bashing
done?
each other
Are
for
you
two
guys done?
hours,
Are you
man.
guys
Yo,
done?
I think they'll make you
Hold
too
on, can I
comfortable.
say
Go
something?
Are you
ahead.
guys done?
Elvis, you
I
clearly
want
didn't read the
to.
Okay.
bottom of the
You guys
story.
done so I can respond?
Please.
Hold up.
Yo,
You guys
Ahmed,
been
man,
bashing each other
yo,
for 2
Honey
hours,
Flowers
bro.
could be your next girlfriend, man. Be careful, bro.
Oh hell no. Hell no, man. She's just a
She's the
hood rat.
fetus, man. She's the fetus, man.
She's a hood rat.
But
No,
but
she ain't. No, she ain't.
but I wouldn't
She
say
is.
that.
She,
She's
I
not.
treat
She's
her.
not. She's just
I
the
treat her as
fetus, man.
one.
She's very pessimistic, man. I
No,
wouldn't
man.
want her
She's
around
not.
my
She's
How
not.
kids.
many
She's
of them
not.
do you have,
She's.
man?
Yeah.
I don't say
Can you
anything
blame
different
her?
from what Kala or 1776 or anybody else that or Kwame says. It just hurts when it comes from a woman. I guess it makes you
No,
emotional.
it doesn't.
Some of the stuff you say
No,
is.
no.
Hold on,
It comes from.
hold on.
Oh, it hurts
You
because it
just
comes
spoke,
from a
bro.
woman. Oh, it hurts because it comes from a woman. Nobody's not saying that. What people are saying, what you're saying, does not make no goddamn sense. You just like 1786, but 1786 is just the nigga type. You understand me, right? Yes, that's exactly what it is. I don't
Yeah,
take
they
people
they
like
are
you
very
or
stubborn.
1786 serious.
All,
1786
Yeah,
is
all,
just
all
like
I know
when you
is
walking
an
down the street.
American, a
Yo,
Jamaican, and
give
a
me some, man.
Sudanese
Give me some,
person
man. Give
said
me
the
some,
same
man. Come on,
shit.
man. That's
Only the
that,
African
1786,
men
man.
are fighting it.
Now,
you're just
Going
doom and
and
gloom, bro.
going.
Crazy. Jonathan is
Doom and
crazy.
gloom. Doom and gloom, man.
this is the
But
reason why I said. This is the reason why I said you cannot be richer than Africans. This is the reason why I said it. Let me explain myself.
We
Because
already
Kwame,
are.
because
We
Kwame tried to
already
use the
are.
FBA talking points. Kwame tried to use the FBA talking points. Oh, we
Kwame,
like
we ain't letting your
1.2
black
trillion,
ass in
blah blah
Africa,
blah
man.
blah
You
and
go to
stuff like that.
Africa, we
So
gonna
now,
handle you, man.
what?
You're a damn traitor, man. We don't fuck with you, Kwame.
And Kwame, that's
Elvis
no, I
100%
already
come
what
and
knew
they're
bring a
Kwame
going
was
to
a
white
do
man
traitor.
with
because
him.
they
I
can't
already knew
solve the
Kwame was a
tribalist
traitor
problem.
months ago, man. I already knew. I've dealt with him over there in After Diamond Show. I put him in the corner. I already knew that months
Hey,
ago.
hey,
Just like
man,
how,
listen.
Did he put you in the
But,
corner,
but,
Kwame?
oh, he knows, man.
but,
I
That's
don't play
cap.
with these
But Elvis,
so-called.
why you didn't answer? Why you didn't answer? Why you
Cause
in the
you
bottom of the
lying,
show?
nigga. The at the start, read the first line what they said about when we talk
Why you didn't
about
read
black
the
millionaires. No,
bottom set?
listen. When we
The
talking about black millionaires, we're talking about people of African ancestry.
right. And did you read the bottom? These
And
estimates
then,
exclude
nah,
non-resident
number one,
diaspora
what is
wealth,
the source?
brother. And the sources
It's a
is
nigga
all
on Twitter writing some shit. It's not even a
no.
website.
Grog is giving you the sources right after every paragraph.
Elvis,
Visualcapitalist.com.
you
That's one
see,
of
It's
the
just a
sources at the
lie, Kwame.
bottom.
I went online looking for it. I couldn't find any
you
reputable
I
publication.
gave you the
you
Grok
see,
link.
Nigga,
look at it. You see,
Grok.
you see
hold on,
these people, right?
can I
That
When
say
is
they
something?
hilarious,
Hold on,
man.
when they speak,
Hold on. Let me say something because those numbers are just it's very vague. There's
Right.
a hundred of sports figures, hundreds of politicians. They'll make up that number very easily. 800
Right.
million. I mean, 800 millionaires is not a lot.
8,700 it said.
Oh, 8,700. Okay.
Yeah.
But what are the best? But what are the sources in terms of the sources
That's
of
what
what
I'm
we're talking?
saying. They didn't even list the
Because
individuals.
because
And
even
they
in
talking
Africa, there's
where they
people
got
who
that
have
8,000 from.
Jonathan, you want them to list 8,700 millionaires
Cause they're
and
just
then
pulling the number
there's
out their ass,
7,000
bro.
Kenyan millionaires and
They
50
said it was an
Somalian millionaires?
bro.
estimation. It
Come
wasn't
on.
Bro,
based on hard data. It was an estimation, Kwame. Is
Yeah.
that how people do data?
Yeah.
That's
It's
no,
exactly
not
how
it
they
but
do
sounds
Okay,
it
data.
Kwame.
sounds it sounds
There,
wild.
there, there are about 5 million Black American. That's millionaires. That's an
Hey,
estimation, Kwame.
check this out, man.
Even the U.S. Census
The
don't put
time out
exact numbers out there.
the operative word is gratitude. We all have to show gratitude for this great country, America. Kwame, you wouldn't be shit without America. Elvis, you wouldn't be shit without America. Ahmed, you know you wouldn't be shit without America, right?
What about you?
And oh, I know I won't be shit,
Okay,
man.
okay. Make sure you
I'll be
mention
running
that too.
around with a grass skirt on, climbing a tree, doing some
okay,
fuckery.
okay,
So
okay,
Good
okay,
job.
okay. 1786. Now, let me respond to you and so-called crime, stuff like that, right?
I
See,
love
you see,
America.
this is the problem. You see, this is the problem with y'all, right? Y'all speak of Africa, say all these things, right? Y'all be talking about, for the past four hours now. You see, and then you guys never mention y'all government. Y'all government. You guys never
We
mention
have the
y'all government.
greatest government in the history of the universe. I
Okay,
have
okay,
African friends from Nigeria
okay.
that don't ever want to
Now,
go back to Nigeria.
1776,
let me say something.
1776. If you've been
It's the
listening, don't
government.
let him slide with
Oh,
that. We talked
let me
about
say something.
between the
Let me say something.
1500s and the 1800s, no colonization, no
Jonathan Miller.
American government fucking with
Jonathan
you.
Miller.
You
What
know,
the hell were you
Jonathan
doing for
Miller.
those 300
Find
years?
me,
listen, the
find
word
me, find me a
Africa,
black
the
American
history of
on a
Africa,
baseball
Jonathan, they was
team.
trying to find
Jonathan Miller.
the
Find me
history
a
of
black
Africa
American that owns a
preceded
baseball
time.
team.
For
Jonathan
2,000
Miller.
years.
Fight the power. Fight the power. Jonathan Miller. Fight the power. Fight the
Ahmed,
power, Jonathan Miller.
Ahmed,
If you
you are
cannot
a
fight the power,
phony.
ain't no power.
Ahmed,
Ahmed,
you're filibustering,
Ahmed,
bro. You can't do
Ahmed,
that. Let other
Ahmed,
people speak, bro.
Ahmed, you
This is
are a
corny, bro.
Ahmed,
This is
phony,
corny.
Ahmed,
It's corny,
effeminate.
bro.
300
This is
years,
corny.
there was
It's
no
corny,
colonization in Sierra Leone. What
Oh,
the
man.
hell were y'all doing during
bro.
that time period?
What was your ancestors doing in Africa,
What's
Jonathan? Did
Paula
they
at,
have
man? This shit is
kingdoms
bad.
and
I have,
skyscrapers in Africa before they got put
with
into
all due
slavery,
respect,
Jonathan?
brother, I have no clue. I have
Okay,
no
then. So
clue.
stop asking stupid questions.
No,
The
no,
same
no, no, no.
condition we
But
were in, that's what your
wait a minute,
ancestors were in before they got
wait a minute.
enslaved. So don't be asking
I don't
stupid
know if
ass
I
Man,
questions,
share the
fight
man.
the
same
power, man.
ancestry
Jonathan Miller,
as
man,
this
fight the
brother.
power.
He knows his
Jonathan
history.
Miller,
He
man,
knows his
fight the power,
people.
man.
So, brother, for those 300 years, because you tried to blame America at military involvement, nigga, they're not in Sierra Leone, but whatever the case may be,
Never
for
been.
300 years
Jonathan Miller,
before
man, fight the power, man.
colonization and no American development, what the hell were your tribe, your people doing for those 300 years? So y'all was
Now,
selling
can I
people. What the
honestly,
answer?
hell
the
were y'all
Can I
history of
Oh,
doing?
do you want me to
America,
explain to you?
America
Do you want
has
me to
always
explain to
been
you,
hands
Jonathan
off
Miller?
Africa.
Jonathan Miller, do you want
Hands
me to
off
explain to you
Africa.
then?
I
Why?
want you to tell me what y'all was doing
Can
for
I
those
answer that?
300 years.
Okay, do you want me to
Okay.
What's
explain to you
color
then?
at, bro?
Fight the power. Do
Stop
you want me to
asking
explain
me and
to you?
answer the question, nigga.
Can I
Fight
answer
the
it?
power. Do you want me to explain to you, man? Fight the power. Okay, now.
You're annoying. You're like a baby mama that wants her child support. So like
Oh,
help.
honey
You
flower,
see,
But
you
honey
but
talking
flower,
say honey,
Why
crazy
not
honey,
on a
honey
man.
honey
We're
flower,
men.
flower,
We can
honey,
talk
honey
crazy.
honey,
flower,
Don't talk
honey
crazy on the
flower,
honey,
dude before he gets
honey,
honey
something, man.
honey
flower,
flower. Under the Joe
honey flower.
Biden
Go look
administration,
up fight the
Ahmed
power.
transitioned to a man. He's really a
Go look up
bitch.
fight the power. Honey flower, go
Why
look
the
up
fuck
fight
you?
the
Why you
power.
attacking? He ain't attack you like that, man. Why you attacking him like
Honey
that?
flower, go
Nah,
look up
because you
fight the
Yeah,
act like a
power.
please,
woman, man.
please.
Go look up fight the power, honey
Don't
flower.
attack.
Her.
Go
Don't
look
attack
up
this
fight the
guy.
power. Go look
Let
up.
him explain what was his people doing for 300 years before there was colonization in the American military. Those are his excuses right now. 300 years, they didn't have that shit. What the hell were they doing?
Knocking each other off.
Okay, okay, you gonna let me explain? You know, cause
Explain,
y'all.
bro.
Okay,
You're
okay, okay, okay.
never
Honey
explain.
flower, right? Honey flower, go look up fight the power. Do you understand
You
Yo,
exactly
bro,
always
if
what
you're
I'm
not
talking
gonna
about?
answer the question,
Explain
can
the
you just
Jonathan
answer
Miller,
300
let me
Mike,
explain
bro?
years,
to you.
nigga.
Let me
Yeah,
explain
Y'all
to
leave
you.
a
Pastor
man
Mike.
alone, man. He ain't got the answers. He's not
Yeah,
sway.
so can
Let's
you
move
leave
on.
Pastor Mike
you
while
keep
Let
he
me
talking
explain
if you
then.
don't
Let
got
me
the answer?
explain then.
Yo,
wait,
Let me
Pastor
explain.
Mike, man.
wait.
Let me explain then. Okay, in
Oh,
West
man.
Africa, right? In West Africa, you have two dominant ethnic groups, right?
Not West
That
Africa.
you
I'm
know
talking
that
about
had.
your people. Your people.
That's where I come from. God damn it! I don't come from the east. What's wrong with you, man?
This your
God
people.
damn!
West Africa
See,
encompasses
I
a whole bunch of
man,
other
that's
people
not
that
me.
I
ain't your
man got a
Where
people.
I
couple
come
of
from.
This
whiskey in
your
there.
people, nigga.
Oh my God! You see. Oh my God. Okay, in West Africa, right? You have two dominant ethnic groups: the Mandinkas and the Fulanis. You understand?
Which one of you?
The Fula,
It's,
basically.
Yeah, he's from.
Basically.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say, Jonathan Miller, man. How do you want me to say it?
If
man,
I
you
ask you,
gotta
you're
give this dude high
wait,
blood pressure, man. Leave
hold
him
on, hold on,
alone, man.
hold
Take
on,
the pressure
hold
off
on
our
a
man,
second.
man.
I've been around
How
Africans
you
all
want me to
this
say it?
time, nigga. If I ask an Igbo person what tribe are you, I'm Igbo, basically. They'll never say no basically shit. Nigga, what are
Basically,
you?
No,
man
I
is a
said it. Then
Fulani.
you said I said it. I told you and I said it. Then you said it again. That's why I said basically. You
Hey,
understand what's
Jonathan
that mean?
Miller, he ain't been back to Sierra Leone in
You
30
understand what's that
years.
mean? Okay. Oh my
He
God.
don't even know what ethnic group he is now. That's how long he
What
been
the
in
hell? Man,
America.
fight the power, man. Man, an African like me? Man, get out of here, man.
All
What's
Man,
right,
wrong
you
all
with you,
right.
not
man?
Listen,
African.
you're
You
fooling
from DC,
basically. All
man.
right, now tell us what the hell y'all are doing for them 300 years.
Nothing.
Them niggas was conquering,
Selling
man.
niggas. They was
Okay,
selling niggas.
okay,
That's what they was doing.
okay. When the European came, they fought the people. They fought the
Stop
Mandinkas.
filibustering 1776.
No, I'm just
When the European
laughing.
came, they fought the Mandinkas and the Fulas. You understand, right? Because you know why? Those were the people that
Because they were dark skinned.
oh my God.
Nah, the niggas giving you history. Just listen, man. Just get into it. Go ahead,
Those are the
man.
ethnic groups that were dominant in West Africa. So you understand me, right? So then the Europeans used those other mini tribes to conquer these people. So my people had our civilization during these times and the Mandinkas. So you understand me, right? So we come from civilization.
So are you mixed with Madinka and Fula?
No. I'm just saying
Mixed with
within West
bullshit and
Africa, the
bullshit.
most 786, man. Come on,
Ahmed,
man.
with all due respect, I said before the Europeans came and colonized y'all. You're going
I mean,
straight into the part where they colonized
they
y'all.
was this is
No,
what they was
I was
doing
telling you
before
what
the
we were
Europeans
doing.
came.
We
They
are
was plotting to
civilizations. I
kill
was telling
other
you that.
tribes. That's all they was doing for 2,000 years, plotting to kill other tribes that they ain't like. This
No,
nigga
what do you
shit.
think the world operates on? Even in Europe, they did it too. What are you talking about? The bigger numbers dominate the other people. What are you
Jonathan,
talking about?
they were just enslaving niggas.
Ahmed.
What you Jonathan, man? Come on, man.
If
You
if
guys act like
They
y'all
were
don't
doing the
if
understand
same
if
thing
the
the
slave
Europeans were
trade
doing during the
started in
Dark
the
Ages, Jonathan.
1520s
Listen,
in the
if
1830s, there was and this was 20 some years before y'all were colonized. What the hell were y'all doing before y'all were colonized? Before the Europeans came and took y'all
I don't
over?
know what they
What
was
were
doing
y'all doing during
before,
that time
but I
I
period?
mean,
knew what they
Jonathan,
time out,
do you have a history book that you can go into and find out? If
And
you
with
don't
all
know,
due
nigga, we
respect,
don't know.
Elvis, I'm asking the
What do you
wait
question.
a
want?
I
second.
don't know the
We
answer.
don't know what they
And
was
I'm
doing
hoping that
300 years
That's
my
the
before.
answer.
bill
We don't know. We don't
is
have the
But
history
we
to go
have
back in time and
historical
see.
documents of what they was doing during the Civil War. They was
we
chopping
had
niggas' hands off,
oh my
chopping
god.
niggas' ankles off, doing all types of fuckery.
That's a
That's what
damn
they doing
lie. Ain't
Sierra
nobody chopping
Leone.
no ankles, bro. What are you talking
1776,
Listen,
about?
1776. What our man said is that we believe that Africans cannot develop on their own.
they
But
can't.
we have examples of Africans being on their own. They were participating in global trade. They did the slave trade. They weren't colonized. They were left alone. What the hell were y'all doing for those 300 years, I met? Your people
Uh,
only.
buying
My
whiskey
people,
and
my people,
Man, that's a
my
stupid
people,
question. Let's move on, man. Carla, what's
my
going on,
people,
Carla?
Okay,
my
Nah,
people.
nah, John, nah, Elvis,
everybody, I just
Elvis.
want to know
No, no,
everybody.
no,
All right, then let me
Elvis.
That's
answer
not
the
no
question
stupid
then.
Hold
Let
on,
me answer
question,
the
let me,
question.
Elvis.
let me,
You answer the
I want
question, Elvis.
to answer
let me.
everybody's question. Hey,
Elvis, you answer the question now.
let me ask everybody a question. What comes to mind when you think of not to throw my boy Mark on the bus, but what comes to mind when you think of Black New Orleans?
gumbo, good food, good music, Popeye's chicken headquarters.
What the fuck is?
Where's that question coming from, Carla?
No, I'm just saying, because I always had a very negative appeal about New Orleans for some
Nah,
reason.
Yeah, New
New Orleans got
Orleans
some.
is heavy
They got
in
they got the
mysticism.
best food in the world.
I
The
ain't
best
missing this. I'm
food.
just talking about the grimy way I
Oh,
see.
you talking about the crime rate?
Okay, let's hold since
Man,
you
Louisiana
guys
is
don't like
nice,
how you
man.
think
Yeah, they say Louisiana niggas are grimy, Carla.
No, no,
Kill you
no,
for
no,
$5.
no.
Yeah,
Those are the
Lakala.
ones with the
They are
Caribbean.
grimy as fuck, but they would never eat any children, and they ain't out there cutting people's body apart.
well, that really
and
tells
they
me a lot.
and
They
they
ain't
all
that
like
grimy like I wish they were.
Yeah,
when
Maybe that might be the
time
problem.
out.
yeah, they
When I
do
think of
voodoo in New
Louisiana, I
Orleans.
think
You
of
don't know
light
what
skinned
voodoo is.
hardcore Negroes, man. All of them light skin out there, man. But the food is amazing, man.
Bro, there's a whole bunch of regular black people in Louisiana.
Nah, they call Louisiana the beige bayou.
There's a
A
lot of
lot of
Creole
like
people out there mixed with
yeah,
white and
right, right.
Bro, there's a lot of regular black people, bro.
Nah,
Everybody there
not
is not Creole. That's the
a
reason why the
lot.
Creole created a subculture and deboed these people out of their own culture and call
Louisiana
themselves
had
Creole.
Louisiana
But
has a
but
lot
tell
of
me,
light skinned people.
1776 might be the first time I disagree with you so far tonight, man.
what is the
You
beefing
s-
about?
you see some
Listen
of
to
the
this. Listen to this sucker nigga Kwame. This might be the first time I disagree with you tonight, man.
Can
That's
I
why we
can,
say you're
Why you
this
call him
nigga
a
light
sucker,
version,
man?
man. You just
Why you call him a sucker,
1776
man?
light.
uh,
Hey,
Louisiana has
can
a lot of
they got
light
some of the
skinned
Carla, can
dudes.
I say
blackest. They
something?
got some of the
I haven't
blackest
spoken in a
niggas
while,
in
man.
Nah,
in
those
New
guys come
Orleans.
from Tennessee. If they dark skinned, they from like Tennessee. They not from there.
bro, can somebody else talk? This is the dumbest episode I've ever seen in my
Carla,
whole life,
can
bro.
I say something? I haven't
God
spoken in a
damn,
while,
man. Can,
man.
can somebody else speak? Can I answer the question that was
Well,
asked
you
by
speaking now. You speaking now. You come in
Yeah, I
with
want to hear.
21.
I'm asking,
Can
yeah,
I?
I'm on,
You
I'm
gonna
on the
answer
Can I
Jonathan
phone.
kind of?
question?
Man, drop your balls and speak, man.
You gonna answer
Damn, man.
Jonathan question?
Yeah, but basically, if you look at history, there was different empires and communities.
Oh, that black dude right there was from Tennessee, man. He dark skinned.
Yeah, he from Mississippi or Tennessee.
Mark is from Louisiana. You want to come up and speak on his
You.
people?
It's for fair use.
Yeah,
I think y'all niggas retarded as shit. The fuck? Y'all niggas retarded. Now, Kyla, bitch, you didn't change the whole subject. Stop changing the subject. That's
Hey,
some stupid
yo,
shit.
Mark, we'll get back to you in a second, but we're trying to watch
That's some
a thing
stupid
on
shit.
Louisiana.
see, I told you they light skin.
And
He from
1776,
Mississippi.
they got black Creole. You stupid as shit. God damn, y'all niggas retarded.
Come on.
Marcus,
We know 1776 just be pulling
Gordon
out
is
shit
Marcus,
from
known
his
for
ass.
Martin's and Holmes'
Juvenile, and all them dudes, light skin,
ghosts
hardcore
and
though.
voodoo.
Juvenile not even that light skinned.
Birdman ain't light skinned.
But
Little Wayne
October
ain't light skinned, nigga.
What
1994
the
came to
fuck?
be known for something else.
Why
Marcus, y'all don't have a lot of light skinned people
A
there.
lot of them
Murder.
got all right. So you had a light skinned Kia
That
war in
year,
the
the
Seventh
city was
War,
the murder
but they
capital
got
of the United
assimilated, nigga.
skin
States.
tone?
From the niggas from the plantation.
One of
So
the
you do have
hundreds
some
of
light skinned
victims
people.
was Kim
Hey,
Groves.
look, folks, I don't want
When
to
I
drop
went to
everybody
when I
now.
went to Baton
The
Rouge,
Groves
I'm
That's
death.
not
trying to
Baton
watch
Rouge, not
the
New Orleans.
freaking.
Groves' murder would
Hey,
pull
Joey,
down the
shut the hell
crumbling
up, man.
facade of
When I
justice
say
in
I'm
the
watching
city
a
and
film, man,
reveal
be
deep-rooted
quiet.
police corruption,
You know.
an FBI sting
And
operation,
anybody else,
and
please
a
shut up
killer
while
cop.
this thing's playing.
Nothing this bad had ever happened here.
There was the richest woman in the world who ever disappeared. She vanished from the
they
face of
watching
the
First
earth.
48.
One of the
Well, I don't
hardest
know what that. I want to watch
occupations
another clue of Louisiana
one
culture.
person
Let me
hires
see.
someone else.
Let's find something else. I want to find something else that deal with the gang culture. Not these freaking stupid. Come on, man. All right, let
After
me find
Hurricane
something
Katrina,
else.
Louisiana's been pretty nice.
No, it hasn't. You be saying some dumbass shit too.
No, a lot of those people moved to Houston.
No shit. I'm in Houston, but Louisiana still a murder.
Shut
After
up.
Mississippi, still high up the murder capital. After Mississippi,
Everybody says he can't help himself for saying fucking stupid, random shit. What about this? It says inside New Orleans most dangerous. But that's what I see. I see New Orleans. I see the word. You see that jail escape you guys had down there, Mark?
yeah.
According
You
to
understand? New Orleans like
1776, all them
Chicago.
dudes in that
prison
picture right
It's a
there,
guard
that
mob
was
city.
thumbnail,
You
are
helping
got
the
from
to
damn
Mississippi.
the inmates escape. They caught the last one. This is that group
yeah.
right here.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But you understand? New Orleans like Chicago. It's a mob city. It's been
Ah
corrupt.
man, dude, man, come
Collar,
on.
It's
collar,
been like that. It's a mob city. Been like that.
collar. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you go back to that thumbnail?
Which one? Yeah, that one.
That one right there inside New Orleans, most dangerous black killer. According to 1776, all them dudes right there from Mississippi and Tennessee. They
They're
can't be from
not.
New Orleans.
No, they're not. Them people from the river parishes. The people from the they got Creole blood too.
So I
But
got I got to
why is
drop
that
something because he says
there?
he be
Yeah,
Why
saying
is
some
seven.
random stupid
crime?
shit, man.
Why is there so much crime and killing and gangs and stuff down there?
That's what I'm saying.
New
Why,
Orleans it's
man?
not a gang city. It's a mob city. So it's
Mom,
like.
whatever the
Can let
fuck
me
it
finish.
is. Why
All right,
can't
let me
people
finish
live?
talk. Let me
Why
finish
can't
talking.
people
Can
live
I finish talk?
normal?
Can I finish
Why do you
talking?
guys
Can I
tolerate
finish?
that shit?
Can I finish talking? Thank
Go
you.
ahead, man.
So New Orleans, like Chicago, is a mob city, mafia, heavy mafia presence. The Marcellus, Carlos Marcellus, and them. So it's been the government. You understand? Been corrupt. The state of Louisiana government been corrupt too. You dig? So due to high corruption and people laundering money from from social services and shit, you gonna have a fucked up infrastructure. It's been like that. Same for Jackson, Mississippi. I can tell you about Jackson, Mississippi. I can tell you about all the cities down south. Why they fucked up. It's not that hard. A
Could
lot
it
of
be the
cities are
one thing
poor.
they
A
have in
lot of cities
common
are poor.
is they
Hold
have
on.
a lot of Negroes
That's
there?
not the case. A lot of the cities are poor down south. A lot of states are poor. They don't have the
Yeah, but why
resources.
why? What I'm saying is, why is it like murder and mayhem like a normal thing? Like just
It's been like that. Fuck.
Is there nothing else to do? Like,
No,
can't they do other productive things, or is this what
no,
people?
it's
I
like
feel like they. I
I just
some people
explained. It's a
exploit
mob
that kind
city.
of stuff.
It's a mob city. It's like Chicago. It's a mob city. So there's a lot of
As in
corruption in the
South
government.
or what? Like
Not
they
in the South in general. It's like in the South in general. Like, for example, I'm gonna say Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson, Jackson, Mississippi should have been like Atlanta, but due to the high racism, the city officials blocked
What do you mean
the.
by mob?
Can I finish talking? Damn
No,
it!
I just want to
Can I
understand mob.
can
Like
I finish talking?
mobs or what?
Can I finish talking? Thank
Okay.
you. So Jackson, Mississippi, for example, right, was supposed to be like Atlanta. In the 90s, the city officials blocked the development of Jackson, Mississippi, the white officials, and let it decay. You can say the same thing for Detroit. You can say the same thing for Birmingham and other cities. It's not that hard. People need money. If people don't have money, niggas gonna crash out. It's not that hard. 1 + 1 is 2. It's not hard.
it says right here. New Orleans is now the nation's murder capital.
It's been the murder capital for years. Shit not new.
Extremely violent
Tyler,
crime
what
rate
make
for
you all of a
teenage
sudden want to
boys.
kick
Now,
in
Dad, shot and
Louisiana
killed
He
back
want
in,
to change
man?
this. The dumbass nigga want to change the subject. That's what he want to do.
all again. They got you too. They almost killed me.
Top Story came to the Big Easy to investigate the violence. More than a dozen killings to start the year, picking up from an epidemic level in 2022.
In an American city, in the middle of the afternoon, in the parking lot of a grocery store, my son was killed.
Just 2 days before
That's the
Christmas,
comedian
Sherilyn
that
Price
died. I
Lowe and
remember
her
dude.
son Brandon Montrell was among the statistics. Police say the unintended target of a shootout. The 43-year-old
Why they got
That's the
that Crescent
comedian.
Moon and Star on
and
on the police
stage.
thing?
You said what?
The
One of
Crescent
more than
Moon and the
200
Star is like
So
a
it's the
Muslim
Crescent
thing.
murdered
City.
in
It's no, it's the Crescent
2022.
City.
I can't swallow the idea that I'd lose my child for absolute nothing, that nothing comes of it, that it's just another day, another number, and life goes on. Something has to change.
But change doesn't appear imminent. Car thefts have reached astonishing numbers. More than 500 stolen already this year, more than double the same time last year. More horrifying,
So that
carjackings.
voodoo, man, the air
170
is
last
cursed in
year.
New Orleans,
One
man.
gruesome case in
A lot
March
of evil
involved
shit goes on there.
73-year-old Linda Fricky.
Hold on,
Surveillance video caught
that's
the
not
midday
unique to just New
carjacking.
Orleans, man.
Fricky, caught in her seatbelt, was dragged to death, her arm severed from her body. All 4 suspects
What?
under the age of 18.
Do you want these teens charged as adults?
Absolutely.
Where's
Another
Jonathan? Where's
incident,
Jonathan?
one man resorting
Where's
to throwing a
Sassy J?
pot of gumbo at his own car before jumping on the hood in an effort to stop it from being stolen.
If we don't get a handle on this now,
Wow.
I don't want to see how bad it gets.
But Kyler, why you showing this shit, man? This
Lifelong
is
resident Lawrence
depressing. We don't want to see
Westport,
this,
an
man.
owner
Oh,
of
because
Vibrant
like I
Market
said,
along
I
the
want you
Magazine
to
Street
hate this.
shopping district, said
Nah,
police
Yo,
man, I don't want to see this shit,
Tyler,
man.
this
Come
is
on.
Tyler. This
People
is
live in a
response
Tyler.
reality.
This
agonizingly
Yo,
slow.
this
Tyler.
whole
Tyler.
right here,
hours
this right
Tyler.
here.
to arrive because apparently
Hold on,
that
hold on. Let me say this. Right now. I'm still about the Afghanistan and whatnot, but I don't push nobody else into the Afghanistan because I said Negroes convinced me that they's American and whatnot. We got it popping over here. We put 400 years. But I look at New Orleans when that's what you fucking 400 years for. That's what you got to be proud of.
Yo, but Tyler, hold on. Tyler. You never point the blame at the elite blacks who see the situation, who flaunt their billions and
It's the
millions
elite black.
and do
The
nothing.
black
Hold
people
on.
out
They
there
do
that work
nothing to help
hard,
these people.
education,
No. They do.
it's their
Huh?
fault. See, like I said, it's their fault. Yeah, okay.
So what did he do?
It's the underlying problem, Principe. They don't have their future in their own hands. They can't
Who
go out
don't?
there and police New Orleans. Black people can't go and start a police force and go and police New Orleans. It's all in the white man's hands.
They're not
What?
victims.
What are you guys? What's going on in this show, bro?
They're choosing to kill their own people. They're not victims. They're choosing.
I agree with Honeyflower on this. Just because times are hard, don't mean you got to kill your own people. That's just
Nah, when there's violence, when there's a crisis of violence, you got to take drastic action. The
I
police
agree with
forces are
that as
not
well.
taking drastic
You
action.
have to
I
have
agree with that as well.
burning hatred in you. Like there's people right here, it's like, oh, we gotta do something. Now, if people get to the point where they're just furious and hatred, they'll change. You know.
So where's the campaign of awareness in the media about the situation? Where's the black elites putting money behind solutions and programs?
They have.
People talk shit. Hold on. People talk shit about the Nation of Islam, Farrakhan. But Farrakhan, God bless his soul forever, he had a plan for Black America, and y'all turn your back on him for nothing. Yes, he had a plan. No, he had a plan for Black America.
Yeah, he's been
Y'all
around for
turn your
years,
back on
man.
him.
Farrakhan, let me tell you, principally, I hate to break this to you. I love Minister Farrakhan, but he ain't had no plan, bro.
Yes, he did.
The only
No,
plan
these
he had
people
was
are
for himself to get
these
rich
people are
and live a good
self-destructive.
life.
He
He traveled the world, hotel to hotel,
But Carla, these
hotel
people
to hotel. And he
they
had a
don't.
plan, all right. It's himself.
He has done more work to bridge the gap. He has done more work to sit with the Pan Africanists, the African spiritualists, the
He threw the
Christian,
Pan
the
Africans
Muslim.
under the bus, man. He said he was against a nation state for Black American and diaspora. He said you should define yourself by a piece of land.
Colin, you're lying. Why
asked for
would
the 5
Minister
states, Colin.
Farrakhan go against Elijah Muhammad?
Elijah
The same way
Muhammad, hold up. This is what happened. Elijah Muhammad, in the final call, said, "We want some of this good." And his followers interpret that as, okay, when the white people ask him, "What do you mean by you want some of this good earth?" And some people, including Malcolm X, said, "Well, we want 4 or 5 states," and the
Mhm.
Nation of Islam just ran with it. There was no official position of the Nation of Islam. That was not their official position. They just ran with it. They wanted to destroy the earth. They wanted to.
But Principe, if they're protesting and calling for action, who are they calling for that action from? Who are they protesting against?
State officials, the senators. We're not
Exactly, the
talking.
white
We're
people.
talking about. No, there's black senators, bro. If you
Oh,
go
come on,
to
man.
these states in Mississippi, there's a lot of black officials, bro. I don't know what is being spoken about today. They're speaking like that, but stuck in 1855. There's a bunch of black politicians, bunch of black millionaires in America and in Africa. So I don't know what you're talking
But
about.
all you
That,
do is make excuses. Everything.
what excuse? Are you hearing excuses? Are you deaf?
Gangsters excuse. That's all you ever do. All
What are you? What is he a hype? Are you okay?
huh?
Are you okay? Are you flashing back to someone else? Something else, bro?
Now,
I
Are you
principally,
okay?
now I say the
always
same
make
thing to you.
excuses.
Why y'all mad at her, man? Why y'all mad at her?
Bro,
What
she's the only one that
happened?
gets to come up here and read trauma bent negative upon negativity. If Johnson come up,
What happened?
1776 come up, you're gonna bash him. If anybody else come up, you're gonna bash him. But when she come up and read this self-hate mantra, she get
She's
praised. When
she's she's a
Chantel,
woman. She's
hold
a
on, no,
woman.
no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no,
she's the
no, no, no,
woman.
because what
She's
you
a
hold on,
woman. 77. Principe.
hell no, that's even worse. The
Women
woman
are
is the
kids.
teacher.
They're babies.
Hold
We
on,
gotta
hold on,
treat
hold
them
on.
as such. We can't
Hold on,
criticize
hold
them.
on. The woman
Man,
is the teacher of the babies, bro. So if this woman is
You make
speaking
it
like
seem like
this, what do you think she's gonna teach the
Prince of P, what are you
babies?
talking about,
you
man?
want to
Females
blame
could be
America
very
on the government for
devilish,
people
man. What are you
slaughtering each
trying to
other.
say,
Hold
Prince of
on,
P?
hold on. When Miss Chantel came up and she was bashing black men, all y'all ran after her. She come up here and read negative trauma based. Oh, we can't do nothing.
Yeah,
Everybody clapping for her, man. Get the hell out of here, bro. What are you
yeah,
talking about?
exactly. Yeah,
Get the
talking about
fuck out of here.
Jack,
What the hell?
I don't know what
Jack
happened tonight,
GPT.
man, but
What
people
they
been
think of
on one.
Africa without America, man? F that woman, man.
She come through reading these
Reading,
sappy
reading,
ass.
reading.
I bet it's a
Oh,
funny
we
nigga,
cannot do
man.
nothing. My
What
God,
about
no.
You
Americans?
Get
always
the fuck out
Africa
of here,
had
bro.
this.
excuses. It's
Africa would die.
true.
Africa don't have
You
food.
never
We grow our fucking food.
Eh,
You
The fuck
stupid
out of here with
bitch.
that, bro.
Oh,
No,
I
come
man,
on, come
man.
on,
Come
come
on,
on,
You
man.
man.
Chill,
know,
chill,
I
chill,
mean,
chill,
you went
chill,
too
man.
chill,
far.
I
chill,
don't
you
chill.
care.
make it
I
sound
mean,
like
you went
Chill.
too far,
I
man.
don't care. We grow
you
our
sound
food.
like
Man, hey, we don't
Everything
use
going to
that
a
Africa,
language
man.
over
woman.
here, bro. We don't use that
Yeah.
Man, you
No,
went
no,
too
Chill
no.
far,
out,
man.
I'm
man.
sorry,
I
Carla,
feel
Carla.
you.
I'm
I feel
sorry,
you, man.
but she had to get it, man. I'm sorry. I apologize. She had
Yeah.
to get it.
Oh
I
my
apologize. I apologize. That's too far, man. But I feel you, man. That's so like degrading to hear. Oh, we can't do
Yeah.
anything, and we're
Oh, we can't
just
we grow our own
incapable.
food. We need
wait.
the
Come on, what
West. We
the
need the
hell?
Europeans.
Hey,
Are we
prove
gonna
her
starve? We're
wrong.
gonna die.
Hey,
Oh
go
my
back to
God.
your respective countries and build it. Prove her wrong.
They
Carla, can
Bro,
I
never
say something? Can I
Carter,
say
that's
something,
a
Carla,
white
Carla?
Carla, Carla,
conservative
Carla.
talking
I
point.
agree with
Stephen
that.
yeah,
Carter
I
that,
and
agree with
them.
that.
Prove
But
me
hold on,
yeah,
wrong.
he
hold on,
did.
hold on,
Prove
hold
me
on.
wrong.
Carla. 100% agree with that. But the thing is this,
you're
right?
not gonna
If
do
your government in your country can leave Africans alone, that's what you guys don't want to talk about. That's the
it's
problem I
the
have with y'all.
I
it's
agree with
the
you on that, Ahmed. Carla,
That's
can I
the
say
problem I
something?
have with y'all, though. That's why I
Yeah.
said
I
most
man, let
Black
Steve
Americans
speak.
are phony. This this
Go ahead,
this this
Steve.
the issue I have with some Black Americans. That's why I call them phony. That's why I call them Captain
Okay,
Americans.
man. Steve's starting to speak, brother.
I was watching what's his name? Neferkari, the Haitian brother, right? And he was
Yes, I
always
am.
talking about like, we got to stop getting online arguing with each other, especially over some nonsense. We talking about things that happened 300-400 years ago. I mean, let's be real. Like that is not going to solve no situations that's happening right now. And I don't understand why we keep bringing it up and everybody trying to go against each other and everything else. It's a waste of time. But go ahead.
Steve,
Who
I've
else
I've
want to
said this right, and we don't talk about this enough. The internal pain, the almost innate pain that African American had about slavery.
Right.
They carry that pain, and it's almost a hatred. Like Carlos said it before, right? That their ancestors were sold into slavery. They can never forgive Africans for that. So even when they go to the continent, people like Jonathan Miller and others, they still hate the Africans because they were sold into slavery. But that's a conversation we don't have enough on these platforms
I don't,
because
but maybe I'm just different. I don't know. I don't understand. Like,
I see it, man. Carter will tell
No,
you if he's
black
very
no,
honest. He
no,
tells
no,
you
no.
that.
The hate,
He
the
Elvis,
tells
can
you he
hate,
can
I
never
the
Carla,
forgive
I don't hate
the
you.
hate.
slavery.
Elvis, I
Elvis,
was
can I
saying
ask you a
Elvis,
question,
respectfully,
Elvis,
Elvis?
brother.
Elvis,
Hold on, let
Elvis.
Carter
The
speak. I
hate
want to
is
hear him. What
unchanged,
Carter
right?
got to say.
stop.
All right,
Develop.
Carla, after you done, let me ask Elvis a question.
Okay, well, I would say like this, Elvis, right? I don't hate Africans. Never advocated for that one, and I basically understand Slavery, to my opinion, they were victims too. I studied this; they were victims too. Now, I would say what I do hate is right. I do hate, and it's like as we talk about season hate is when I say, you know something, we lost our heritage, our land, language, everything. In over 400 years, we become a people, right? Now we are in captivity. Africa, the continent, is supposed to be the mother, right? Why is it that when we go to Africa, we're always doing all the building? Africa has never given anything to Black America. Never. Never. If they would even offer us land, that would have went so much away of healing, you know? But it seems like Africa basically only out for itself, right? They completely, maybe it's the educational system, they completely ignore the fact that racism, right? They think racism is something we only imagine, that's in our minds, and there's dismisses of it, right? They don't understand because of the transatlantic slave trade, because of slavery, what happened to slavery, right? The whole world is suspicious of Africa. The whole world thinks that Africans are less human than other races of people because of the transatlantic slave trade, because it looked like Africa let that happen. Millions of its children leave the continent. And the fact that Africans, like Afrodominants, sometimes basically like, oh, it was a business deal. We sold the blacks out. And he's dismissive of that. That causes hatred. Not that I basically hate Africans or whatever like that, but yes, when people talk like that, right? And they basically spit on the graves of our ancestors, the pain and suffering the trauma I got to wear every day. There's not a day in time I don't think about what happened to my ancestors. Not one time. I don't get a break from it. I live with that torment, and I'm going to live with that torment to the day I die. You know?
Colin, can I ask you a question?
What?
Yeah, but Carla,
Hold on,
Afrodamus,
man. Hold on, Ahmed. Hold on. Let me
And
ask you a question.
Let
Do
me
you
speak
think? Do
after
you?
Steve,
Paula,
cause I asked to speak
Yeah,
after
No.
because I'm
Colin.
going to come here to defend that for
Yeah.
Dom.
Kwame was supposed to speak. Yeah, Kwame was supposed to speak. I just want to ask him a quick question, Kwame.
Go
Do
ahead.
you think our ancestors would want us to carry that on?
Look, I don't know. I carry it. You know, I carry it. You know, I carry the anger and pain and the hatred in me. That hatred is boiling in me, and that's why that hatred causes me to always think about, do everything in my power to bring forth fruition of a nation. I can't do that right now, but what I can do is I'm married to a Liberian woman, an African woman, right? I have a house in Africa, right? I'm part of a trade mission that's going to be there in March. Hopefully, I can be a keynote speaker in March, right? I got a tour group coming there in February. I'm trying to build infrastructure, business. I'm going to try to get as much business as I can to the African continent through Liberia or whatnot. You know, that's my way of getting back, you know, at the white man, everything. That's what my ancestors, that's why I picked Liberia, right? Because our ancestors, when they went to Liberia, they said, look, we've had enough. They put their foot down and said we had enough. And was it conflict with the native people? Yes. But that was necessary because at that time they had enough. I think Black America has not reached that point where they friggin' had enough. Had
Paula,
enough of people talking about you, putting you down, stealing your heritage, stealing your culture, robbing from you. Everything friggin' it's like no respect. Black people create a trend or genre. We can just go take it. Black women create a dance move, whatnot. Hey, white girl comes and takes it on TikTok, gets famous with it. We could create something. Like, they take. You know, at a certain amount of time, black people are getting tired of it, and we got to fight back. You know, that's what I see.
Paula,
And bottom line
Carla,
is,
let me hold on, honey pie. You could speak after me.
to
And,
speak.
and you know what's so crazy, Carla? After 400 years, our ancestors were stripped of everything that we could think of. Went through some of the worst atrocities in human history. And when we ask Africans, hey, can we come back to Africa and establish a sovereign state? They
oh my
look at
god,
us like we're hold on, can I damn, I ain't
a
even
whole giant continent they can't even occupy or build.
Oh my
Kala,
They
gosh.
don't
they
have the
they
intelligence to even build.
They
but
reject that.
Carla, you
Hold
Let
on,
okay,
can I
okay,
can I
okay.
speak?
let
Hold
him
on,
You go
Ahmed, Ahmed.
after you.
Hold
let
on,
him
My
no,
bad, my bad.
Ahmed,
I
I want to hear what
apologize.
Kwame
I
has to say.
apologize. I apologize. I said my bad.
Go
We
ahead.
can't even get a sovereign land. Some of these Africans even tell us we can't even do business in Africa. We can't even own a house in Africa. should we carry some of this some hatred for Africa? Yes. The mere fact that Africans sold us, our own people sold us out into slavery, and the only reason it stopped was because of the white man. They
Because of
have
you, that's
no
true. It was the British, that British and the U.S. Navy that stopped the transatlantic slave
Hold
trade.
on. Why we keep
exactly.
saying our own people?
Well, I'm speaking from a racism standpoint. I'm not speaking from a
Okay, I got you.
tribalistic. I'm not speaking from a tribalistic standpoint.
It's about time, Kwame. You know,
The mere fact that Africans could look at us in our face and brag about selling us into slavery, like Mike Olawale or Afrodamus, and say yes, it was a trade deal. Yes, it was a trade deal. We can't even get a sovereign land in Africa. They gonna reject us. But the
and then they
Chinese
always come to us asking us, "What are we doing for Africa? What about what Trump said?" I don't give a fuck if Donald Trump invades Africa. I don't give a shit. I look. They had it so we don't have a stake in Africa. Since we don't have a stake in Africa, I am not going to tell black people to get out in the street and riot over Africa. If the United States gets to the confrontation with the South State inventory, I'm going to tell my people stand the fuck down.
and Kala,
You see,
I
okay,
wait, Kala.
I'm
A
out.
hurricane, a
Kwame,
hurricane just
Kwame, you
hit.
have a stake,
Hold on, can I?
Kwame. You have a
Hold
country,
on, can I?
Follow.
Kwame.
Hold on. A hurricane just hit Haiti and Jamaica, one of the most devastating hurricanes in the last 50 years. How many African countries versus European countries you think donated to Jamaica and Haiti, Kyla? Guess how much?
Ghana, hold on. Ghana send goods to
No,
Jamaica.
no.
One. Ghana is the
Mr.
only
P.
country. Hold on. Ghana is the only country that send any type of aid to Jamaica.
Yeah,
How many
people
you
who have
Shout out
an
to Ghana.
abundance of resources, those are the people who are philanthropic,
hold on,
You're not
Kwame.
mentioning
I thought
hold
everything what they
Nigeria
said.
on.
was so rich. I
Why
thought
every
Nigeria was
time I
so rich.
speak, everybody gets so
Hey,
triggered? Let me
Kwame.
lay my
Hey,
plan. The mere fact that the vast majority of Africans don't even care what goes on in the wider black diaspora. We got to be the one to reach out to Africa. We got
I
to be
agree
the
with that.
one to invest into Africa. We got to be the one to do everything in Africa. Now, Africans may say, "Hey, the Chinese and these people are running Jamaica." Why don't Africans invest in Jamaica?
That's a good point.
Why don't Africans invest in Haiti? They see Haiti suffering. Haiti fought out of slavery.
They
When
don't.
all these francophone countries was under
they
French
don't give
rule,
a shit. They don't care about that.
wait,
You're
Yeah,
wait,
right.
wait, wait.
I'll give you that. I finally agree with Kwame right there, man. That's a good point.
Hold,
Finally, one a day, man. One a day, Kwame. One
hold on,
idea a day.
Prince P. Your country was able to
Kwame is a
fight.
habitual victim, man.
Hold on, Prince P. Your country was able to fight out of slavery, one of the most brutal plantation in the slave trade. They was able to fight the French off. These African countries from Senegal and all the way down to Sahel, they couldn't even get the French off their backs until now. But we got to be the one to invest into Africa. They won't even invest $100 to Haiti. Come on. At some point, they gotta understand we have to have some type of hate. We were sold into slavery by Africans. They never gave a shit about us, and they kept working with the Europeans, even
But
after
but
they got colonized.
but
Okay.
Kwame. One thing I'll say,
Oh,
they did indeed fight.
Paula, let me.
But in
Well,
Haiti
let me
example,
finish
hold on, because
My
she's not gonna
last
say nothing. Hold on, she's not.
statement.
Hold on. You can speak right after me because I know you're not gonna say much. But
Whew.
to Haiti's point, Haiti actually sat down with these people, actually show interest in working with these people in terms of with investment and stuff like that. I don't know if Jamaica done that. I don't know if African Americans done that. So our situation is a little bit different. That's why I have somewhat of a understanding for what you're saying because we actually petitioned Jamaica to do business. That we actually sat with Benin and Cote d'Ivoire, in Morocco, and all these countries to do business deals. They was not. They did smile in your face and shake your hand, open an embassy or something like that. But it's not for like actually coming to any full fruition. There's billionaires in Africa. There's millionaires in Africa. So you can't say that Africa doesn't have money.
Prince P. Why won't
My
Dangote
brother.
invest in Haiti?
You said what?
Why won't Dangote invest in Haiti?
I
Haiti
don't
got
know. I don't know.
resources.
Oh man, can
I don't
we?
know. But he's not the only millionaire. There's other millionaires and
These
Okay,
billionaires in Cote
niggas are
d'Ivoire.
dumb on another
I'm
level.
just
Is
Prince
baffling.
P. I'm just
let
using
me.
one example. I'm just
Okay,
using. I'm
okay.
not.
I'm
Have you
talking
ever
about
heard
the
about the
niggas.
fucking Monroe Doctrine? You think
Yo,
Africa can
Kwame,
come into
Kwame,
this Western Hemisphere and do anything
They're
tangible?
doing. Hold on, they're doing it right now.
Kwame,
What's it,
Kwame,
Elvis?
Kwame, Kwame,
Monroe
Kwame.
They're
Let
Doctrine,
me say
man.
investing in
something.
Grenada.
I want
They're
What'd you
investing.
say,
Hold on,
Colin?
hold on.
I
They're
said we
investing in
still
Grenada.
under the Monroe Doctrine, you know.
They're currently investing in a Grenada. I can show you a whole
Oh
news
man,
clip
look,
where.
bro,
Hold
man.
on, hold on, hold on.
Remember
There's a whole news clip.
1983? Hold up, 1983,
No,
Ronald
no, no.
Reagan.
They are can flex up in the comment section. He pointing out some things, so I can't deny that.
Yeah,
It has
they gave Jamaica a lot of credit worth $1.3 billion.
yeah. That is true. The Afroflex Bank has gave some Caribbean countries
That's
some
that's
credit.
the English speaking
But
joints right now. Very recently, I'm talking about for years.
Prince
Haiti
of
been
P,
trying to reach out before
Prince
these
of P.
before. Hold on. Before these English speaking
Oh my
nations were
God.
even talking like that, we was been speaking like that. When Haile Selassie came and I think it was Jamaica, Haiti, all of we told him to declare himself a king. We've been speaking like that of the black race. He never wanted to do it, so we've been speaking like that, and they haven't done none of that shit. But I'll pass the mic.
Let me say this, right?
Oh,
Kwame,
y'all got
Kwame,
Prince of
Kwame,
P on my
Kwame.
side. Oh
Honey
God.
flowers next. Honey
okay.
flowers next, bro. Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna
Okay,
say
okay.
what I was gonna say, but it pertained to like when Prince Sip was talking. I literally forgot what he was saying, but when he was talking about me, etc. One thing that I've noticed, and I'm not trying to start any problems because you insult everything, but one thing I noticed is like when when you go on Afrodamis's like panel, you are okay with bashing African Americans, and you when you go to Zanu's, because I seen your comments on Zanu's page, you get offended by some of the things Zanu says when he criticizes Africans or the way the culture and stuff. What I noticed about you is you're fake. Like when you come on here, you act like you're Pan African. When you go to Aphrodamis's panel, you like when they like you don't say anything about how they bash African Americans. Today I was in a discussion on another page and Aphrodamis came up there. And we were having a decent conversation African Americans and with Africans. He came up there and he started being very divisive and I called him out on it. I called him out on the fact that he disrespects African American history. He says they never built anything and stuff like that. And when I called him out, he said that I was emotional, that I was in my feelings
Well,
and
look, you gotta say something. Aphrodamus, right? He's a proud Sonike, but he knows that the Sinkers never invented nothing. They never built nothing. So you have
Oh
to be
man.
really ignorant to not know the great accomplishment. Look, we have an almanac of history, encyclopedia. So Aphrodamus represents the what I call the internet age, right? Where you could be in your little internet bubble and be
Let's not
ignorant.
do the drama, man.
but
Let's
Kala,
not
I
do the
didn't
Look,
drama.
these
let me
people don't pick up books. They don't know history. And Abradamus has never read a book, So
Oh
let,
my
how
let
would
me
he
god.
know?
I
You
was
know?
saying, I actually told Aphrodamus, like, not only do you bash African Americans and you put them down in an effort to, oh, I guess, get back at Tariq Nasheed, but you said explicitly that you we can't unite under identity of being black or African, that you don't. I told him you literally take no allegiance to Africans and you take no allegiance to um African Americans. You don't take allegiance to Pan Africanism. You're just a person that gets on here.
Yeah, and he definitely is damn sure don't Gambia because
Yeah,
Gambia got problems of child sex predators coming to their country, sleeping with little boys. They don't know that. Also, Mark,
Honey flower.
Mark,
You can't
hold
take
up,
Let me
a
Mark.
wait,
Let
honey
me
I'm
say
flower. You
something.
can't take a
The
man
Sunike,
serious that
hold
call
on,
America
The
heaven.
Sunike did not build ancient Ghana.
okay.
Ancient Ghana was built by the
Wait,
Almoravids,
Hala, let me finish what I was saying. So I basically told him like the only thing you do is divisive rhetoric.
Oh, network.
Hold on, and you say that you're speaking the truth, but you're not. And so the reason why I say all this is like Prince said he's fake as well. He will go into certain spaces, pretend to be like he's so-called Pan-African, and then other spaces he's okay with bashing African Americans. So it's like for him to say like, "Oh, I'm stupid" or whatever. This is why. This is why nothing will ever like. This
He
is
said
why.
this is why Principe, with his philosophy is never he'll be frustrated because he's not genuine.
Yeah, he's not.
I tell him that
Why
you can't build a fake. You can't build a movement
develop?
on a fakeness. You can't
can
build
I
a
can I
movement on a lie.
Can I respond? What have I? What have I?
Prince B, you cannot build a movement on a lie, right?
I don't get that. I
No,
don't get that
Hold on,
perspective, P.
hold on. What have I ever? Can you answer what I said
You don't look, the
that
fact that
bashes?
look, I know what you're telling the truth because I see you in there talking about Black African Americans are 45, almost 50 million people. We got people of every education level, every income level, every background, philosophy. We're not a monolith, right?
So where have I said that you guys are
So you
monolith?
start talking
Hold
about
on.
African
Can you
Americans,
answer for a quote?
and you're basically talking about what we should be doing, what we should. Black people have decided, bro. Let me tell you, Prince B, in a nutshell, right? We decided, and I have to respect that, right? Even though it's not me, right? They decided that they wanted to become Americans.
There's
You
nothing wrong with
understand?
that. There's nothing wrong with
They,
that.
hold up. So they do not want to hear about your vision of a freaking dusty ass community. They want to shop with everybody else shop in the shopping mall, the shopping
So
center.
they can't build their own shopping mall in the present
Hold up.
day.
Black people in America are primarily working class. Now, most of us, a lot of us have businesses. We have 2 million black millionaires in America, right? We don't care about your idea of what you think is a community. We're not a community. We're not a community.
What?
There is no such thing.
All right.
There's no
Well,
such thing as a black community. You need to understand that. There never has been, and there never will be. We're rugged individuals who do other things, and that's the way black people decide they're going to deal with America as individuals, right? Now we come together on certain issues and stuff like that, but for the most part, economics, us pulling our money together, so like the open businesses, or black people open up family-owned businesses. We do open businesses family-owned, individual owned. There's not going to be a bunch of black people talking about we're going to do this for the greater community and expect the people to support it. We have a series.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because there's examples of such, and I want a quote from her where I quote unquote bash anybody. I only say that we should move more collectively, and organize more consistently and coordinate. I never say anything to quote unquote bash anybody. Well, who do I bash?
American history.
Even when I go on Afrodama's panel, the first thing he does is he self-corrects.
You don't
talk about all of them. I'm just talking about X group.
Hold on. But let me ask you a question, Mr. B. What's the point of going on Afrodama's show? What's the point?
Well, one, you have to challenge the narrative. When you allow people to talk
no.
BS and do whatever.
Hold up. Look, Afrodamus does not have any insight of what's going on in Black. He may have worked in a prison. He probably seen the worst side of Black America. He thinks he knows Black America, And
but
so,
if you listen closely, he gives a disclaimer. He claims he doesn't even live near Africans or Black Americans. So he doesn't know either community
where he doesn't
in America.
He's married to a white woman,
I don't know about that. He claims he's married to an African American.
His kids are mixed, He's married to a white woman, And so therefore he doesn't part of race and whatnot. So I asked him the question: why are you this? And then he has white people on the show and stuff like that. Like he can't true. Why do you go on these guys' shows, right? When the people clearly do not like Black America, right? If you don't like Black America, I'm not coming on your show.
No. But with Afrodamus, he goes back and forth. So one moment he claimed that Black people can build up their own self by this coordinating, working together, right? And then the next moment he said that we are quote unquote incapable.
Let me say something.
He claims that we are incapable and that we should be recolonized. If you listen closely, I always challenges him on his notion that Africans
Okay. Let me say something. Let me say something, please.
You're a fake person.
Let me say something. Let me say something, please. Let me say something.
Go look at it, man.
Let me say something, please, about this topic, right? About Afrodamus, right? Because Carla, I told you before, right? Before months ago, before I even discovered about Afrodamus, you guys, mentioned it to me, right? I went to his YouTube channel and I listened to it a couple of times, and I came back to you and I said he had some concern. He's to me, he loved white people in a way that's very questionable. I told you on your panel. Afrodamus, me and him as an African, we have a different view. Afrodamus, to me,
well, my whole thing is okay. You have a different view, but here in the United States, right now, I have white friends. I have white people. I don't love white people. I have individual friends when I Afrodamus loves white people. He thinks that shit don't stink. I asked
No,
Afrodamus,
color.
hold up. The poorest county in America with the most white people are going through opioid and fentanyl crisis. I asked him one time a couple of years ago, "Are you concerned about that?" He said, "Oh, my concern is black people." No, he just basically hates black America. You know what it is? It's just pure jealousy. That's all it is.
No, color.
Look,
Right?
look, most of the Africans that have a problem with black Americans, but particularly Africans versus African American men, are simply jealous. That's all it is.
This is just a waste of time, man.
Okay, color.
It's
Let me say this,
it's
right?
all envy and jealousy. I'm dead serious.
But don't
No. Let me say this
But
real quick.
hold on. Come on,
Look,
sister.
I don't
Oh my
lose
God.
sleep over what
Paula, don't
Nigerians
focus
are doing,
on
whatever,
Hold
because
on.
I'm not jealous of them. They're not on my
don't
level.
Let me
focus
say this
on
real
them.
quick, right?
Oh,
Color. You are from America, right? You
No
don't
shit.
agree with all black Americans, right? There's certain
Yeah,
black Americans,
yeah. So what's your point?
they are just like Afrodamus. Let's be honest with ourselves, right? They're just you
All
understand me,
right.
right?
Well,
So
okay. Hold up. All right. Let me check you right here. Right. I'm looking at Afrodamus's last show. Right. I guess he did a show today, and then the title is, I guess he's talking about interview that clown, the illiterate Zambian, whatever he is. Talking about
I despise that
Americans
guy.
don't have
I
no culture
despise
with
that
that.
guy.
The whole
Oh,
fucking
you talking about
culture.
the black guy, the African guy.
The whole culture of
Frank
America.
Frank Zano. Frank
Yeah,
Zano.
I despise him.
The whole culture of America is Black America. We are the culture. So he did a 5-hour show, right? And he says Zano cooks on culture, immigration. He says a caption: FBAs have no culture and never invented anything. So another one where he just goes on these rants, right? It's
But the thing with Afrodamus,
hold on. But let's keep going on. I'm gonna look at some of his shows, right? The titles of his show, right? Some of his shows like latest reports.
Yeah, but
And then he talks about if Africa is okay, if African booty scratch. Somebody said African booty scratch is okay. I'm like, why freaking thing debunking African? It's always trying to debunk us. What I always say, right? When somebody's constantly comparing themselves to you, man, that's either a homosexual tendency or there's something freaking wrong.
no.
Hold on. If I get look, if let's say me and Hustle Smart get up and we're gonna hang out together, right? And he pulls up in a car, right? And I pull up in a car and say, "Oh, my car is better than yours. My car got this. Your car is a class 6, a 4.6, whatever. Like, mine's a C4, blah blah blah." And I always point that out, right? If we go down to the thing, I pull out my gold card, and then he pulls out his pipe. We're constantly competing. Who has a better card and whatnot, I look at his shoes, I look at my shoes, and we're looking at like who got the best shoes or not, That's what it's like with Africans, right? I'm just minding my business, right? And somebody's always coming up to you, putting their shoe next to yours, saying whose shoe is better.
Carla, can I
Whose pants is better? Hold on,
make a point real quick?
Hold on, whose pants is better? Or not? When people try to compare themselves to you, they want to compete with you, and then if they can't compete with you, they want to discredit you and erase you. That's what Afrodamus said. He can't compete with us.
Carla,
Yeah,
can I
but
make a
Colin,
point real quick?
yeah, but Colin,
Epidemics don't sound like he's trying to compete with
what he
nobody.
does, right? What he does, right? He brings a topic, right? That's like a collective, right? But then go about it individually. You understand me, right? That's what he does. He goes about it individually when he discusses the topic. No, I'm
It's the
telling you,
opposite. It's the
He,
opposite. It's the
he
reverse.
generalizes,
yeah,
man.
that's what he
Sometimes,
does. That's what
and
he
then when you
does.
grow up,
And
he'll
also,
explain it as if he's only talking about FBA. That's what I'm saying.
Right, hold on.
I think he's responding.
Let me address my good friend Nack Measy in the chat room. Right, he says I do more negativity of Black. I defend Black America. Right, he gets up there and make it seem like Black America is the worst thing in the world. I don't do that. I defend.
No. It depends on what show you
I'm not
watch.
talking about you. I'm talking about Nack Measy. He's defending Afrodama. I don't know if he's just trolling me or what. Afrodamus basically says that Black Americans never been. I know about our beautiful history. I talk about it all the time. Yesterday, I played the top 20 Black businesses in America. Right, everything you're gonna see on this platform is me showing showcasing black excellence? Has Knack, has
No, no,
Afrodamus
no,
ever
no,
showed
no.
black excellence on his
Man,
Now, hold
you
on, hold
you
on.
you
Yes,
look,
again?
hold
You
on.
look,
again?
Hold
look,
on,
look,
hold on. Yeah,
hold up,
hold
Ahmed,
on, hold on.
Ahmed,
Hold on, hold
look,
on.
let me tell you something.
Your people
Do
does
not
the same
interrupt
thing
me
to
when I'm
Africans as
talking.
well.
I said, don't interrupt me when I'm talking. You know, not one time has he ever talked about black excellence. I could even say if he was talking about black excellence Gambia style. He don't talk about nothing black excellence. I talk
He
about
does.
black
He does.
excellence.
Sometimes he does.
No, he
Absolutely, he
doesn't.
does.
No, he doesn't. No,
Yes, he
no, the
does.
fuck
Yes,
he
he
doesn't. You
does.
know,
Have you ever
90% of what he talks about is fucking bullshit about black people in America. That's all the fuck he
It's
talks about.
no, but no. He also talks about what goes on in Africa, Haiti,
Oh
whatever.
yeah,
But
whatever,
have you
whatever
ever?
it is, it's fucking negative. Everything he
No,
says
no.
is fucking negative. You know.
But have you
I
ever
see
went up and
everything he does, and I have nothing against him, right? But don't sit up here and tell me what a good thing like that. The guy, obviously, whatever it is, yeah, he doesn't like Black America, right? Doesn't like Black America. Don't like he talks about all the time. Where he talks that one day he talked to that sister, called all kinds of B, this, that, and the other thing, and she would
Exactly.
just answer him back one night. And I said to myself, I don't like let nobody talk to women on my platform like that. I don't give a fuck who you are, you know. The way
yeah,
he was
but
talking
hold
to that woman,
You but
talking
color.
about, calling. Look, man, I'm gonna tell you one more time. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. You know,
Ooh.
when you talk about black women like that, talk about the all bunquishas and all this stuff like that. I seen him on TikTok one day. He just going off on these women, call them all kinds out their name and whatnot. You know, what the hell? Some black women in America really hurt this nigga. You know, I'm like, damn. You know, they went off and they personally crucified him. You know,
I called
they
him
went
out.
there
Allah, I called him out on that. Said, why are you dragging African American women? Why are you calling them names and stuff? I called him out.
because he probably can't get him. He's jealous because he wanted one. He lusted after them all these years. They rejected him. They don't find him attractive. They don't find him cool. Whatever the fuck it was or whatnot. And so now he has a hatred. You know, that's the fucking African mind. The African mind doesn't know how to rise above his fucking primal hatred. You know, and do something. You
but
know, that's
you don't think you're making personal attacks when
Wait.
we don't fully understand where he coming from. I
no, I
personally
don't. I
don't
don't
get
give a damn. You know, I
hold
don't
on.
get on here. I don't get on every here night and
Let
what
me get on,
I'm
man. Let
asking
me get on the
anybody's
general
woman. You
shit,
don't hear
man.
me talk about Nigerian women. You don't hear me talking about Gambian women. I don't do that. You know, I don't talk about people's women.
So where exactly is he doing that? I never seen him do that on
Oh
YouTube.
Lord, shut up, shut the
See,
fuck
he's
up.
On
Yo,
fake.
YouTube?
let me jump in here because y'all
He's
just
so fake.
yapping and shit.
Where the
Let me
hell he
put
does
the whole.
that on YouTube?
Yo,
This the
Kala,
thing, right? This the thing, right?
Look,
Kala.
This the
go
thing.
ahead.
Y'all
Yo,
Tell
talk
me,
hold on. Yo,
as if
tell this dude to
listen,
shut up,
B,
man. This dude
please.
been yapping the whole
I
stream,
got
man.
another person coming on, and I want to end the show in a minute because I
God
want to go to
damn.
bed. Go ahead, Knack Beezy.
All right, so you guys don't realize that Aphrodamus is doing it so that you can watch the show. Like, if we are truly intelligent black people, you would know that he's rage baiting you, right? Do you think that he really hates black Americans?
Well, I
I
don't.
don't, because he's wait, hold on. He said multiple times that
His
he
wife.
loves all people, right? He loves all people. Now check this out. I would say that you, with your Pan African points of old, and sometimes, and even to today, when you started your stream talking about Black American communities are crack, and basically your talking points matched what you say Afrodamus talks about. So, if anything, you gave Afrodamus the bullets to shoot at Black Americans. And what makes it even worse is when we get on here crying about, oh, he said this, he said that. Okay, go up there and roast them or make a show about them. But because you're stuck in between defending Africa and defending Black Americans, your loyalty splits your reaction. So you can't
Okay,
really fire on them
are you
because you
finished?
think firing on Africans is firing on yourself when it's
Okay,
not.
hold up. Let me say this. You finished? Okay. First of all, when I did the show, right, I said to everything there's a season to hate, right? I'm not talking about my people. First of all, the people I'm talking about are people that are doing things in our culture that we accept that we refuse to hate, right? They could be anybody. I don't give a damn if they're Caribbean, whatever like that. If you live among us or not, and you're causing problems and everything like that, and we don't have the in us, right? Just like black people do not hate white people enough, if you ask me, right? people who are racist, so like we let it go. We don't know how to hate. We don't know how to hate evil in our community. Can we agree on that, Nakmizi? That it's okay to
No,
hate
we
wickedness.
can't because you're generalizing, brother.
Hold
You're
on. No, I did not
generalizing.
generalize it. I talked about.
You
I
just
played a
generalized
video.
just now.
Hold on. I played a
You just
video
did it
and I
just
talked
now.
about a specific friggin' case. I was not
No,
generalizing.
but just now you generalized, my brother,
No,
my
I'm not
dear brother. You
generalizing.
just
Yeah, what
generalized.
I'm saying this. Everybody heard me clear tonight, right? I said you should feel free to hate wickedness, wrongdoing, bullying, murderers, people
Right.
who do evil and stuff like that. I said those things we have just foolishness and all that. I said hatred checks the foolish spirit. I hate foolishness, right?
Right.
I don't give a damn who does it, right? So therefore, I was talking about those things. I was not talking about my
But you
people.
didn't make the.
Hold
You
on.
didn't make the difference.
99% of all the people I deal with are Black Americans, right? And I'm saying that why is it that some people tell me, okay, Kala, we're Americans, right? Forget about the Afghanistan. Forget about all that stuff like that. I said, okay, I'm gonna listen to you, right? I said, I'm gonna feel what you guys have to say, Black Americans say, right? But the communities, right? And I talked to a lot of my brothers all over across the country and whatnot. I said, what's going on in Memphis? What's going on in Baltimore? When they tell me the same thing. Look, and I also said, when I talk about hatred, right? I don't give a damn what nobody say. I'm not gonna accept 4 black beautiful babies getting heads blown out at a homecoming yet. Yeah, I hate the people who's doing that shit. You know?
Okay.
I don't give
And you're entitled to feel the way you do about it, right? But you have to make a clear distinction
all I'm saying is
about who you're talking about.
I don't care about. I know I can't do nothing about it. But what I'm saying, the hatred burns in my heart, and so the bottom line, that hatred one day is going to be put to action. You know,
Can I speak on it?
Can I speak now, Carla? Can I speak? Because I hear you.
I'm not talking about my people. I'm talking about somebody will go to a homecoming thing, pull out the gas to the pew until it happened again in Chicago. It happened in Memphis. It happened in Alabama. And I'm saying, who the heck is doing this? I seen elderly people running at a fucking Juneteenth goddamn event. Should be in there. Senior citizens running. Yeah, I hate them fucking niggas. I hate them.
Okay. So now let me respond to you, brother. And whoever's trying to jump in, relax. Whoever's trying to jump in, relax. So, Colin, let me respond to you, brother. Let me respond to you, brother Colin. Now, hold on, whoever you are, man. God damn, I just pulled up. I just pulled up. Thank you, brother. The thing is, you just used what a lot of us call anti-black talking points. You went to Chicago. Wait, hold on. But listen.
I don't give a damn.
Now you're showing that you can't have a regular conversation. Allow me to respond to you. Allow me to respond to you, brother. I'm treating you with the spirit of brotherhood, and you cutting me off. You went to the white supremacist talking points, air quotes, white supremacist, because I'm not inferior to any white man. Okay, so when you go to their talking points, right, and then you try to check an African for using the same talking points to troll you, that shows hypocrisy. You're being fueled by hate right now, right? Hate will have you old. Wait, hold on. I'm not finished. I'm gonna land my plane, brother. Hate will have you old, angry, and mad. But if you love your people, it'll cause you to go out there, get off your ass, and actually do something.
That's bullshit.
So now, what are you doing, Kala, instead of just talking shit about generalizing black people?
Look, I didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't create this world. We didn't create this world. I didn't create this world. I didn't create these circumstances. I didn't create the guns like that. So don't tell me what I need to do. Right? That's first.
Then just keep complaining. Keep complaining. Men do.
All I'm saying is the perfect time to talk about this. I said there's a season of hate.
Nah, I said talking is over, brother. Talking is over. It's time to do.
All I'm saying is, now you call it white supremacy talking points. I say that those should be our talking points, right? We used to be like that in our community. We should tolerate.
No, why you still talking though? Why you not doing nothing? What's your 10-point plan for the hood?
I have no fucking idea.
When are you going to the hood to stop people talking?
Look, Nat Queasy.
Exactly. You're not doing nothing.
My goal was if we had a nation of our own, we start from the bottom to the
Mm-hmm.
top, and that we could do something. But since that's
right,
not
that was a failure. So now you're back in America.
I
that was a failure.
I really don't know what can you do about Black America? It's falling apart.
Okay, so then if it's Black America, according to you just now, is so messed up, how can you call someone else out for calling out that it's messed up? Are you against the truth? Are you anti-truth? Because of what you're saying, if Afrodamus is saying is correct, then why you should actually be recruiting him to spread the message of truth.
I said a certain segment of our community is destroying our community. Most of
you constantly generalize.
What Afrodamus is doing, if you would listen to him, he would think my moms, my sisters, my aunties are out there gangbanging and twerking.
You just did that. You just did that though.
You'll say, "Oh no, I did not
say
that."
And then you call us N-words. And then you call us N-words with the hard R.
Nakmeezy, don't play me, bro. I tell you all the time, I have a successful business, right?
Yeah, so do I. Welcome. Me and John and Zola put up like 30,000 on the street. You can't do that.
I basically have friggin' people all in my family are successful. I have cousins that are millionaires. I come from a good family, you know? So don't tell me about. I blame everybody. I know my family. I know the Black people I know and love are doing well. But those
what are you doing though? What are you doing? Stop riding their coattails. What are you doing for the people that you love?
Well,
or you just want
myself and my family. That's all I care about.
Rugged individualism. Yes. That's the opposite of Pan-Africanism. You're supposed to be a Pan-African.
Well, how about this?
You're supposed to be a Pan-African.
Well, I'm not a Pan-African.
Welcome home, brother. Welcome home.
I am not a Pan-African, bro. I'm not a Pan-African.
Welcome home. Welcome home, brother.
Pan-African means being a sucker, if you ask me. Yo, Jonathan, go ahead, bro.
Nah, I missed out what was going on. Y'all just keep going. Let me catch up. You know I'm in Africa. The internet's like a motherfucker.
Please don't ever compare me to Afrodamus, you know? I know the good of my people. My people are good. Black people are good, right? There's a friggin' certain segment of our community that's fucking up. And we have to call that shit out. As simple as that.
And I have no problem with what you just said. Your stream today sounded like the beginning of a Klan rally. Your stream today sounded like the beginning of a Klan rally. With the N-words and everything.
You don't live over here. You ain't seeing
that don't mean nothing. We come from born where you from. We come from the same hood. We from the same hood.
You're not there no more, you know?
That doesn't mean anything. I'm always in and out. I'm an international traveler. Just because you don't travel.
My old neighborhoods, all these places are falling, you know?
Yeah, and you know what? And in all of our old neighborhoods, it's not us. You realize that, right?
What happened to our freaking people? What happened to my neighborhood?
All of our neighborhoods are not us in New York.
What happened to what I used to have and whatnot? What happened to all that? Where the fuck are my people at? That's all I care about. I am sick and tired.
You are your people, so why aren't you doing
I'm sick and
something?
tired of hearing Black women right now going on TikTok talking about Black men should be killed, exterminated, bullshit like that. I want to see Black men and Black women marry each other again, love each other again, and whatnot.
Let's talk about the Black women and anti-Black men.
I want to see my people back the way I used to see them. Like we love each other.
So then you got to make it happen. You can't
the bottom line is this. But I'm saying like this. Look, I have my faults, Dak. But please don't ever compare me to Afrodamus. He doesn't want to see Black.
Look. Anytime I deal with you with the spirit of brotherhood. So if you say something that I don't agree with, I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna expect you to at least allow me to then respond as a brother.
Okay.
The anti-Black male talking points, right? I condemn them. But you know what? A common theme in those anti-Black male talking points from those section of Black women is that other men are doing stuff, which goes back to the main point of my theme is that if you're gonna call it out, then you got to be willing to do something. You chatting right now with somebody that does it every single day. I do it. So I don't just get up there, yeah, y'all niggas, yeah, okay, but then you got to get out there. You got to give them something else to do.
Talk about this stuff, and I give insights on it.
You're talking. Just stop talking, brother.
Talk about what's going on in our community, and I give insight and inspiration, you know, of what I'm doing.
No, you can't inspire people to that level.
All I can do is live by example, you know. I'm not out there
Kyle,
freaking
let me
using my
land with this,
sister.
brother. I'm gonna get off your stream. I don't
About
want you to be mad at me.
nothing wrong with
I'm gonna get off your stream right now. Hold on, Kyle. But what I'm gonna say,
there's
if
nothing
you
wrong
reach
with
out to
talking.
me behind the scenes, brother, I will teach you how to actually do instead of talk. I'm gonna put you under my wing like chicken fried rice, and I'm gonna raise you up from a boy to a man, so you stop talking and you start doing. I love you, brother.
Oh, okay, Knack. Okay, yeah. There he is, the Knack
Kala,
Measy.
don't let people just trigger you. Just ignore. Just keep
No,
doing
my
what
point
you're
I'm
doing.
trying to make is this. I said tonight this has nothing to do with fucking black. That's another thing. When you start talking about deviant behavior and whatnot, right away people get the defense. Like you talk about. No, I'm talking about people who do not black people. People who do deviant behavior just happen to be black, and because they're black, they're in our proximity. That's what I'm talking about.
And can I tell you something, Kala? Even if you're just talking, it's very rare to find a person that speaks like you that's gonna talk about these issues. Like there's so much gossip and stupid
Everybody's
stuff on the
scared.
internet.
That's why I'm not scared. You
So just
know,
keep
I
doing
say what I mean. I don't give a
what
damn if everybody hates me. Everybody stop listening to me and go to fucking hell. You can go to fucking hell. I'm like this. I don't care. I'm gonna say what the hell I mean because I've seen this shit my whole life. I'm at the point where I'm damn tired of it. You know, we are fucking dying as a fucking race. Y'all got time to be playing games with people with my people's on the line. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the future is. We have no power. We have no political power. We have no freaking nothing. You know, we have nothing. All we got is yap and talk and whatnot. So if I hear,
it's
I'm
the
on the
same thing
show
with
just to vent.
African, Kala. It's the same thing. All they do is talk, talk, talk. It's the same thing. Same thing.
So what I'm saying like this. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm frustrated what to do because it's not even so. You know something? It's not even the fact that all this is happening, right? It's the fact that you can't even get people to think there's something wrong. That's the point of the show. That there's a season to hate. There's a season to be angry. There's a season to be outraged. There's a season for everything. You ain't supposed to be happy and go lucky all the friggin' time. I don't trust people like that. You know, there's a season for all things, you know, and I think right now, not just the black people fucking up, right? I'm sick and tired of these right wing talking people attacking Black America. I'm sick and tired of all these right wing pundits on attacking my people with slander and ahead of time. Yes, there's a time to hate, you know. What of us who love them too? Just come back with love? No, you hate me, I fucking hate you, you know. I'm working, Knack Beezy. You know, I'm doing my thing. You know, I'm gonna be doing mentoring because I gotta bring people to my office, young men to my office, and show them my business. You know, that's my small part. I'm going to the continent next year and whatnot, and I'm trying to open up a school. You know, in Liberia. You know, I'm gonna be part of that. So I'm doing. You know, I already took one tour group. I'm taking a second tour group there next year and doing a business conference and a trade mission. I'm pointing people in a different direction. That's what I do.
Yeah, it's clear that you're doing things. Just ignore people that say that you're not. You are.
Yeah. And that lives in the Netherlands. He's not seeing what I see every day here. You know, these YNs and stuff like that is terrorizing our communities and whatnot, you know? They set hoods on
Tyler,
fire.
you done good and you done great. Even though I criticize you a lot, you done way more than you're given credit for. And that's just reality. But I do have a question, Kyla.
What?
And I think we talked about it before, but do you think Black America, to a lesser degree, even more so Caribbeans, do you think we focus too much on Pan Africanism than on self development?
I think so. I think now we have to have some reflection about, we have to go forward. Because I think the Pan African movement, for the most part, tell like Barudi's in the chat room all night saying African. I said, don't call me an African diaspora. What you're doing, erasing my history. You know, I'm African American. My ancestors were bled on these fields with the blood cotton on these fields. That's who I am, right? And he said, why you got Rico Miller? Rico Miller is a fellow African American, Black American, he want to call himself, right? He ancestors on those same fields in the Carolinas and whatnot, like I was, right? Okay, I'm not gonna make Africa a line in the sand no more to friggin' thing. I'm not gonna lose my people, right? My people are here. They obviously they made the choice that America is their country or whatnot. I'm gonna support them. Don't mean that's what I want to do, right? But I'm gonna respect them enough and love them enough to support what they want to do. You want to be American? This is what you want to do? Hey, I can do that. I'm not gonna bash you, you know?
Can I say something real quick? Because for the most part, most people are more national based than quote unquote Pan Africanist based. Majority of Black Americans, majority of Haitians and Cubans and Jamaicans are more nationalist based, and of course our national
Nah,
identity
we
tied
we
to
we
Africa.
Pan
We're
African is
not. We're
over
not.
here.
No, I'm
You
talking about realistically speaking. Like the way they're talking is as if Pan Africanism is slowing them down. How the hell is Pan Africanism is slowing you down when the majority of us
Principally,
are
I
black?
have listened to you and I have listened to Ross Moyes
Yeah.
literally overwhelmingly claim we reject your Haitian identity and go straight into
When the hell?
claiming
Hold on. When
some
has I
particular
ever?
ethnic group identity.
When have I
Y'all have
ever?
completely thrown Haiti away
You're
and
not even.
pushed towards Africa.
When
You
have
have
I
done
ever
that on this
rejected my
platform.
Haitianness, bro?
Ross Morris has done this on this platform. Am I lying or am I telling the truth?
Yeah,
You're
Ross
lying,
Boyd
bro.
don't
When have
appear
I
to
ever?
him. He's
When
a
have I
houser,
ever?
man. He's a
Prince P
houser.
has
Plenty of
always stood up for his
times.
Haitian identity,
No, I
though.
haven't. I always tell them that I have majority of my blood come from the Congo, but I'm not Congolese. I am a Creole, which means I'm a mixture of different black tribes that came to Haiti. I was always said that. I always defend Haiti. Why I'm always bash Haiti. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay,
Me
so
and him don't
maybe
even see
maybe
eye
I'm
to eye.
mixing you up with somebody else, and that's the case. Then my bad. But at the end of the day, if Ralph Morris is what Ralph Morris was saying is true, y'all overwhelmingly in Haiti hold on to your African identity. Is that true or not? Rather than embrace we're
We
all
love.
Haitian, we hold on to our African identities.
No, it's the opposite. We acknowledge that we are Haitian, and that's our identity, but we respect our African connection, which is our tradition. Most people, if you go to speak to them about their culture or whatever, for the most part, they're going to say they're Haitian. It's usually the more traditionalist kind of people that will say their connection because that's who the ones who keep it. You see what I'm saying? That's the ones who will
I'm
know.
talking about the people in Haiti, not the ones
Yeah,
in America.
most of them have an affinity for Africa, but they always tell you that this land here is what their ancestors fought for, right? That's Haiti. Haiti is the land we fought for. Is the land that gave us liberty. That's the land. That's the where we fought and bled to have our liberties at. You see what I'm saying? So for the most part, a lot of Haitians are very much so still proud of being Haitian and African at the same time. It's not two separate things, man. You know, Ron Maurice come on here. He act as if that we're singularly all want to be Hausas or whatever. But even when you look at the history in Haiti, especially when you talk about Hausa, we don't have like a rosy story about Hausa people in Haiti. It's an insult. Like when you hear Khaled talking about, oh, what's the connection to being Hausa? Hausa is an insult in Haiti. You do know that, right? Like Ron Maurice not gonna tell you that, but to say they'll say, oh, Via Hausa. Via Hausa means like a slime ball, sleazy person. That, you know what I mean? But but what's the name not gonna tell you that? Is an insult because that tribe within
Prison P.
itself was two faced and they was snatching up people. But I pass the mic, man.
Prison P, right? So then if we say let's cancel Pan Africanism, right? So everybody should focus on where they come from, right? Where they, stuff like that, right? Which I do agree. But then at the same time, Africans as countries in Africa, we are fighting foreigners that come to our country and then subjugate our
Man, ain't
leaders.
nobody
And
ain't
then,
nobody in African fighting
oh
no
my God,
foreigner.
oh my God! You see, once again, Kwame, you see, you don't understand geopolitics. You don't understand how the world really operates. You from the Caribbean, right? You from the Caribbean. You act like you don't know.
Let
Abraham
me ask you
England to
something.
you guys. No,
Let
you
me
see,
ask you
I
something.
can't even speak. When I speak, you guys
Name
cut me
name the
off. I
Africans
don't
that's
come.
fighting the Lebanese.
I do not come to your show. This
Name
is
the
like
Africans that's
I,
fighting the Chinese.
this is the
What
first time I come since
what
Power
do you
came
mean by
back.
fighting though? What do you mean by fighting?
No.
You
Just
talking about challenging
Principe,
in terms of
Principe,
businesses?
Principe, man, Principe. Let me say something because then at the end of the day, I am African. I will fight for Africa until I die. You understand me, right? That's my goal. That's my goal. I don't fight for no other country but Africa. Africa
Well,
is my continent.
But
You
Africa's
understand
not
me,
a
right?
country.
Africa
That's
is
what
my
I'm trying to say.
continent.
What
I
about the
understand that.
Carib?
I'm
Would you
saying,
fight for the Caribbeans too?
but I'll fight for Africa first. Put it how you want to put it. I don't care.
Would you fight for
I'll
the
fight for the continent
Caribbeans?
for Africa first.
Would you fight for
No,
the
no,
Caribbeans?
no, no. Let me say this, right? Let me say this, right? After right? I do not agree to a lot of things he says. A lot of things, right? But at the end of the day, right? Look at how Tariq on his show demonized Africans constantly for weeks, for months, for years now.
But what does Tariq
You
have to
cannot
do
compare.
with
No,
hold up. This is what you guys don't seem to understand. It's like, look, it's like you're basically falling into his trap, right? Tariq wants you to have that response, right? And then it spreads. But I looked at this one guy, African guy on TikTok. He says, look, I guess he spent time in America. And he knows, he said, man, I know this FBA shit is bullshit. I know black America. I know them, right? He said this is bullshit, right? And then he did a challenge. He talked about the Solon flag and also like that. He says, what we're going to do is ask all the so-called FBA that got businesses, whatever, to put the Solon flag in their stores, the business cards and whatnot, so we can identify them. So therefore, he said, I guarantee you less than 10% of the black businesses will do that because they don't want to be associated with that. And then people know it. But why is it people like Africa? That's an African guy who when people actually around real black people and you're around black people professional. Let me for example. My sister had some friends over the other day, her and her husband, right? And one guy, one lady has her own hairdresser, and she has another business job. I forgot what she make good money. And her husband is an engineer, works for the Navy, right? Between them, both of them, like $300,000 a year, right? Then another group of people came over, a couple came over and whatnot, and I just found out. My sister said she's gonna hook me up with this guy. This guy's a black man. He has his own. He's a foot doctor. His own foot doctor business, and I'm supposed to go by his office soon and talk about doing business, sell him plans for his patients. What I'm saying is this though: they're down there, and I was doing my show up here the other night. What night was that? Was that not last night? 2 nights ago. I'm up here doing the show. They're down there having cards and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing, having a good time. All adults doing all like that in our beautiful house here, big mansion here, and whatnot, And I'm saying, does someone like Afrodamus ever see this side of Black America? Only thing I could tell Afrodamus, he probably lived in poverty most of his life when he got here. So he's one of
Holla, I never seen
what?
Afrodamus posted anything positive about African American. Not
not one
once.
time. So I don't know.
No, hold
I don't know
on.
what that means he's talking about. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about,
Hold on. I have one up and challenge Alpha And Alpha for the most part, when you actually go up and challenge him, he'll admit that there is successful Black Americans, and even himself, he was
We
married
don't
to.
need him to say that.
He
We
was
know it.
married to an
So
African
Prince P,
American woman.
why he don't make shows to balance it out?
I don't know. That's why I be pushing him sometimes. That's why I go up there and push him. But like I said, I think he's responding to Tariq. But that's my main point. Kwame. When would y'all tell Tariq to do such a thing?
I mean, you clearly don't know. Wait, let me answer.
Tariq is
Kwame
like
goes
20
against
times bigger
Tariq
than
all the time,
Afrodamus.
man.
Yeah, I mean, you clearly.
Tariq is 20 times bigger than Afrodamus. 20 times.
You clearly don't. You clearly don't know me because regularly I argue with
No,
Tariq.
I
I
disagree.
debate
I
Tariq.
disagree with Afrodamus in a lot of things. You've been at his show when I
Brother,
was there. Me and him argue
I'm on
back and
Tariq's
forth.
show. I'm on Tariq's show annually, and I debate him about Africa all the time. I defend Africa all the time to Tariq. So you can't
How
pull
come
that. You
Tariq?
can't pull that
How come
card on
Tariq
me.
does not post videos about the entire continent of Africa? Tariq
Why you
attacks
comparing? Why you
1.5 billion
comparing
people.
Afrodamus to Tariq?
1.5 billion people. Tariq is 20 times bigger than Afrodamus. 20
And
times.
he still
Afrodamus
does it
barely
in
get
real life.
100K videos.
Wait.
Tariq gets like what? 30,
I,
like 20K per view on videos?
I mean,
What are you guys talking about, man?
But don't nobody care about
You
Tariq in
see?
real
You're
life,
forcing
man.
me.
No. You see,
Hold on, can I respond? Can I respond? You're forcing me to defend Tariq, which I don't really want to defend Tariq. I'm gonna
no, I'm
keep it
not
real.
saying for you to defend Tariq.
Hold
I'm
on,
not saying that.
hold on. Can I answer your question? I'm gonna keep it real. Tariq has posted more positive stuff about Africa probably 10 years ago, but through his hidden colors and different things, even going to Zimbabwe and stuff like that. When had Afrodamus posted anything positive about African Americans? Name one time. Name a video where he said, "Hey man, look at these African American inventors. Look at these towns that they built. Give me one thing positive that
What
Afrodamus
is
has ever."
Hold up. What is Afrodamus going to do for Black History Month? I'm gonna have a whole month of Black History in February. I'm gonna have a whole month. Y'all gonna love it. We're gonna talk about
Besides,
history. What is Afrodamus
Collar,
Black History gonna look like?
Collar.
Nothing.
Besides
Okay,
posting
let me.
Barquisha and FBA and crimes
Yeah,
in the
like
black.
I said, man, I can't. I'm really shocked at Nakamizi. He actually takes his clown seriously. Now I'm looking at him sideways. You know, I'm looking
Again,
at him.
I don't think he
Okay,
agrees
okay,
with everything he says. I think he
And Collar,
Let me respond to you.
Collar, they
Anybody,
show.
okay,
Let me respond to you,
hold
Kwame.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
Hold
hold
on.
on.
that
Let me just
cosign
make
for
this one point.
Afrodamus looking at sideways.
Collar, they so tribal. They would side with Afrodamus no matter what. No matter
No,
how
no, no,
much
no, 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 no.
negative things
No,
he posts about
no. Let me
African
tell you something,
Americans. You know
Kwame.
most of these Africans gonna side with oh
And
well
he's their hero. They think they
No,
get
no, no,
Kwame.
no,
something
no.
back with us. So now all
Y'all
they're
both
doing is
generalized though,
Kwame.
all they do. Hold on, all you're doing, Principe, is making people like me weak against people like Tariq and Afro. What's his name?
elite and
Afro Alpha.
Afro.
Afro Alpha,
Yeah,
whatever the hell his name is. You know.
Collar, but y'all both generalized.
You guys. Every time you guys keep fighting us, right? You're making those guys stronger because we're the only
Principe.
thing stopping these people. You know.
Principe, name an African or Afrodamus show that push back that say you know nah Afrodamus. You can't say all the you can't say this about the whole African Americans, man. You gotta post something positive.
Kwame,
Uh,
Name
man.
one African.
Are you being honest
St.
with
James
yourself?
sometimes. St. James is one of the few. Sometimes he does that, but that's the main person I know that push back. You know what I mean?
Okay. Now, Prince P, let me
One
break
out
that
of the
Kwame, right?
300 people that tune into his
Let me break
channel.
you down a little bit. Let me break you down a little bit, right? You said Tariq said good things about Africa 10 years ago, right? Okay. Now, Afrodamas came into YouTube. They just say, like specifically talking about black folks, right? Okay, let's just say the last 3 years now. You understand me, right? Now, let's look at Tariq work within the last 5 years now, right? Okay, the last the 6 years now. You go to his panel, to his shows, right? How many topics has he done? Bashing, belittle Africans, the entire continent of Africa, 1.5 billion people. How many videos have he made? How many times has he talked good about Africans within the last 5 years now? How many views has he got?
But
No,
Ahmed,
let's
Ahmed,
be
As someone who's watched Tariq shows, to be fair, y'all
Oh
niggas
my God.
calling.
Oh my God!
Why y'all
So he
calling
calling.
in?
So now the views that he's getting is because of Africans. Oh my God! And then
Bruh.
Africans are only what,
Y'all
like
make this
probably like
shit
2 million in this
funny.
country.
Without y'all, there is no comedy. Y'all
Oh my
call
God!
in.
So
Is
now
that
we the
true or
comedy.
false?
We the comedy now. We the one that made Tariq what he is now. Okay,
So
Tariq followers are all Africans, huh? Tariq
Ahmed,
followers
that's
are
either true
socially
or
all
false.
Africans.
Y'all call
Oh
in.
my God!
Hold on. Can I
So
say something real
Kwame, that's
quick?
why I said focus on America. We will focus on Africa. That's all it
Hold
is.
on. Hold on.
That's all
Ahmed,
it
watch
is.
this. Watch
And
this.
I
Hold
leave it
on.
like that.
Kwame. Hold on, Kwame. You too emotional, Ahmed. You got to chill. Ahmed, watch this. Alpha Dama's show has been, I think his subscribership has stood stagnant at, I think, what, 3,000 or 4,000 for years. And he always talks about how Africans always push back at what he says. What's the guy name? Tariq Nasheed, his numbers grew. You see what I'm saying? So that means that more people are fanning his wave and as he insult
Let
and
me ask
bash
these
people
people.
than Afrodamus. More
You too
Africans,
nice.
hold on. More Africans
You
push
too nice,
back
man.
at Afrodamus than Tariq.
That's
You will
cap.
see sometimes
That's cap.
periodically Pan
You too nice,
Africanist type
man. You
AAs
too
and
nice.
African Americans push back.
Principe, you capping right now. You
Come on.
capping.
So you telling me his numbers hasn't risen throughout the different platforms?
Tariq numbers been stuck.
You can't
Tariq
compare his
numbers
numbers
been
to
stuck on 250 on YouTube for the last 6 years.
Not on YouTube. I'm talking about
Oh
he's
my God! Oh
on
my
many
God!
different
250 for
platforms.
the last 6 years.
But
Oh my
principally, that just
God!
means that
Oh
his
Kwame,
people
you are
that
lying. You
that
are
just mean people
lying, Kwame. You are
that
lying.
that just mean people on different platforms will follow him. It might be the same
Again,
people.
The same
it
people,
may it
like
might be,
Steve
but
just said, the
I'm saying
same exact people.
But the
Afrodamus
worst part
gets a
is
lot of
you make it
pushback.
sound like those are all black Americans that follow Tariq.
So,
Nigga, you
so well,
Africans do too. Caribbeans do too. White people
Right.
do too.
No. I'm
Yeah,
saying who
Ain't
Tariq.
none.
more
I am
non-black
saying
Americans
who.
call in on that show Then
Ain't,
Africans do.
Who's
ain't
bigger?
not one of you niggas is telling Afrodamas poster positivity about Black Americans. Not one of you
Afrodamas
niggas.
talks about FBAs. When it comes to Africa, me and Afrodamas are
He's
different.
on the same shit Tariq is. He
Afrodamas talk
used
about
African
about
American
FBAs.
and
So
FBA
what's wrong with
interchangeably.
that? Go talk to Tariq and tell Tariq to stop bashing the entire continent of Africa. Why would I tell
I mean, you clearly
Afrodamas
don't
stop?
know. You
No, I'm
clearly
not
don't
gonna
see
tell
me
him to
on
stop it.
Tariq's show.
Because you know why? What you gonna call it? Tariq, he bashing Africans 24/7. So if Afrodamas does it
No, he
too,
don't.
oh my God.
He
Oh my,
bashed
you see, that's the
Caribbeans
problem.
too. He bashed Caribbeans too.
Focus on America. To me, I focus on Africa.
I mean, he
Anybody
bashed
that talk down
Caribbeans
on
too.
Africa will be anybody that talk down on the entire continent of Africa will always be my enemy.
So what about?
Hold on. Let me ask something this, son, because
So
I like
your enemy
Afrodamas.
is the whole damn world then.
Hold on. Let me ask him something because I like Afrodamas, but Afrodamas has talked about the recolonization of Africa. I have never seen you go after Afrodamas on that talking point. I have. Where are you when he's talking about Africa should be recolonized by the whites? Where are you? I mean,
Man, Prince
I
P.
agree with him.
Hold on.
I disagree, but where I mid say he love Africa.
If there's
Anybody that
any hope, that might be the only way.
Prince P, respond to your question.
Let them fully develop the continent and then push them out.
That's ridiculous. So you telling me you went to
Hold on.
school, but you can't go
Let me
back and
respond to your
contribute?
question.
You
Let
got
me
big
respond to your
dollars, big
question.
dollars, billions of dollars.
Principe.
Let me respond to your question.
Look, Principe,
The best that Africa has is in America and in the UK. Take your asses back.
Hold up.
Don't want to go back.
Hold up. This is what I say. If I got any influence in the Pan African world, I'll say it like this: no 25,000 square miles, no unity, no brotherhood, no nothing. So
But
Africa's
that's
got to
not
make
true. There's elements of brotherhood here in America. There's elements of brotherhood in Africa, bro. There's elements of brotherhood in the
No
Caribbean.
problem with that. No problem with that, Caller. Man, I
So
have no
if
issue
we
with that.
can't have nothing, then hey, look, y'all on your own. Simple as that.
Exactly. Let us be on our own. I agree. We need to be on our own. Because you know why?
You too
Y'all
emotional,
been
bro.
on your own for
What do you mean
hundreds
I'm
to
too
thousands of
emotional?
years.
You're not
You
speaking
seen that? You
reality,
seen the
bro.
results of y'all on your own. Y'all
I'm
don't need to
giving
be on your
facts.
own.
How's that emotional? When I'm giving
Because
facts.
in reality,
Come
some of
on.
the stuff they're saying is not practical and is not in reality. Even the way
Then what are you talking about?
hold on. Colin's talking like this, but he's gonna have a speaking engagement in Liberia next year, right? So that means he's speaking in contradiction. So similar to Afrodamas, they both generalize. They both talk
No.
these general
Look,
goal
not in
points, and
Liberia.
then people hop
Not in
on
Liberia. Look. Let me tell you something. As much as I love
P.
Liberia, I know ultimately and whatnot. If we're gonna do this thing, we need Black America needs a freaking break. They need their own land. We're gonna build this Pan African world. I can't do it for Liberia. They got their own.
Carla, can I say something real quick?
Right.
I just noticed that there's how many people in here? 40 people in here? I mean, no. Yeah, there's 40 people watching. I ain't seen that many people in a while. All this drama in here,
That's a
man, got
good
everybody
thing.
looking.
Everyone needs to come back home to College Show.
Everybody,
But Carla, you
all
know
this
what?
drama and arguing got everybody
When
looking
I
here
was
like,
traveling from Calabar all the way up to Benin, and I was in Lagos for a little bit. I was just traveling, right?
uh-huh.
Something hit me, and it's just a reality. Afristan in Africa is really not likely to happen. And Black Americans can't help Africans. Caribbeans can't help Africans. Africans got to help themselves. And unfortunately, until the dummies in the diaspora, not the descendants of slaves, but the ones that left their countries, until they stop being punks and idiots and weak men and acknowledge our culture is fucked up. And the way that we think back home is fucked up. And the only way we're going to change it is if we go back, get involved in politics, and take it over by force.
You
Other than
talked about
that,
that before.
Africa is fucked and just let it rot. And everyone else should focus on America and the Caribbean and live happily ever after, and that be the end of it.
Like I said, Baruti says, "Oh, what you go? Rico Miller don't like Africa. I keep it. Look, the bottom line, I am not going to throw my. I'm sick of throwing my people under the bus because they don't embrace Africa. Africa has never done nothing to friggin'. They reject the idea of an African. then, right? That's doing one. Right? And then I heard about Carly, tell us more about that story about a Black American man lost his house in the Gambia.
Bro, hold on, come on. Why you?
Let me.
Bro, there's more still in America.
Kala,
I want to hear this story.
yeah, African American man moved to Gambia. He married a Gambian woman. They had a house in
So he did
Gambia.
all the things they tell us to do, right?
Yeah, he integrated into the society. I
Oh,
think he was.
Oh, yes, what he said. Just integrate, Collar. Come on over it. Just integrate. Okay.
Yeah, I guess his wife died, and the people wanted to take the land and take the house that he built. They set the man up. They set the man up. I guess he was, like a roster or something like that. They set the man up with weed or something like that.
Oh
He
yeah, I
went
heard
to
about that.
he went to jail, and the locals work with the courts. Imagine that. Imagine a thug, a blood off the street, working with the judge to get a snitch killed. You see how corrupt and crazy that sound? And the
But
man,
You know why?
Kwame,
Because when you got
whether we want to admit it or not, that's the culture.
Yo, check it out. You know what's making it back?
It's not just that for Black Americans and Caribbeans. Yeah, I know you African niggas like to lie a lot, but when y'all bring y'all asses back, y'all get fucked over and killed too.
Check it out. You know what
It's in the culture.
problem is? You know what the problem is? Right
Yo,
now. Right
Jonathan
now.
and Kala, it's crazy. Hold on, let me just say this one thing, Kala. What's the crazy part is? You had Africans on the panel cheering that shit on, saying, "Yeah, we don't want niggas from the diaspora to own no land, open no businesses,
Hey,
nothing.
hold on, Kwame.
It all
Did
belongs
Africa
to us."
defend the diaspora on that show, sir?
Huh?
Didn't Afrodamas defend the diaspora on
He
that show,
did.
bro?
He did. I was
But
there. He
but but
did.
Prince
Thank you,
P,
thank you, thank you,
Prince P,
thank you,
wait,
thank you.
hold on, Prince P. You gotta know that is crazy for Afrodamas to defend it and say, "Nah, this is too crazy. This is barbaric." Africans is on a panel
No,
cheering this shit on, saying, "Yeah, we don't want people from the diaspora to come to Africa." This is what they were saying. Am I lying, Prince P? Tell me I'm lying.
I
Prince
seen
P,
that,
tell
I
me I'm
seen that,
lying.
I seen
Huh?
that, I seen that. I disagree with that. Go
Kwame,
ahead,
can you
Isaiah.
imagine? We tried to practice Pan African with these types of brains.
Imagine,
This shit is
imagine that right here.
crazy.
Hey, Jazzy goes. We don't want FBA. We don't want FBA IQ. Any FBA to stomach FBA IQ will be an improvement, bro, in Africa.
No, but hold on. You talk about FBI. Why you guys are not utilizing your institutions to sit with African institutions to have more laws and rights in those lands
Where
than
do we
black
get? Hold
people
on, let me ask you
Prince
a
of
question.
P,
Uganda and Kenya? What are you doing?
Prince of P, the only option
Came from
is
Africa.
for us to colonize Africa at this point. That's the
Bro,
only way forward.
Oh no 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 no
hold
no
on.
no 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 no.
It's the only
Go ahead,
way.
man.
No 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 no.
All right. Listen, we
The
made Pan.
Europeans were in Africa. They tried to educate. They tried to do everything they possibly could. They
Wait.
could not get the job done.
Jonathan and Jonathan
The
and
Europeans also stole land, though. They
wait,
stole
Jonathan.
land, Europeans.
Wait,
They stole
Jonathan.
land.
Let me respond to you about the land.
Oh,
About the
hold
No,
nation
on.
no, they
in
didn't
Gambia.
steal
Let me
land.
respond to
They
you. Let me
developed
just tell you
land
something.
and gave it back.
Man, let me just land this one point
No,
before
no,
I
no, no.
forget
Let
it.
me respond to you. Let me respond
Did
to you.
we
Then
wait,
I
hold
can
on,
even say
hold on.
something else.
Did we not make Pan Africanism in the diaspora, and that's the only thing have been working for Africa for the last 100 years?
Y'all
What are
didn't
you
make
talking
Pan
about?
Africanism,
What are
bro.
you talking about?
Yes, we did.
What are you talking about, Kwame?
Pan Africanism exists
Let me
anywhere,
respond to the.
anywhere black people
Let me
coordinate
respond
to
to the
do
land.
anything.
Let me
Bro,
respond to the land.
Pan
When
Africa
you
was born.
hold on. When you
Pan
Jamaicans
Principe.
was
Pan Africa was
catching
born.
niggas.
Principe. Pan Africa was born in cities like Boston, Philadelphia, in the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and then it spread to Africa.
Colin, don't forget
No.
Henry Sylvester. Don't forget Henry Sylvester.
Oh, yeah,
No, no.
it started in the Caribbean among
No.
early Caribbean immigrants to America in the 19th century, right? Settled in black communities, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and the idea of pan-Negroism or pan-Africanism was born right here in America.
That's not true.
It's not true, man.
It is the truth, man. You can't just erase history. That's
Bro,
the truth.
it existed anywhere where African or black people saw the need
Man,
No,
for
Prince of
no.
P,
this
man, stop
oppression, bro.
lying,
Africanism
man.
was
Bro,
directly.
bro, hold
And so
on.
basically,
Hold up.
Principe existed everywhere except Africa.
No, in
And
Africa
that's the
as well,
problem
man.
that we have
Pan
right
There
now.
Pan
was,
African,
okay,
yo,
okay.
yo, Principe, you are freaking ignorant, man.
I'm telling you,
Pan
I could give you
Africanism
examples.
is not.
I'm gonna drop it at the end of the
Hold
show. The
up,
list.
hold up. Let me teach you something, right? Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, one of the top Pan Africanists, right? He had of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. He was an apostle, right? He ended up taking his mission to South Africa, right, and built a community in what is now Johannesburg. He tried to go to West Africa, right? He tried to go to West Africa, but all over West Africa, they were not feeling this idea. He said the tribal leaders and everything were not feeling this idea of pan Negroism or pan Africanism. They were all into their kingdoms, their tribes, whatnot. He said, we can't live around these people because we'll be vulnerable, you know? And so they went to South Africa. South Africa was a little more receptive because they had a conflict with the whites and the Boers and stuff like that. So the black South Africans joined with the African Americans down there, and they formed the Pan African Congress and the African National Congress. People don't know that history. Also, the Soweto Gospel Choir.
Carlo, who
America.
did Kwame Nkrumah studied under? Did he not study under the guise of the diaspora?
Of Garvey, and he went to Lincoln University, and he got radicalized by Garveyites, you know, and
So
Okay,
what about Steve Biko and all the rest of the
all these
African
people
leaders?
who practice black conscience by reading Malcolm X and all these other people like that. In fact, people don't understand. Remember, I told on the chat about Amma Malinka. Let's talk about Amma Malinka, right? Amma Malinka was an African belief, particularly in Southern Africa. It was a belief in that Southern Africa under white supremacy would come to an end when a large number of African Americans were going to come there with ships and planes to liberate Africa and punish all the non-believers. You know, that was basically done really during the Garvey era when pictures of the Black Star Line circulated throughout Southern Africa. So the term that Amma Malinka was like a fanatical movement.
Carla, the only way Africa gonna be saved if we fulfill the prophecy. That's the only way.
That's what
Man,
the
if we go over there and do that, Kwame, we getting slaughtered, man.
The African is part of Amma Malinka, you know?
Steve, they ain't slaughter the white people. They ain't slaughter
That's
the
not
Africans.
true, though, Steve. Steve. We can do it. We'll just have to paint our bodies white first, and then we can
Okay.
actually get that shit done.
Y'all crazy.
That's all we
man.
got to do first.
Y'all crazy.
All right? Just wear white face.
Steve, we gonna have to put on blue contacts, paint our hair blonde, and then we could do it.
Hold on, but can I say something? Because there's whole movements I could show you that when in Jamaica when it was free, right? Because I think Jamaica got their freedom before Haiti, am I right? Because there was the Maroons, right?
Yeah, the Maroons, yeah.
right? But what did the Maroons do, right? What did the
Maroons would capture
people. The Maroons was captured exactly for the white man, right?
Hold on. The Maroons
Prince of P.
They was capturing the free blacks for the white man.
Hold on. They would basically return runaway slaves to the whites.
Thank you, Carlos.
Wait. Can I answer Prince of P? They only did that occasionally. It was rare. It was rare they did that. Huh?
It was a hobby.
It was rare they did that.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
You can look at, bruh. I wish I could put.
Bro, I'm just trying to say that's an example of Pan Africanism. At the same time, as an example of them working with the Europeans.
Carla, I'm gonna post something in the back chat. Can you plaster this on? Can you plaster it for me, please?
What?
Hey, Kwame,
I'm gonna post it in the back chat.
Kwame, anyone in the chat said Kwame laughing, but Jamaicans already using cake soap, man. I ain't gonna lie, he just threw a shot at Jamaicans right there. If you talk about turning your, But yeah, that whole colonization thing, yeah, y'all lost y'all mind. That would never happen.
Yeah, and we lost our mind with Pan Africanism. That would never happen. So it's time for us to readjust.
So hold on. Can I ask a question?
Maybe we really do need Amma Malinka. You know.
I mean, but y'all gotta look at that the Sahel, the AES, right? Because I mean, I just saw somebody. I think somebody was spreading
Bro, anything you see regarding the AES on the internet, trash it.
It's all a lot of that's just
It's
fake.
all lies, nigga. Just trash it.
They got Jorge like he's Superman. He's building all these projects, AI shit, man. He got gold. They said what the way he got a billion crabs,
He
and they
paid off death. They got electric vehicles. They ain't got
what about
electricity,
the
but they got
crabs?
electric vehicles. I
The
mean, just
crabs did
stop.
something. Hold up, the crabs. He had a billion crabs, and it did something to make the rice grow hard and whatnot. And I was like, crabs, you know. I was like, man, what the hell, man? People just make up any kind of shit, you know, put it online. It's AI shit, you know.
I was just saying, I seen him. He arrested some people. Some type of Muslim extremists, preaching Muslim extremists. He arrested them.
That's good.
Put him in jail. So that's why I think he's serious. Like he actually, he himself is a Muslim, but he ain't going for all that nonsense. But like I said, Jonathan said most of it's fake anyway, so I guess I can't believe
It's
it.
fake. It's time to make adjustments. It's fake. The hardest rally I realized that the Africans can't be helped. The only hope of being helped is by Africans from the diaspora coming in and taking shit over and using brute force. Either you obey or you get killed, and that's it.
You
There
talked
is
about
no
that.
other way.
You talked about it. I mean,
And if the Africans, if the Nigerians in America and the UK or the Cameroonians, whatever ones you want to pick, if that's not what the time they're gonna be on, then they should just ditch Africa
oh,
too
so you say the
and
African
practice
diaspora? You
Pan
talking about?
Africanism in the West and just leave that shit behind.
So you
Let that
when
shit
you
just
hold on,
rot.
Kwame. So when you talk about African diaspora, you talking about like the actual Africans that's from Africa?
I mean them. Not talking about Jamaicans and
Oh,
Barbadians
okay.
and Black Americans. No, 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 no.
Man,
The
that's what I
people
mean by
that left
African
these
diaspora.
countries.
African diaspora people
Elvis
who
needs to
left their
take his ass
country.
back to Liberia,
Yeah.
take it over and enforce some bullshit
Yo,
and do everything
Elvis
that he
comes
can
from
that
a
he learned
really,
from
but
America and make that shit the
Elvis
thing
comes
over there.
from Elvis's homeland right there, Grangina, could be a virtual paradise on earth, man. You know, really, if they developed it, if they had the mind to develop it, that could be paradise.
To the
They
people
don't
in the
have the
chat, how
mind.
y'all feel about that? To the people in the chat, how y'all
Can
how
I
y'all
say
feel about
something? Can I say something?
it? Go ahead.
You guys, do you really think Elvis or me or Ahmed outrank the people in our that are still there? You think we outrank
But
them?
What do you
figure
mean?
out a way to outrank them.
You
Oh,
said what?
Figure it out.
don't you have more money than they do?
What?
If you guys went back to your countries and was organized, right? With your own investment account, investment clubs and whatnot, run your own construction crews, and all stuff like that, and build communities, you could take over any one of these countries, you know?
Hey,
You could take over a community. There's people already
No,
in line
the
fighting
community,
for power already there.
the community, when it gets so powerful, its influence spreads like a radius all around.
Kyler, I don't think you understand. You don't understand. There's ranking. There's ranking. Like Kwame can't just go back to no Jamaica and think he's gonna outrank the Kwame
Yo
in
ass.
Jamaica who's
Don't
putting
tell
in
me
work
that the
that's
Nigerians
already
in
in line for
America can't
power.
come over here and win elections by just paying motherfuckers off.
It don't work like
Pay
that,
the
bro.
streets off.
It don't work like
Take
that,
It's
over.
about
man.
like
Hey,
political
yo, Prince
violence.
of P, you know we the only hope for Africa. Without us, without
I
us,
don't believe in saviorism. I believe
the,
in coordination, dude. I
It
believe
all
don't
right,
matter
you
if
have
you
to
believe in
coordinate
it
with
or
the
not,
people that's
nigga.
already
We have
there.
to deal with
You
reality.
yeah, we
you
got
do
to
not
do
outrank. I'm in reality. You do not outrank the people
Prince,
there, bro.
Prince of P. If we don't
There's
save,
already people in those
if
countries
Prince up,
fighting for
Prince up,
power.
Prince up.
if we don't save
Now it's your
Africa,
turn. Wait,
all the
Prince up, it's your
resources will
turn
be
to
gone.
answer this question that I asked the person earlier. No colonization. You
Hmm.
were doing trade with the world. You were in control of your destiny. You spoke your language. You had your culture. You had everything, my nigga. What the fuck did you do with? You can't blame colonization. Colonization only lasted maybe 80 years. 80 years.
Hmm.
80
But
years.
you don't think colonization suppressed the
No, nigga, 80
natural?
years. 80 years, your ass actually got some buildings. You got some train tracks somewhere. You got a lot out of colonization.
No,
You
no,
got
no,
a
but
chance to learn engineering. You learn shit that you never knew before. Now, ever since after that, it's all tanking. Now, fuck that part. But for 300 years, you didn't have colonization. All you did was just sell people, capture people, and people. Why the fuck didn't you develop?
you're not being honest with yourself. First off, there's intertribal war, right? Then there was foreign interference with the machine gun in post Berlin conference. Then talk about development. And if you go look at the numbers of how many people was actually educated compared to the masses of the population, it was only a fragment. So you're talking in like hindsight and act like all black people had access to all these things, similar to how African Americans didn't have full access to the how you say to the wealth and education in America post slavery is similar to how it was in colonization. You wasn't as quote unquote free in terms of the masses of the population. Only maybe some of the elites were. So when you're talking about development calls for stability. It calls for education. Again, colonization didn't help us in a sense because we could acquire those knowledges from other nations such as the European and other races like the European, Indian, Chinese, whoever through trade, right? Trade would have that way would have had a better way to how you say fuse the different elements together to make our own culture. Colonization imposed the European way of thinking, imposed the you know what I mean. So and then it disorganized black people. So even right now, Africa has to organize itself in order to coordinate better because colonization disorganized us. Slavery and the triangular slave trade disorganized the black race, bro. I don't know how you read history, how you understand history, but it doesn't. The way you explain it, it doesn't make sense.
Wait, Prince of P, Prince of P. You see all the problems that's going on in Africa, and you telling me Africans could save themselves without us? Are you serious?
It's not without us. It's a coordination. You know what coordination means? That means you need to build your block up. The African Americans, the Caribbean need to build a block up. The African different regions need to build a block up, and they come to the table and they coordinate their strengths, their weaknesses, and find ways to create solutions.
What?
You see what
So
I'm saying? Even
why they can't invest into Haiti?
I agree with that. I feel like they should be investing in Haiti, but the same way I feel like the Black Americans should take over the Black Caucus, those who are more knowledgeable, and have them create a Black agenda, and they go sit with the American government. They go sit with Africa and negotiate better investments. I seen a video today, right? It was about Baltimore, right? And it was basically people from Argentina, right? Argentina. They're basically flipping houses in Baltimore, but they were saying that because they're not on the ground, they was not making profit. So imagine if the Black America was to go and sit down with African elites and transform Baltimore, right? And transform Detroit and transform all these cities. That's what my vision is. Well, that's why I be telling Kala be taking offense to that. I'm not trying to step on their toes. I'm just trying to say we got to reimagine Pan Africanism not as a savior thing, but as an element of coordination. You know what I mean? Everybody got their strength that they're going to bring to the table. You see what I'm saying? That's my vision. I don't believe in I'm a savior and we gonna come and we gonna save anything. You can't save anything. It's
Wait,
a
wait, wait,
coalition that's needed.
wait, wait,
Yeah, and the
Prince
lie.
of P, let me ask you. So if Haiti was a first world country, they had a GDP. Let's just